Adakah hari ini jadi sampai musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat kat SEM9 dengan Ham Kalau kau tusun nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okey, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini. Ini tiba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni, okey?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, nak cakap ni, kau dah tua dah Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah ayah berguna Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okey, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya, korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula, nama saya kan Kid, kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga, the King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad, because you are here, we are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang jangan rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang Nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku kentik concern kau. Okey?
So saya nak tuju kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama, sebenarnya aku beli kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel! Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10.
Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dulu lah.
Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku IJ aku ikut aku.
Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang tak?
Binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda sekarang ni?
Apa tu bodoh? Masuk benda. I behind you. You go first.
Okay.
Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man, be a man, be a man.
Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan. Terus
Snack.
Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas tu.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas. Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello guys, my name is Knight from GEEK.
Hai, nama saya Drake. Saya daripada tim SMG. Hai, saya Rip dari Exis Red One.
Hai, saya Guza. Saya dari PMPL.
Saya Bosskurr daripada tim DBD.
Hello guys, saya Ricky daripada Dingoz Esports.
Hai, saya Bravo daripada tim Farang Guerilla. Hello guys, I'm Yoodo from Genexus.
Hello guys, saya Ayam Pro dari HomeBois.
Hello everyone, I'm Bigger from HYVE International.
Hai, saya Iftar dari tim MAB Esports.
Hi, my name is Iris and I'm from Team MUGEN.
Hi guys, my name is Rinja from Team RSG. Saya Zubi daripada Team MAB. Hi, I'm Deb from Team 9.
Hi, saya Frankie daripada Tabah NSEA.
Hai, nama saya Aboy dari Team Bosskurr.
Hello, I'm Kate from Team Secret.
Hai, saya Olio daripada Yoodo Alliance.
Hello guys, nama saya Pemburu. Saya daripada Team Forever.
Kami berharap untuk mendapatkan champion pada season kali ini.
For this season, kita orang akan rampas balik piala kita orang dekat Forever.
This season, I'm confident that Sam9 will break the curse and play in PMPLC.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan pegang title champion kita orang.
Untuk musim ini, saya akan bawa balik piala untuk tim Farang Guerilla.
So our target for next season is to become the champion and to qualify to PMPC.
For this upcoming tournament, I'm expecting that my team will perform much better than the last PH representative last season.
Untuk season ni, tim MAB akan cuba rebut piala untuk bawa ke Gaming House.
For this upcoming PMPL MY Speed, we're gonna bring back our champion trophy back to the Gaming House.
We will try to be the first SG team to make it to the C stage.
Untuk 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, DBD akan dapatkan piala tu bawa balik.
For 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, we will try to get Belt Trophy back in Season 3 Grand Finals.
Kami akan cuba untuk membawa balik piala itu ke gaming house kita orang.
Untuk season kali ini, kami nak menang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan target PMJC sebab kita orang dah yakin dengan line up kita orang ni.
Untuk season ni, kita orang cuba dapatkan trofi untuk HomeBois.
Untuk PMPL season kali ini, kita orang akan cuba bawa trofi dalam rumah MAB Esports.
Kami harapkan untuk membawa balik piala PMPL kali ini ke Negeri Sembilan. PMPL kali ini kami akan bawa balik trofi untuk tim Bosskurr.
Kali ini korang jangan lupa tengok kita orang merampas takta atau trofi daripada Forever.
Long live Alliance.
still moving under gunfire.
Secret fighting. Imambe Team Up. We are the boss. Your game, your play. Semnan on fire.
GG, Aussie, Mugen Langgar. MAB, bring it on.
HomeBois family.
Genexus, all the way up. Rise with us.
Once a geek, always a fan.
Dingoz create to conquer.
Exist Red One, kita ganas. Play with pride.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
To all of the HYVE International fans, thank you for the non-stop support and we will do our best to be at least make the Filipinos proud.
Jangan lupa saksikan 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Keep supporting us. We'll see you guys at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
So fans, thank you sebab support kita orang and jangan lupa support kita orang dekat 2022 MYSGPH Fall. Alright, bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they start to speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na.
Yuhai.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit GEEK fam. Baka yung team secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK fam. Oh, UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the quest to work this out. It's Kido managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah soal segalanya, tiada batasan.
Welcome back to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and this is Contra alongside with Keith for Showdown Sunday. It's the final day for all of our teams here to perform their best to get the weekly points by the end of the run tonight.
Yeah, you know what they call it? It's the last ride or the longest stretch in a marathon here. This is all the chances they're going to get, but good thing for them, it's not 5 matches today. Heck no, we have 6 to be played out. But before we get into that, first, a huge shout out to the sponsors of this entire event. It is, of course, the official smartphone partner, Realme, with the brand new GT Neo 3, which introduces you to a dual chipset device running the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. It's a mouthful, but that's how you know it's technologically advanced, and it promises you a great experience, seamless as it may, and great power efficiency at that. So all in a single phone, it's a whole package.
That's right. With that, Neo Speed awakens, and also we also have free stuff to give to you guys out there because our official digital telco partners, Yoodo, powered by Cellcom here, is offering you PUBG Mobile, free to play. Ooh. What do you mean free to play? The game is already free to play.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't have to spend a single megabyte or even a kilobyte of data when you are playing PUBG Mobile, so you can save all day and spend that money on everything else. If you're gonna go on dates, if you're gonna basically get that Royale Pass, you could do just that as well.
Yeah, and also do check out the brand new hip thing by PUBG Mobile themselves. It is their brand new TikTok platform. Yes, I know it's big right now with the kids and a lot of pretty people there and also pretty gameplays.
There's
which
also
you
a
can
lot
go
of tips and tricks out there.
Yes, I'm sure that was the important one that would probably pull you in. Go follow PUBG Mobile MY official for the Malaysian side, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore, and PUBG Mobile official PH for the Filipinos.
That's right, and of course, for those of you guys who are just joining us for this weekend, welcome on board because we're about to tell you how we run the show overall with the format, scheduling, rules, and later on, we got a special someone that will be joining us here to basically hype up what we have here at stake for this weekend.
Yeah, but first, let's go through the run and dry stuff here. In case you've forgotten, we've been reminding you all day, it's the schedule and format that's going on right now in the midst of the country league that happens every Wednesday down to Sunday. 5 matches a day, except for Sunday, where we're going to get an extra for the top 12 team over in Livik. Now, tomorrow and next week, there's going to be another run of the country league before we finally get the top 16 to get into the country finals, in which they'll play 6 matches a day, with the top 4 going to the C Championship, and the 5th down to the 7th place have a chance again to qualify via the play-ins.
That's right. It's $150K US dollars on the line, a line share to be given away to the victors of the tournament, and this is the point system that we're running in every single match. If they walk away with the chicken dinner on first place, it's 15 points. Second place, 12 points. 10 points awarded to third place. And you see the numbers -2 from 4th all the way down to 7. And then on 8th to 12, they were only awarded with 1 point, which means 16 all the way to 13 as well won't receive a single point at all. So elimination points definitely matter a whole lot.
Now let's take a look at how those bonus points are awarded throughout this whole week. So weekly bonus are the points awarded each week for the weekly rankings, which means wherever they end up in an order by the end of the week, which is in the end of the day, they'll be remunerated with the points as follows. Number 1, taking home the full 20th points. Meanwhile, as it tapers down onto the 20th spot here, only 1 point down at the bottom, you can see how it goes down. Meanwhile, the league bonus points are points awarded for the overall league stage ranking. So where you are at for the past 3 weeks accumulated, that is your league bonus points. And I missed that one out, but you know, they're going to carry that points over onto the country finals and eventually, you know, not the C championship, country finals.
Right.
That's it.
And these are the participating teams, 20 of them on board, separating into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, as well as E. On Group A, it's HomeBois, Team Bosskurr, Team Secret, Team Hawk. Over on Group B, it's Dingoz Esports, GEEK Fam, MAB Esports, as well as Team SMG. On Group C, we got Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, as well as Crit VIP. I could say there's a lot of titans over here. Same goes to Group D, Genexus, Axis, DBD, MUGEN. We got 4 rivals, 7-9, Farang Guerilla, as well as HYVE International to make Group E.
Yeah, and talking about HYVE, they have got quite some number of good teams, actually just a couple, but still, huge improvement from when they were. They didn't get a single chicken dinner in week number 1. They got it in week number 2, and even a top 5 finish in,
multiple
I think,
times too.
Top 5 finish, I think that happened once yesterday, right? They got 2 good games, but that was enough to propel them up. They were at 13th spot for a period of time, and maybe they can come in today in the last day to make the difference here and qualify themselves at least into the top 12 position for Livik.
That's right. Remember, we have some special someone to invite to the show. Here we have, it's going to be On The Go, joining us on the desk. What's up, my brother? How are you feeling? I see you wearing the Team Secret tee. So tell us, I believe that's going to be your prediction. But overall, how do you feel about the current standings that you're seeing from week 2?
Hello, Contra Keith. I speak English, I speak Malay.
You can speak either one, that's fine. But we'll probably like to see you trying to do it on English for a difference. Would you like that?
Yeah, sure. So for me, I think I'm a guy that I really believe in SSS, the scrim results. So before the league even started, I kind of predicted that GEEK Fam will do extremely well. And then followed by Genexus, followed by Yoodo Alliance. So at the moment, the 2 teams that are extremely super strong. I think they are very, very confident. They understand what they are doing. And they are playing their own league, which is Genexus and GEEK Fam. I think these 2 definitely going to be the top 2 for this week and also for the following week. The only one that I think will maybe do well, maybe next week or even today, should be Yoodo Alliance, hopefully. But overall, I think Genexus is playing really, really well. They're chasing GEEK Fam. I think day 2, it was kind of impossible to chase after GEEK Fam since they did really well. But now there's a chance that Genexus is the one gonna walk away with 20 bonus point. So yeah, I think that 2 teams they are really, really good at the moment for week 2 at least.
Now, so just to ask you here, because in case you didn't know, On The Go is also a caster. He is in fact the caster for the PMPL League, especially in Malaysia. So you have a say in this, On The Go. I want to know your thoughts right now that you mentioned about the race that these 2 are currently running on. You said that week 2 they might the 20th point might go to Genexus, but how about the whole overall of PMGC? Who do you think between the 2 of them would actually make it in the top 1 position and secure that PMGC slot?
I think it depends on the 3rd week. How the performance of Dingoz during the 3rd week gonna kind of decide who actually gets the PMGC slot. Because the league and grand final is 2 different things. League stage, if you are doing well, you get the confidence boost, and you have the option to play whatever style you want. You might be having that, that overconfidence. Sometimes overconfidence is good. I think GEEK Fam definitely having that confidence at the moment. Of course, they have that firepower through Mika, through Yuhai. They're gonna get a lot of kill points. Even if they're too soon, they're gonna walk away with 5 elimination point minimum. So I think league stage-wise, it all depends on how Dingoz do next week. For grand finals, I think Dingoz will do much, much better compared to the other 2. So it depends on how big is the gap between GEEK Fam, Genexus, and also Dingoz Esports. For 4 rivals, we cannot forget about them. They are a very experienced team. They have all the all-star lineup, right? They have a lot of experience. Grand finals, when they're under pressure or they are behind, this is the type of team that can chase. They are very good on the second day, so they will chase up the points, blah blah blah. And there's 18 games to be played, right, for the grand finals. So there is a very high chance for them to climb up during the grand finals as well, since PMGC point is also including the grand final points, right?
Indeed.
So I think it all depends on next week how big the gap that Genexus and GEEK can build before the grand finals. If it's too big, whereby it's impossible for 4Rivals and Dingoz Esports to chase, then I think it's either these two. However, if the gap is small, I think the chance for Dingoz and also 4Rivals to catch them during the last day of the grand final, that's a high chance of that happening.
All right, and of course, now we're taking a look at the weekly rankings as well, and evidently with the two titans being GEEK Fam as well as Genexus, and Genexus definitely has a lot of opportunities here to get close the current margins out there. We also take a look at other teams like RSG, Tabah NSEA, Sem9, Dingoz. You did mention Dingoz as well as 4Rivals. So this season, we have 4 slots into C, I do believe, and then another 3 to go into the play-ins. Are there other names that you're hoping to see to make it to C if they were ever to even cut into the C play-ins?
I will definitely say TS. I'm paid to say that, so I'll say Team Secret.
That's brutally honest.
So Secret definitely gonna be there. Sem9, because the fan base is big, I have to say that as well. So TS, Sem9, of course we will want to see the El Clasico as well, right? So Genexus, GFM, Sem9, TS, Yoodo Alliance, Dingoz, and then, okay, for Grand Final, it's always kind of weird. There's going to be this one odd team that we don't think going to make it, but they are always going to be in this top 3, top 4 ranking. So there's definitely going to be this one odd team that nobody expects them to go to see representing Malaysia. So this time around, I'm going to put that team, maybe MAB?
MAB
I think
Esports.
they have, MAB Esports. So I think that one or NC. So I think these two teams, and plus NC been consistent from the SEA Games qualifiers till now. They somehow, I think they are not being disturbed the way they play, unless some other team starts to play extremely slow and play from, try to cut them off during their rotation. I think NC will actually have a good run. Their playstyle is extremely different compared to most teams. They play from the bottom or from the top for all the maps, except for Sandhawk, and of course all those big maps is giving a lot of points, right? But the NC definitely have a good chance, and for MAB, not sure how, but the firepower is definitely there.
Yeah,
and
absolutely agree.
If Erangel games, server, sometimes circle is kind of similar, right? If Erangel games, the circle goes towards the north, towards shooting range, during the finals or even like for the next week during the league stage or whatever, I think I may be going to have a very good shot of getting a lot of points. They're somehow one of the best team to play at the north side of the Erangel map, the Severny shooting range area.
And we absolutely love the insight that you're providing to us, because you were so observant from the scrim results all the way up to now. And even if you're not casting this week, I believe that you are also streaming, chatting with your fans out there, and watch together with everybody else, and the results are starting to show, like even teams like MAB really stepping up huge. Keith, you have another question for On The Go.
Yes, I do. So On The Go, you mentioned that in the top 7, the odd teams are probably going to be Malaysian, but what are your thoughts on the 2 other regions that's playing in the PMPL MYSGPH fall here? What does it take for them to actually break into the top 7? Is there a means or something you'd like to see different?
Okay, for them, I think if they don't have good bonus point this week, I think it's very, very hard for them to make it to the grand finals, because the third week, even if you get 20 points, it's not guaranteed that you're going to go to the grand final. This is something that happened to SMG last season, or even HYVE actually got a good amount of bonus points in the third week, but because they screw up the first 2 weeks, they didn't actually go to the grand final. So today is the last day. If HYVE somehow managed to get like 2 chicken dinner, and then last 2 games they get like top 3, and same goes to MUGEN. If they can actually do that, then maybe there's a chance for them to go to grand finals. Other than that, I don't see any other way for them to, even if they're like number 1 next week, I don't think they're gonna make it to grand final. They need to do it today. this is their last chance. So hopefully, maybe they have something, some strat that they haven't shown us yet, some rotation, some crazy, barbar moves. So we will see if they can, do well this next four. Not even 4, right? There's 5 games for them to play if they made it to Livik.
That's right. And of course, quick question before you go. We don't want to hold you for too long because games are about to start. So there's 6 maps today. Drop us random predictions for all these maps. Okay, we start off with Sanhok, to Erangel, to Miramar, and top 12s will make it into Livik. So just shout out any of the teams in any order.
Okay, for Sanhok, I'll put Dingoz.
All right.
Erangel, Genexus, GEEK, Miramar, TSM9, Livik, DBD.
Oh, I love these predictions. We're almost on the same page. Like, we're just going to mix it around as well on some of these maps. But thank you so much for having us here, joining you on this interview. And of course, it's always a pleasure. We hope to see you soon on the go. So take good care.
For a second there, I thought he would have just, played the role and go Team Secret all the way since he was paid to do it. But I guess he's fair in his prediction. Those are some of the teams that we did see step up, especially the last call he made onto Livik with DBD. They're one of those teams who, didn't really steal the spectacle, but they are out there putting in the numbers. And I think for a time they were also within the top 5.
Mm-hmm. And overall, like, DBD, they have definitely shown so much of their strength throughout week 1 as well as week 2 that they have remained to be relatively consistent. Like, those bonus points matter. Like, now that On The Go has brought to light that this is that golden week. If you don't push yourself into the top half of the bracket, next week you may not actually have the chance because we know who's here to stay at the very top 2. It's always going to be a little bit of race, but they will hog up majority of the points. Then the rest basically gets left with only the scrap points out there, which may not allow them to even make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, but also the same can be said. The fact that, all the points is on the top side, it only takes a shift of a number of points down in the bottom to move the position. So that could actually work in their favor. But talking about favors to be played here, Blackpink is doing one with PUBG Mobile. I'm pretty sure it isn't a favor, and they probably got compensated heavily for that one. But here is a special track just released, ready for love, ready for you to watch it on every social media platform, including YouTube. Go bring in the numbers here. Viewership is already skyrocketing, not rotting. It's going up and up, and you can add into the statistics as well.
That's right, Blinkers out there. Continue to watch it, even if you watched it before, because that music is just so good. Well, you basically tune in before you even hit the bed, and you just have lovely dreams throughout. So here is the Royal Pass M13. It's a Matka Sanctum set, which you could basically get for this brand new season overall. So if you haven't booked it yet and you're basically playing PUBG Mobile every single day, what are you waiting for? Just go ahead, top up, and get this one. You should be able to get all the upgrades basically in time.
Yeah, very suggestive tip with the first Blackpink music. However, do get the set, do get the skins. We have more stuff to tell you about, especially throughout the entire day. If you want to know more of the promotions that's going on PUBG Mobile, you have to first be followed onto the social media pages. That's the most immediate updates you're going to get. Or stick around until we do tell you in between games here, so you don't really want to snooze us off when that happens. But talking about informations, who are our predictions for this map in Sanhok? We have the 2 that are currently racing for the top. Genexus, GEEK fam, what's your justification?
Well, I want to see that chase to continue rolling into our final day, because with one chicken dinner out of Genexus, that will basically tie the gap at the very least. And then, of course, it depends on how well GEEK fam performs on this game itself. Truth be told, I would still think that it takes about 2 games before Genexus gets there. And also we include On The Go's prediction of Dingoz Esports, where they've also shown up really huge when it comes down to close quarter combats and such. So I think that's a really good call coming in from the guy.
Yeah, that was, good in theory. However, I do believe that GEEK fam now, they have been they're comfortable this entire week until the point that Genexus just pulled off yesterday. So I think they have something to lose, and I think they're going to take this match as seriously as possible and not let Genexus bypass them like they already did on the PMGC.
That's right. With all that sort of discussion, and once again, great insights from Secret on the go. We thank him very much, where we have definitely seen many of these teams coming with a different approach. The part where he also mentioned about tempo of play, I think this is very, very important for a majority of the teams. Sure, we may say Sanhok seems to be a really slow pace of the game, especially in the early game where everyone's just scavenging for that first aid kit, which is goal, of course. But when it comes down to the play style of the teams that belong inside the circle, usually, sure, not only do they make the first dips, they've always been extremely proactive, going in for picks, and that's how they get those ball running. So with that being said, Keith, it's about time for us to bring ourselves into the very first match.
Oh, now you're going to give me with the last 10 seconds to try and draw out and maybe create some sort of intense build up and anticipation, which I'm desperately doing it right now. But hey, no stalling any further because Sanhok, the flares are shot up into the skies. That means it's go time for some of these teams.
Here we go into our first match of Sunday run of Week 2, Day 5 in 2022 PMPL MY Whoa, boy. Almost a straight line cutting into the hot team grounds. Bowling above the Temple Hills, that's going to be an easy route coming in from HomeBois. We see Genexus off the flame as well, directed into the boot camp ground. Sami is going to be the final pit stop, but does it make things any difficult for those mainlanders over on the far east side?
I'd like to think so, because this will be like a curveball, right? Because Mongnai is Dingoz's home ground, but thankfully it's a 4x4. So they're going to eventually make it there on foot or by hook or by crook. But I guess we'll see if they're able to dampen in any of their advancement. Meanwhile, all the teams going in from the west end side has to be happy here. Team Secret is there. And finally, we have a southern circle towards all the late game players down in bottom.
Yeah, but there's also possibilities that it will end around Quarry with camp we've seen a couple of times already. MUGEN now sharing proximities here. And I wonder if HomeBois would have actually be alerted by now. And we also do have Tabah NSEA very, very much over on to something here. But for now, everyone's just proning right down below, hoping not to be seeked out. HYVE gonna go in for jungle loots, as we call it. And he's just going to be far away from the rest of the members of GEEK Fam while they're still looting up inside of ruins. And maybe this gives them a little bit more extra ample loot without HYVE's presence inside those grounds. And he could just stash up throughout the surrounding areas, which you won't expect anybody to be nearby, but Zuli is against Razor.
Well, they're on this compound on their own here, so it looks like it will be a mono-to-mono fair fight, it seems, but the nade's been tossed out forward. He scoots a little bit. He knows he's got an idea here, and he'll take him down. Zali wins the trade here, taking only a bit of a scratch, a bullet wound at the very least, and, well, we'll be able to secure that one-pointers on the side of Team HAK. But back to HYVE and him going there. Although you don't expect people to be around the area, we've seen how that one turns sour for
sometimes for other teams too, right? Like they walk around and then like I think Razor was about to do exactly the same thing. Then here comes Zuli and Flax, finding a little bit of damage being done over onto the back of Nasty. Nasty's got a 3 first aid kits to work with, but yet again, one headshot should do the trick. Now that he has a little bit of boosters, at least it heals him back to 100%. In a few moments' time, Nasty trying to cook up a grenade of his own. So early game, we're already seeing a little bit of scuffle going across the map. Not the usual traditional Sanhok silence that we always get. So it's always going to be good. Capper, find another one against Crit VIP, just by the corners of Lakawi. Both sides hoping to actually secure the compound. And he's going to be pushed from 2 directions. Once again with Vector that has been able to take down Razor. Can they do it again? Seems like he will be able to do so. Making it easy. Babbing just gets burned out.
Yeah, didn't even have to put up a fight there. They take that one cleanly. Meanwhile, MUGEN now moving onto compound, trying to go up against NC. Gets the great entry. Nasty shot with a shotgun here. Great entry, takes one. And that will be only 3 left from NC to play around with. But I believe that's pretty much equal. No, they have 4 members for the side of MUGEN. So I have 1 members to play around with here. Maybe even go in for the flank side, seeing as though they have the numbers. But still very winnable fight for either of these teams if they can clutch things out.
Overall, good fights being taken by MUGEN. Ooh. Now, NC is the one that's making a little bit of run here. MUGEN has won a lot of early trades before, securing first blood in multiple occasions. And this is a team that teams just have to respect. Grenades lobbed in, though. Magic's going to toss in his own Molotov. And they're just basically hugging by the corner of the walls here, doing a little bit of dance. But the rest of MUGEN are also going to be joining in. Whether or not if Ares going to basically trade back out is going to be the question here. Magix gets taken out, so 2 members left for Tabah NSEA.
Man, MUGEN just woke up today and decided to choose violence. Somehow they're just winning in all these fights, right? They won fights against Sem9, they won fights against Genexus. Like this team right here, if only they came online much sooner, they wouldn't be in the sticky situation they are today. And they can only do so much and play their hearts out because that's all the precaution they can take. Right now, Lex, the door has been opened. Tries to push it around, close the door. Well, that's a sign. He's in here and gets him with the shotgun. Again, it is coming out from Nasty, this kid.
Ooh, every one of these MUGEN boys carry an S12K and some maybe a DBS that forces Frankie to take the deep dive. As he's basically just gasping for air. He sees a boat, but how far can this boat take him is the question. We haven't really seen which part of waters he could possibly land because it was down towards the southern side. So if by any chance, if he wants to cut by the shores, then he needs another gas tank to fill up the petroleum. Do they even run on petroleum? Is it diesel? Is it... fossil fuel. Technically, everything's fossil fuel.
I don't own a boat to find out, right? But you know, back to whether or not he can survive with a boat here. I guess a captain of a ship without its crew isn't really a good recipe for survival.
But you've heard of Captain Jack Sparrow, right? Sometimes he doesn't even need.
He has a crew. They're all dead. Somehow Ghost just comes out to help him on his conquest. Well, that's not gonna happen here, it seems.
Yeah. Overall, kind of wish we get another Pirates of the Caribbean. But of course, we just have to wait someday, maybe.
It'll be like the most auspicious thing, right? Is that even a word? I don't know. Conspicuous thing to see like a big ship. Auspicious? No, that's not the word I was looking for.
Actually, imagine the map where you're just basically fighting on a cruise, but
it's water 90% of the time.
No. Instead of spawning, I think like it should be a TDM map.
Okay.
I think like on the cruise is going to be one of the best ways to go about. And maybe not so much for HomeBois though. Not feeling so much at home as the GEEK oppresses them from afar. And look at that, snipes.
You don't hear that one every day. The geeks are oppressing the homies. How the tables have turned.
Okay, I have a theory, right? Like, I think you probably have heard it somewhere before, like, don't treat geeks and nerds and all these kind of, well, what people would deem uncool people badly or bully them because one day they'll be your boss.
True.
That
they run
the
world. They run the world.
Yeah, I thought girls run the world.
Who created Realme's phone? Probably a geek. Who's probably running the world right now.
Well, I'm not going to judge whether they are or not, but...
I'm saying it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a good thing overall. I mean, they come up with the most advanced of technologies. Meanwhile, Bosskurr with their own advancements here with Iman. Giving a couple of pot shots here. Landing a knock. It's going to be Trix that's going to be holding out there, but he will eventually be revived. The rest of Bosskurr doesn't really have perfect vision with all the trees blocking the way, but they will try nonetheless. On top of the bridge, though, Yuhai. He have no regards of cover, but he have the full trust towards his teammates overall.
Very risky, though. Look at Genexus. if they spot him out, they can just literally just pin him down there.
But then again, as much as Genexus is over on his heels, doesn't seem like they're on the leverage of peaking just about yet. They heard those shots coming from HomeBois. Very likely to trade right back. Iron Pro on down on the ground. Immediately, it's going to be Genexus that claims that first blood. And HYVE finds Iron Pro as well. And now draws attention to GEEK Fam.
Yeah, HYVE goes in with the spray up against the rock there. They'll take one member down. But again, like you mentioned, attention has been drawn. Will he get shot? No, it seems like he'll punch his way out of there.
It really feels bad to be on HomeBois' position because you have 3 teams literally firing at you with all cylinders out of the chamber. And now it's Bosskurr going for an erratic spray over onto the corners of rock. Damsey holding out a grenade, and that's going to be members of Team Hawk charging in. To prime that grenade, he should be able to land a little bit of damage, but that's all he's going to get. Zully now getting tagged up a little bit. Damsey coming in with a rush. He does have the DBS. How much can he get? He closes back the door. And oh my goodness, Damsey gets 1. Does he get 2? He claims 1 life. Goes in for another shot, but with Damn Cutie, bringing down another member of Crit VIP. And everything that we know about Sandhawk proved to be false because we see every fight coming in the way.
My God. Like, he had to make a tough choice. It was either he secured that kill or focus fire onto the next guy. In this position, he maybe should have gone on to the next guy instead since he's holding the DBS, but, well, should have, would have, could have. He secured 1 point at the very least for Crit VIP.
That's true, and we're looking at them only with 1 member left. Meanwhile, Team Secret's playing outside of the blue zone along with Tabah NSEA. Unwillingly do so. The last we saw, he was swimming inside of the waters. Not too sure how he's coping for the moment. Frankie possibly still swimming out there. Man, he's got some iron lungs going on. And we call him the next Iron Pro. Don't want to suffer the same fate, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you probably don't want to take the name right now. Back a couple seasons ago, or just simply last season, sure. Proud to have it all across your badge, right? It's a medal of honor. Right now, looking a bit shaky. Well, he's found home at the very least. Meanwhile, the bosses are aggressive players in the map of Sandhawk. They have already gotten 2 kills off the bat. Here, Zigzag now positions himself on top of a rock. Unfortunately, no one's actually nearby in the vicinity for them to scout their one out, but MAB slowly approaching.
MAB Esports, a team that has been looked highly upon by even Secret on the go, have every right to basically claim the spot into the C finals, whether it's for play-ins or even the grand finals itself. Like your prediction, possibly will be able to motivate them to strive even more. As we currently take a look at the minimap, it's going to be GEEK Fam. Smack in the center between Bosskurr, Genexus, as well as Axis redONE. And you even have RSG just by the corners of Chem Charlie. So who's going to be able to back this one off? We're honestly not too sure where it's going to end up because it's just phase 2, by the way. Phase 2, and look what we have. Already 11 players off the chart.
That's what you get when you're playing in a 4x4 map. It's a small one. Definitely not Miramar with the 8x8, where every kill is like averaging at 14 minutes instead. We got a faster pace here, but I'm pretty sure it might slow down just because when it's a little bit too fast, things will have to cool off a little bit. Such is the balance of life, and in the terms of PUBG Mobile, some of them will be playing the healing game, and so recognizing the destruction at hand.
Yeah, overall, it surprises me that GEEK Fam, they always take certain type of high ground, and though in Painan, that's kind of like mid-ground because you're on the lower end of the town, but that gives a little bit of wiggle room for HYVE to at least look for those sort of picks. And he managed to at least get 1 or 2 in the back for GEEK Fam early on at the Battle of the Bridge. Meanwhile, Genexus knows that there's going to be some teams hunting up those hills. They segregated themselves into each respective compounds. As Hey Noob is
they're
currently
swimming.
all alone. Where's the rest of Axis redONE?
They're swimming across.
Are they?
Yeah, they sent one Hey Noob to go check things out, and he realized it was empty. The rest came following after, swimming in the waters, seems.
Now back to Quiet Town teams for most of the teams out there. And maybe you're playing on the far end, but he's walking towards the direction of HYVE. And he's carrying 13 first aid kits.
Oh, it's been spotted out. Gets taken a little bit of shots here. Just open wounds for now. Nothing lethal just yet, but that might not be the case soon further by Yoodo Alliance. Helton suppressing the lines of Team Hawk. Oh, Team Hawk. Michael from the edge. He jumps straight into the line of sight. And, well, we'll secure another one here. Team Hawk already 4 kills. Heikel with his first.
It's so unfortunate for Iftar right there. See, inside of the bag, the last I saw, 16 first aid kit. Now, Heikel is going to drop everything in that bag because he wants every single pack he could possibly get. C2K comes in, pins him down. MAB Esports with the first strike. And that will be a little bit of a hindrance for Team Bosskurr, who have just lost Aboy. Trying to move into the huts. No face checking allowed, as we've seen plenty of that happening in this episode.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's one thing he didn't see instead. Yuhai snaking his way in, gets the shot onto Asfar. A prediction nade gets tossed on forward. Will it connect onto anyone? Surely doesn't. Zigzag, though, repositioning himself. Might even come in with the suppressive shots. GEEK fam, if they're not too worried about where they're threading, they might just get taken out. Now Axis has kind of got eyes, and they're coming in as a third party here from the far side.
Micah relying on the smokes, though. Yuhai couldn't even help him out for the moment. Just having tags left to right. Hey, Noob. Just forcing him to stay put, but he will have a little bit of wiggle room. The moment that they go in for a reload, Yuhai just utilize every single bandages that he has with barely enough energy drinks. He's going to drink one up right now. But somebody's got to at least pass him with a little bit of boosters. Zigzag guys. Opting to utilize the UMP. And the circle closes further into the regional quarry. And that means Team Secret, they're about to challenge GEEK fam or even Axis Red 1.
I don't figure it's going to be an easy feat to cross, though. It's Team Secret. They have to make it pass by, but if they go, there's no way for them to cross by. If they cross through Painan, you get gatekept by GEEK fam. If you go all the way down towards the connecting roads, the Axis, lo and behold, is waiting to greet you with open arms. So unless they're ready to make this weird play where they rotate all the way back up north and come in from the northern circle, I don't see a safer way for them to do it.
It's also amazing to see that many of these teams are still playing outside of the blue, and it's 15 teams still left on board, with the circle already shrinking into a tiny region like Quarry. But for DBD, they're hoping that they could cut into the eastern side and play this one a little bit slower. Team Secret makes their way into Painan. Still by the edge of the zone. They don't have to force anything for the moment. Any further down, it's going to be them meeting up against GEEK fam. And early on, GEEK fam was being shunned away by members of Axis Red 1. So Team Secret, 4 members strong, hoping to actually find a chicken dinner here. And we've seen certain improvements coming from Team Secret. Yesterday, they had an upset round with a lurker from the back, went down to a 1v1 between iShots as well as Rill, the final member of Dingoz Esports. Dylan now out to play the very first match, and we have seen him doing significant damage throughout. Good news for many of these teams that are inside the circle. Genexus, Team Bosskurr, MAB Esports, Dingoz, as well as SMG, they are on board, and everyone else needs to brute force their way. RSG, let's see what they could possibly do, because we haven't heard a single tap from them just yet.
I think it's bad news for Team Secret, though. Mugen's now in, and if they do pull off another one of those successful compound fights here, it's going to be detrimental. And as I say that, iShots gets taken out already. Now, this is the team, Mugen, who can go against the likes of Sam9, so they are not to be trifled with. Already 1 member down from Team Secret. They had this is punishing. You played it slow, and you thought by doing so you can negate any sort of aggression, but now they're coming in from behind. Ares will now try and push into the house. There, spots it out, but Dylan gets in with the shotgun here. Can he connect with that one? No. Gets taken out. Fredo coming in to confirm the kill, but that just reveals his positioning. And now can he take it? They will refrag him down. Yuhai has got eyes on this compound in which they're playing in, and maybe, just maybe, Team Secret might not even make it out alive, but whoever ends up the victor of this compound fight might not even count themselves lucky, as GEEK fam peering eyes upon them.
Everyone's holding a shotgun right there. Same goes to Kid, who's basically by the staircase. Now Amir charging up a grenade, spots him moving upwards. He's going to be safe for now, but not much time left. They're playing by the blue zone. He needs to find a way to heal up. He does have 24 med kits. First 8 kits here to work with. That's why he's holding back. And Virgil will be dropped out instead. MUGEN trying to go in for a revival, and it's a critical time to even come in for a rescue. Kid takes this chance, lobs the grenade. He gets it though! One more knock, but he saves it in time. Virgil now crawling.
He's got an idea. He knows. He crossed by the entry itself. He go in, jump straight in. Oh! He gets it. Team Secret, they live to tell another tale here, and with 24 mad kits, he's going to try and play his way with the position points.
He gets also loot up from members of MUGEN. There should be a couple of mets lying around the ground right now. So, Kid, if there's any possibilities, you have to buy as much time as he can before he crosses over the Poundland grounds. But here comes Team HYVE. They have already taken 4 players out of the map. Now RSG is the one with the high ground there. One member being knocked out, but there's also some coming in from Yoodo Alliance with Boy trying to pin him down. Good attempt, but damn cutie, damn swift.
Yeah, he saw that one right next to his head. How lucky could he be? Imagine if that was a real life scenario. That would have been a traumatic experience for sure. A near-death experience.
Went into the Matrix. Just dodges it. Milliseconds after milliseconds will pass as we have the circle moving further up north. And on the ghost prediction of Dingoz might just come true.
Same goes with Genexus here. Still very, very formidable, and they have great entry into the circle. Might even look to gatekeep the likes of GEEK fam and Bosskurr, and that means more points going to the side of Genexus.
Calamity now drops a member of Team Hawk. Zigzag getting a nade of his own. Meanwhile, the push will come right in from the side of RSG. Molotov being expended. Luke tries to toss it as well. Damage being done though. There's going to be a little bit more members coming from GEEK fam. Yuhai pinned down by Iman, but he's hiding in behind a rock. Nowhere for it to swerve as the Geeks will claim one more alive. Aspar still over the back of the ground. Zigzag gets pinned down as well, leaving another member behind. But it's going to be Aspar. How much can he actually do when Snipes go in charging? He goes left to right, and not even him could stop the rest of the Geeks.
It's Snipes, man. We've seen how this guy can 1v3 the rest of MAB. I'm not even surprised they pulled that one off. They had 2 members down. Could have been detrimental, surely. But luckily for the Geeks, nobody has been confirmed in a kill just yet, so they can still have the numbers to play around the last few circles. But Calamity now takes down. It's actually Seed from the far side. Third party, actually the flank side here. But now, maybe he's not in the best shape as well. Rift tossed on a nade into this house, but doesn't seem to connect. They can still play this one out. Rift still alive. That's crazy firepower going inside of Axis.
He can't really heal up, and we're going to see Rift getting taken down by the play zone instead. It's crazy to see so many fights happening outside of the blue zone. And we absolutely understand, because this zone is so treacherous, while Team Hawk will get eliminated with Kato now being pinned down by the rest of DBD as well. And we got the extended Mac here. Bullets for days. GEEK fam also out. It's 10th place.
Well, I guess I was wrong with the prediction. It's going to give some chance and opportunity for Genexus to further exacerbate the lead. And if they do get a chicken dinner on this round, which means they only need one more good game to maybe bypass GEEK fam, provided if GEEK fam don't accumulate more points from then on. So this is going to be pretty dicey for Genexus.
Next one to bow out is Crit VIP, 7th place with 2 elimination points. Lee stacks it up on the board with Examzi also coming up with his last stand much early on. But Drags will find 2 names out of Genexus, leaving only 1 standing. Also inside of the blue zone, Bosskurr trying to heal up instead. It's going to be Drags that will have Long trading right back. Well, first aid kit, but I don't think he has enough time, does he? Okay, he does.
He will.
Oh my goodness, that was too close.
It looks like his members are dead for sure. They were not getting their way out of there. SMG, they just got high ground and the pressure coming out from that flank side angle. Genexus didn't stand a chance. But now Dingoz, 7 kills. As On The Go said, they're pretty much on fire at this point.
And now the ones inside of the circle is just SMG as well as Dingoz. They can settle the score, and eventually whoever wants to join in the circle, feel free to come in. But it's going to be really hard to stop Dingoz on their track right now. All of their members, or should I say at least 3 of them, are still playing around, and they dictate the center stage as well as the ones on the south. Shinzi will take a little bit of health bars out of Ricky as well as Real, both by the walls.
It's an SMG chicken, man. Look at the position they have. High ground, circle closing onto them. They have all the control in the world. And even Dingoz, who's had such a remarkable game, there's no way they're going past this. They have got a huge gap to close here if they're ever even thinking about contesting the likes of SMG up on the high ground.
Speaking of high ground here, this is going to be high impact plays that the Genexus have to take. Now he goes in for a quick restock. He picks only 1 for first aid kit. I don't think that's ever going to be enough. Mile going in for a little bit of pinning shots over onto Ricky. Ricky still survives though. Bosskurr with 1 final take. He couldn't actually heal up. And there goes Genexus at least on that top 4 with 2 eliminations. That's going to be able to actually sell the scores against GEEK Fam, but still not too much that they have managed to close up against. Now, the rest of Dingoz, they're all right behind the shack. SMG will march their way forward. That grenade is being cocked up. And 1 final shot out of that barrel of the DBS gets the chicken dinner in the back for SMG.
A breath of fresh air, still moving under gunfire despite heavy artillery being bombarded on them this week. Now getting their chicken dinner that would hopefully turn the tide for these 4 players and maybe get themselves up in the top 12 to play for Livik at the end of the day.
Solid word coming out of Team SMG, and they definitely needed this chicken dinner overall. Dingoz came really close, so same goes to Genexus, but we saw firing rounds coming out of all the corners of the blue zone. They were basically fighting each other inside of the blue zone as well. Something of a rare occasion because usually it's only going to be 1 or 2 players on the outskirts of, or should I just say, 1 healer outside.
Yeah.
And I think like teams really took too much time to basically figure things out because we saw everyone was wrapping over the corner of the circle. We saw a lot of early pickoffs inside of this map itself, and I think the biggest victor on that early game has to be MUGEN.
Yeah, MUGEN has, again, time and time, showing what they can actually do in close quarter combats, just coming up with like the biggest of upsets, right? And obviously HomeBois was the first to bow out, again, just continuing this downtrend of performance. Team HUVE was pretty aggressive this round, unfortunately for them, also being eliminated here. GEEK Fam, the way they bowed out was less than ideal. They would love to play it a little bit later, but unfortunately, the same can be said with Team Secret, especially in that big upset.
Yeah, there's so many great hit shots overall coming out of players out of GEEK Fam, but this jump shot, that 180 with the DBS definitely was something to witness. Meanwhile, Bosskurr honestly have done a lot of damage in this game, while they have managed to also give damage towards GEEK Fam. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too much, especially when you still have 2 to 3 members still alive from the Geeks. While Genexus, I think the moment that they shot, they would have alerted Team SMG, and maybe if they didn't, they might have actually crossed safely.
I would say that Dingoz come out the bigger winner here. They have the amount of kills, and besides, the only reason why Dingoz lost out this game is the lack of the circle. There was no way they were going to push high ground, especially in a map that open. And, well, SMG, although they have been 0 in the kill score towards the last few circles, they did try and get close there. As you can see, not much of a throwable use, no need to really expunge any of the utilities that much. And so tanking only like 0.3 seconds in the blue.
Yeah, and of course we have to take a look at the match rankings overall. 20 points awarded to Team SMG with their first chicken dinner here on week 2. And then we also have Dingoz here, who's also tying up the points as they have got 8 eliminations gathered throughout this pan of the round. And 12 points over onto DVD on third place. Genexus with 10. Team Secret relying on their final member to survive. They got themselves awarded with 10 points as well, making the top 5.
I actually wonder whatever happened to Team Secret with that move. Didn't he have 24 medkits? Was that not long enough to maybe weather the storm even further?
I think like overall we still have the Nexus where we saw them was also playing healing game. DBD was nowhere in sight for the fight, so I believe that it was a mix of takedowns overall. But MUGEN now gets themselves a representative of their squad with nasty 10k, doing 621 damage with 4 eliminations. That's 40% of team contribution. Everybody take up that shotgun and just party on inside of Sanhok. That's how they roll.
I mean, one of the it's two-part equation, right? Picking up the gun and actually nailing a shot, and Nasty's entry is absolutely disgusting.
Yes, it is. And here we are at the weekly rankings. Now, it's about 31 point of a difference currently between GEEK Fam as well as Genexus. The chase is still on, but Dingoz further secures themselves that third place finish. RG just pushed down ever so slightly, still able to give chase. NC, however, now goes down to 5th. 7-9, we didn't really see them play this game, so it's absolutely all right. DBD now makes it to the top 8, and Team Secret now in the top 10.
You know, Genexus, all they need now is one of those spectacular game. 16 eliminations and a chicken dinner, and they're up there number 1. Or to be more confirmed, well, bring it up to a 20 elimination game. We've seen them done that one before, because the gap now is about 31 points. Now, let's take a look at how SMG got in their chicken dinner, albeit super simple, seeing though that they did find themselves in ideal position from the get-go, but you might want to elaborate on it even further.
Yeah, coming up from Paradise Resort, I think like majority of the players were bagging on hopes that it will go all the way down towards the southern side. So a lot of sectors were actually cleared off for Team SMG, and hence why you see in this position, sure, Dingoz have gotten themselves into a close by location, but both sides didn't really lock each other on target. And we will have to also see how DBDA finds their way across with a big wraparound as well. So you see, what I've just mentioned is all the other teams on the south side that were the ones struggling. Sure, you have Genexus that was also trying to make their way across. So now we get to explain. DBD, they cut over onto the far east side and have to rejoin. And it's always going to be pretty hard when you go through those rough terrains of the quad.
Yeah, Dingoz actually did everything right. Like, they saw the circle, they saw that the most liked checkpoint is well in the center. They took over that one. Unfortunately, it just did skew on top a little bit higher than the checkpoint it currently resides. Genexus got a great position as well, I would argue, but I think SMG coming in from the top heel flank side, they did not expect that one. It was Drax just gunning down the rest of Genexus. There was nowhere. It's open ground from here on out. Unless you've got a heaps amount of smoke, there was no way of you passing that one through. DBD made it in circle too. But I think a couple of the members had to deal with Dingoz, which isn't the easiest thing in the world, seeing as though even On-The-Go swear by them in terms of close quarter combat. Eventually, when it comes down to a mano, all the advantage goes the way of SMG. They even have rocks to play around with and the circle advantage. Dingoz had to push upwards, uphill, and that was not going to happen.
I just love how the trees are rendered from this position. It looks a little bit flat, but no flat earth theory going on right here. But by the end of it all, this wraparound basically secures Team SMG the entirety of the circle. So Mile have full confidence to push out with his DBS. And man, shotguns are absolutely ruling Sanhok overall, but now there's no shotgun phobia going on because we're about to get into Angle. Or will there be more actually in the early game?
I don't know. But one thing I do know is that one of the best gaming phones right now in the market is the Realme GT Neo 3. Okay, it's the first in its class for Southeast Asia to have a dual chipset setup here in this minor little device, right? Okay, it's called the Dimensity 8100 5G. MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset, which brings you great power efficiency, insane graphics, while giving you a both seamless and immersive experience. So if you don't believe me, as you should, always question the guy who's talking. Why don't you get one for yourself and tell me how it goes?
Yeah, to me it's really impressive because usually you need really strong heatsink to handle dual chipsets out there, but this phone is absolutely insane that it can handle both at the same time, and on top of this, it's going to be unbelievable if I tell you that you could basically not spend a single KB of data when you switch over to Yoodo powered by Cellcom. When you play PUBG Mobile, to be specific, and on top of that, you can also check out some really cool deals, and on top of that, well, I say it twice already, right? It's so good, I have to say it twice because you can customize your data plan and everything else according to your needs. Maybe you're not a guy that likes to talk on the phone that much, so you could do, okay, I'm just gonna spend
minimum on that one.
No SMS.
I'm
no
an introvert.
MMS.
I don't need that. No, actually, spec it all onto SMSs and messages. But if you're talking about ways to spend your kilobytes or your data allocation here, why not go onto TikTok? Okay, put it all, spec it onto social media because PUBG Mobile now has a TikTok platform. It is called the PUBG Mobile Official MY for the Malaysian, actually PUBG Mobile MY Official for the Malaysian fans out there. PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for the Singaporeans, and PUBG Mobile Official PH for the Filipinos. And let's take a look at some of the stats from that previous match alone, bringing you back onto the game.
Here we go, as we see many of these teams really going for all these aggressive plays, and we see attempts coming out of almost everybody out there. I think the one on the short end of the stick has to be HomeBois, to be specific. They were basically cornered from 3 other direction. RSG, Yoodo Alliance, as well as Tabah NSEA. The only few teams not walking away with those elimination points. Meanwhile, the rest of them, we see 2 points each for Genexus, Crit, as well as DBD, and not forgetting Axis. And we see towers upon there, 8 takedowns and all. And to my surprise, many of them really dropped out of the blue zone. We only have 49 total elimination points being secured and only 49 knockouts. So, meaning to say, the moment you knock that guy, yep,
they're confirming the kill. So, yeah, obviously, Sandhawk is going to be the healing game, hence 12,000 and 1,200 health points. Forgive my math. I'm not so sharp when it comes to numerals. But we will move on with letters instead, and that is Group A, B, C, E will be the ones playing for this next match.
Where did the D go?
That's happening in Erangel. Well, I guess you got to take out alphabet from my resume as well, because it's just missing. No, kidding. They are on a break.
Okay, anyways, well, as we focus on to Erangel, the top performer of this map has to be GEEK Fam. They have gotten the highest amount of rank points as well as elimination points overall. Just take these two and add it all together. That's basically 230 over points only inside of Erangel. And I don't even know how this kind of stuff all adds up, but I just love that GEEK Fam, they just have something to prove every time they go into the classic map. Like, they know it like the back of their hands.
Yeah, I'll tell you how that one adds up. Just GEEK Fam averaging 14 kills at every map, and most of the maps just happen to be on Erangel. And talking about impressive things and impressive feat, Blackpink coming in very impressive with a bunch of offerings here. The virtual concert, the voice packs and outfits, tickets to share, even a world record challenge, which we don't even know what it's about, but I'm thinking it could be viewership counts.
That's right. I think that it's also happening today as well. Have you guys take part? Tell us how the experience was like.
And also, KL Gangsters out for the taking here. Mael and Shark. These two voice packs for you to earn actually in game. And if you're a Malaysian fan, then these brand kind of technically lives in dear to your heart here, seeing as though you got to support the local scene, and you can get those voice packs for free at all of the viewing party that's about to take place down in someplace in Malaysia.
And of course, we also have Rabu Padu happening every Wednesday, where you basically have one party with the rest of your squad. Get those chicken ears, 3 chicken ears to be specific, because Wednesday you just counted 3 from Monday. So you will get yourself new skin. And it's just right before your eyes. Look at that guy. Glowing neon. I love it.
Yeah, it's called Lilac Attack. It's pretty much the default skin, but, you know, splatter a little bit of neon paint on him and call it a day here. But you gotta have to earn it. I know, Wednesdays nights, ladies night, but hey, have a party and disco in your phone itself. It's all glowing neon. You know it's gonna be fun. So be sure to log in every single Wednesday though. And one thing you should also make sure is that you catch this music video out on the Blackpink's pages or PUBG Mobile's official pages here. A brand new track called Ready for Love is out for the market to listen to and feast their eyes on the digital version of Lisa.
You're so focused on Lisa. What about the rest of the members, man? Like, by now, have you learned the lyrics yet? Because if you haven't, watch it again and again. Here we have the Royal Pass M13. It's the Mecha Sanctum set. So you can get everything that you look at right now. Maybe not the trees, though. So the helmet, the full attire of it, the weaponry, which obviously you guys won, as it looks really, really cool on the AKM.
Now, this is the watch party in which I told you you can win free voice pack for the KL Gangster campaign here. Now, already down to the ones that's happening in the last two events. The first one happening in Perak, 6th to the 7th of August at Ipoh Parade. And catch the next one at Surya Sabah on the 13th to the 14th of August. Both PMPL and PMCT going on ground for a watch party for you to have that first-hand live experience per se. I wouldn't say it's a LAN event. That's a total different level. But hey, watching something between like-minded peoples, it's a plus.
That's right, and we have to predict who's going to get this one in the bag, because I'm feeling like Dingoz, they were so close. They actually closed out until they were stuck behind the shack. I don't think they'll ever let this happen again, because Erangel wide field to play, and I think they may not have win as much games in this map. I'm hoping that they will. Tabah NSEA, your thoughts on it?
I think Tabah NSEA last season, their stronger maps just happened to be Erangel, right? Although most of their success and achievements and accolade this time around happens to be on Miramar with the weird rotation. But I think Tabah NSEA, they're not strangers to playing Erangel, and we've seen time and time again how consistent they are. As just to echo what Ondigo said, they've been on a roll and still consistently on that roll since the SEA Games qualifier themselves. And so here they are putting up against some of the best of the best. They've made their way up back into the top 5 position. I think it's grind time for the last day.
Yeah, I do believe that this is going to be the case overall. So I think that there's still going to be Genexus inside this game that we'll be playing. So
actually Group D is out, remember?
Oh, right. Okay, got to look back at the groups once again. Hey, meaning to say, there's a lot of chances here, but then again, there's GEEK fam.
Yeah,
right.
A lot of chance for GEEK fam to increase the lead. They didn't have much of a good game in a previous one, but same can be said with Genexus. Genexus only had 2 kills.
2 takedowns, but
yeah,
I think they finished higher though.
Yeah, they got 10 points. 10 points. Still very doable, right? And the buffer was now, it's 30 points apart, Genexus and GEEK fam. And so GEEK fam, this is their time to turn that 30 into 100 or maybe 60 with the possible 15 elimination and a full chicken dinner points.
Well, I think that if it's GEEK fam, sure, 30 sounds like a very doable number right now. So this is going to be Erangel's first run here on a Sunday evening. And we thank you guys once again for joining us here, as it's going to be a little bit more hectic inside of the map, but lazy Sundays best well spent with PUBG Mobile right here, as we are now diving in our first Erangel map in Match 2. PMPL MYSGPH 2022 will continue their run. Remember to tune in every single week. We start on Wednesdays, heading into Sundays, and man, I feel like this week just went by.
Yeah.
Really quickly.
I mean,
except for day 1.
You know what they say, right? Like, time flies when you're having fun, and with GEEK fam on their roll, Genexus as well, suddenly coming up big time. It felt like every game, every day, there's something to look at. Dingoz with their clutch in the last day, yesterday. So I'd like to see what is going to happen again in this Arangel match. Now, the flight path does favor the likes of Geeks, who likes to drop over to Georgia Paul. And guess what? It's this sort of flight path that took place in Sanhok previously. So there's some similarities there, but we have to wait for where this circle draws into.
So you're saying that it's going to be somewhat central again. I think it's going to be pretty good if we're going to be seeing some of that. So MAB, they're already floating over on the southern side. Are they going to drop in the very pure, or are they going to extend? We're going to let time tell us for now. Meanwhile, HomeBois, we see Pro over onto the southern highways. Or do we even call it a highway? Usually it feels like a racetrack because many of these cars always pass by. And guess what? For ease movement, here we go. And RSG, they really want to quickly book this one out because there might just be other teams that's interested to basically chop Milta for their own carpet.
Ari's movement, huh? Like a G6, they say. Okay. Well,
in PUBG Mobile, like G9.
Like G9. No, so Milta Power, unfortunately, SMG just had to change their flight path here. I mean, their drop. They went on to the side of the top side of Georgia Paul, actually right next to it, right behind of Geek Fam, if you consider south, the front facing end. And so they are way far from home. That's a reference to a movie.
You don't have to tell me. I know. I know.
They are far from home right now, and so
I
is
just need
Geek
one
Fam.
more guy here in the studio, and we start pointing fingers at each other. Right?
My man's a man of culture. Right
yeah.
Man of culture he is. But yeah, all I'm saying is that Geek Fam now find themselves in a tough situation, right? They're the furthest from the circle. They have to rotate the furthest. And SMD's on their back end and might even, well, stop them in the process.
Well, overall, it's going to be okay for HYVE International as well. We saw a glimpse of them on the screen. So if they were to take the Stalber approach and slowly curve their way down the southern side, they should be unchallenged, at least for the temporary measure. Zem9. Also on the convoy, gonna pop by the Severny. They do have a flip vehicle. They're making sure that these tires don't misbehave. So everyone's been popping at least one tire off, forsaking a little bit of speed because sometimes speed kills.
Well, you got to be a speed demon with that kind of circle because nobody was in it. So you might want to be the first movers at the very least. And there we go. Already find their way on the inside. Team Hawk over at Novo. Although still in the circle, it might close down. But I would have predicted they might even go towards Milta Power or Shelter at the very least, playing the center. But they will take the chances. Who knows? They might just close towards the southern side, and Team Hawk might finally see a battle onto their home ground over at Nova Rapnoia.
I wonder if Prison could be the best spot to hold the final battle, because we've always seen that to be relatively interesting, because teams will have to book around the region of Shelter and some part of it being Mansion as well. Those type of ground could be really challenging. Meanwhile, Dingoz slowly refueling. Seems that's like the sound of the buggy engine with no gas on.
Sounds like a V6, man.
V6?
Yeah, 6 cylinders engines, no?
Oh, man of culture.
No, I'm kidding. That's not what it sounds like. I just...
Probably roaring louder, right?
No, V8's the louder one, I think.
Yeah, I gotta keep up with the time. I'm not as fast, Keith.
Fast and furious, it will be.
Yeah.
But like you said, speed kills, so you're sticking up to what you believe in.
Uh-huh.
And, well, they will play this game right now. Pochinki, Farang Guerilla, that is. They have 3 vehicles, so rotating in and out shouldn't be a problem. But where is there one more member? Seemingly stoned. Playing like a rock, just sitting put, I think. Not without vehicles, so you can't really move to places as much.
It must have been a little bit of a heavier drop for Stone every time he goes out of the parachute. Not saying that he weighs more. It's all about the mass of it and the impact.
I mean, which one's heavier? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of rock?
A kilogram of feathers?
Meanwhile, 7-9. Shooting heavy, since we're on a subject of weight here. Shooting heavy towards Crib VIP, but not actually hitting the mark.
It's okay. Like, Lord Harm, was he as lethal as compared to the previous season? Because I remember him to be possibly one of the top fraggers of the past 2 seasons.
Was he the guy from R2K? Yeah, he was.
He was in Anti-Circle before. R2K, honestly, I'm not too sure.
Well, back then, it was just Harm, right? It wasn't Lord Harm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's the R2K Harm.
Okay.
So.
If he goes for another season, what's the upgrade to Lord? King Harm?
Nah, you can't. You can't get to a King because you need to be nulted in to be Lord. And so you need someone on top, and that someone shall never disappear, right?
Is that why he's not captaining the team?
He can be Sir Harm. I think no.
Sir Harm. Oh. So who knighted Sir Cloud in the first place?
Self-claim, looks at himself in the mirror.
Yeah,
decides you're a Sir now.
But Sir Cloud's about to be Professor Cloud.
Oh yeah, he's doing his PhD.
Yeah.
In the midst of it. So we're just gonna wait until that moment where we congratulate the man.
Yeah. Hopefully all the bits of research are coming into fruition, I hope. Same goes to what GEEK Fam is planning up to. An assignment of their own into the circle. Meanwhile, Vigor, inside of the Milton Power Grounds, will have Iron Pro basically driving this classic NSEA all around. Vigor not seemingly batting any eye at all. Just needing a little bit of slumber from all the factory work inside of that power ground.
Yeah, it looks like HomeBois might just crash onto HYVE. But it's only just one member who immediately blanks. Shooting blanks, it seems. Just
He's not even shooting. He's basically swimming in blank water.
Well, I mean, that's what I meant. He's not shooting, right? He's shooting blanks. It means that you got nothing. You're shooting nothing. You're not shooting, technically.
Why you gotta do me like that, man? Okay, as we have HomeBois ironing out the storm. He looked towards the seaside. It's like, actually, nah, no storm. Weather's clear. But he doesn't know what's inside the waters, though. Sharks, they do bite. And maybe as well, these tigers have been biting hard back inside of Sanhok.
Whatever happened to Calamity? He's taken half the damage.
I was about to ask as well, like, what went on? Like, did a mosquito bite him 10 times?
Face planted, accidentally exited the vehicle the wrong way.
Yeah. Okay, so, okay, now nothing's going on. So I was asked this question yesterday by a friend of mine, very randomly in the middle of the night. Would you rather be stuck inside a room full of leeches, or not a room, but like basically a box full of leeches, or a box full of cockroaches? Choose one.
Cockroaches, hands down. Hands down.
Right. I chose the same, and like my friend told me that leeches actually take the bad blood away, and you get to live the healthy ones, but you're gonna be dead with a lot of loss of blood.
Yeah,
and the scars that come with it sucks.
So they're wrong about one thing. Leeches take blood, period. But if you have so many of it, you have to place them onto a spot where bad blood is, right?
Yeah.
But if they're all around you, then you're just sucked dry.
Yeah, overall, I think like we're about to get some bad blood going on against these teams. But it's basically between GEEK Fam as well as Dingoz without the presence of Genexus. RSG also wants to reclaim what's theirs. And they only have to add 3 points on top of whatever Dingoz gains in this round. Meanwhile, 7-9, I think have slowed down their pacing throughout. But they're just 1 point shy to tie it up against NC. Bosskurr somehow is safe over on this low ground here. The lumber hills right above could actually be a dangerous spot, but they do not care. Many of these teams are around that prison ground instead. And SMG, they just celebrated their chicken dinner early on. Just playing it really slowly. We've seen circles end up in this territory before. Drax hoping that it will end up here. And he's not even going to be letting out any sort of sound. Is that a
That's a Shiba Inu, yeah.
I just pet one today.
I saw you on stories. The cute little...
Stalking me.
Cute
Never
little
liked the
doggo.
picture.
What do you mean? It's in your story.
Oh.
It's not
There's
a
a
picture.
hot button you can tap now.
Oh.
Which means you guys could also follow PUBG Mobile Esports on their Instagram account.
I just didn't know what to make of that one. But the fact that Drax is sporting Shiba Inu.
You can also tap hearts on TikTok too.
Seemingly breaking some rules here. Having a Shiba Inu. Why don't they do what Blanks is doing and actually have a unicorn? I saw a unicorn swimming into the ocean.
A unicorn?
Yeah, his one was a unicorn.
Okay, so if a unicorn is swimming, do they get mistaken as seals?
No, poppers are seals.
Wait, what's it? What was it? There are certain
narwhal.
Yeah, narwhal. That's the one. Like, they do look like sea unicorns.
They do. But let's not go into unicorns here. This
It's gnarly.
It's a manly game with firearms and takeouts and.
But the unicorn is back. Even Astro's rocking it.
I've got no.
Is it supposed to be a colorful mohawk?
I've got no defense for that one. I mean, if you're rocking a unicorn,
Real man wear whatever color you want.
sus.
Pink is a manly color. You wore pink the other day. Go against yourself then. Parkour action coming from Flax. We're learning new tricks every single day. Thank you very much, Tabah NSEA. Oh boy.
Team Hawk, I like the movement they made. They immediately gates the bridge, knowing that NC is playing in Sosnovka, and now they might even get free pickings here. Trying to control the entry, but RSG now finds themselves in crucial ground right now. I think
this is their hometown, by the way, and they have to play it out perfectly. So the problem is this. Many of these teams will start crashing into Milta. There's also going to be some over on the top end of the hill. Pin by the shoreline. Maybe some teams will actually cut the cross, trying to get into Milta Power instead. Paburo now getting hunted. More shots coming in from Vigor of Milta Power Grounds. Appy now fires a shot at Blanks. Finds him after he gets out of the water. Edo10 crashes on top of Buru instead. Edo10 is also down. 2 members just lying in wait from HYVE International. I don't think they should go in for any revivals at all because it's 4 rivals here coming up with a crate of their own.
Yeah, but maybe the members can just confirm that 1 kill. You just take out the left leg, cripple them a little bit here. But I don't think they were going to have that chance. Meanwhile, Team Hawk...
You sounded like one of those interrogators I see inside those movies. Cripple their leg. Make them tell the truth.
I mean, sooner or later, someone's got to break, right? And they got, there's only so much punishment a person can take.
But then again, they say breaking a leg means good luck. Does that mean they get a chicken dinner after?
You have a point. I don't know where that origin came in. I don't
contradictions.
I don't know how breaking a leg on stage is ever going to give you good luck, but go break a leg to all these teams here.
Okay. I think that they're going to have some bullet to the knees, if ever the case, if that actually shatters.
Shatter kneecaps. Oh,
ACL torns. And we were just talking about it a couple of days ago, weren't we? Okay, I don't know how that conversation started, but we're not going to get into that, but focus onto RSG. They're starting to give a little bit more room of the Milta grounds instead. They opt to play over onto the apartments, or I wouldn't call them apartments, basically terrace by the sea that they are currently holding out to. Meanwhile, Farang just prefer the beach itself, no walls to cover. Is it still over onto the islands?
They're like at the southern edge of Milta Power, I think.
Yeah, that's very likely it. Okay.
They're ready to go swimming. I think they're predicting that maybe they have to eventually opt for that option.
So they do have the C part going. What does the N stand for?
Oh,
Navigate C?
No, I thought Negeri 9, man. I thought you were asking an actual question.
Okay.
Well, take a look at that. NC already on the South Sea, actually, and now they have to go north. Maybe that N meant the Northern Sea. Would that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
In a way. But I'm thinking about these current teams that are inside the circle, right? We got Crit, we got HYVE International. They're about to be swarmed by a lot of other teams that are going to be making a move, but while at their attempt of doing so, they're going to be shot there. Brian misses a couple of taps out there. Zoli already have a little bit of bursting of tires and vehicles going on. RSG will be able to find one in the back. Vigor will take another member of RSG right on the ground. Where exactly is Vigor? I don't even see this guy.
I don't even know where that bullet hit. He was way behind a wall when that one happened. Dingoz just seemingly maybe aiming the sights right through the windows itself. I'm not sure, but GEEK Fam now finds himself in a sticky situation. Although they are well within circles, they have to expunge some of the utilities. Playing behind a rock, but right next to them, Crit VIP up against M9.
Everyone's storming up to the hills, trying to get a little bit more leverage of the high ground, but yet again, with all these trees, you still need some smokes to work with. Putra now trying to go in with a little bit of bombardment, but it's going to be GEEK Fam over on his back. Mamparang trying to heal up before he could basically coordinate with the rest of his squad. We still see Harm trying to make a move out of the way, and RSG tries to wrap around the members of Team Hawk as they're also getting shoved about by Heikel.
Team Hawk. Right now, they lost one member, just trying to rotate through, all thanks to RSG. But now RSG paying karma, gets 2 members. Oh, luck is so low. Look, he has to survive here. He needs more time, but gets shot down by Funky. From the back end, the higher ground, he's got eyes, and well, it is Crit VIP who bows out first. But now Farang looking to go in for the push, parks his car right there. Maybe to go in the same stone, but no, luck. Has got luck on his side.
Crashing in, though.
Probably rolls onto 2 members here. But it's only the 1 member left, still fending for the life of RSG. Gets spot out. Shot!
He goes down too. Look and behold. He's also gone for now. I was supposed to hype him up, but it's counterproductive of me to do so. Fredo, though, with a double takedown. Meanwhile, Chizzy will pick one out of the Team Secret. Quick reaction coming out of Fredo once again. Make that 3 for Team Secret.
Izane find himself the first to exit into the lobby here, but the fight's not done just yet. M9 is right below them. If Team Secret wants to have that all-classico battle again, M9 has to first address GEEK Fam, but now HomeBois coming in, trying to take some scraps. The bottom feeders, they will get it!
Oh boy. HomeBois, this could be a really good chance now that the sector is kind of cleared out. Does have to deal with the rest of Team Hawk that's still around the compound. So many utilities being utilized by both Dingoz as well as 4 rivals. But I don't think that there's a clear victor right here. Everybody is losing vision. They just gotta luck it out with some of all these grenades, but there's more up the hills, and 4 rivals are starting to bite the bullets.
Talking about biting bullets, GEEK Fam, they are a resilient one. I thought they found themselves in, oh my god, well, they're not in better position now as well. And they still have got M9 to play against with. Team Secret might come in as a third party, but oh, GEEK Fam snipes from the window itself. Putra gets a crucial pick-off. And now the rest of the members of GEEK Fam will have to come and rotate and maybe cover the lack thereof right now, but they have ideas here. M9, they know that they could even run in for an entry. HYVE is the first to be knocked out here, so that's unfortunate. They're ace in the hole, out for the count.
By the factory grounds, we see the rest of Dingoz charging right in. Still by the corners of the wall, suspecting that there's going to be a team inside, and it's going to be 4Pro that hunts out Ricky, the unsuspecting victim. Now they do see a couple of movements cutting across. Dingoz should know that they're up above, but of course have no clue where Vigor is at the moment. But we move back over to the side of MAB, the knock one member outside of NC for the moment. Magics will try to get Damroot. Damroot does survive with a vehicle still burning up. He's just trying to crush it right through, but HomeBois, they have Iron Pro basically looking over this whole terrain, and they know that this is a perfect trap setup. And Damroot, he's barely got any cover.
Yeah, GEEK fam, worse for wear right now. Not in the best of position. Everyone's just gunning them down. There's even NC, HomeBois, and more member. Even they're tossing nades forward. I don't know how GEEK fam is going to play their way out of this, but they have been through clutch moments countless of times here, but they have to pull off that miracle sooner than later because the rest of the teams are breaching in circle and they might not have much wiggle room to play around with.
Oh, speaking of which, same could be said about April right there, being dropped out instead. Team Secret now coming with a huge performance, 5 frags already. GEEK fam lands their name onto HomeBois, and they've been trading right back. And here comes the rest of MAB charging right through. And see, they arrive onto the ground, and they will immediately be taken out instead. But there's still some shots being fired. The rest of NC is not gone just yet. Big nade, drop right in. Flax falls down to the ground, only leaving Flex right alive. But he's also trying to heal up by the blue zone. There's nothing much that he can do but just to wait out, but he doesn't seem like he has much time left. MAB will try to sweep their way through, but then again, Team Hawk, they're still in that perfect position, but that's about to change in a matter of seconds. Let's see where the circle goes.
My God, Lex has got eyes on a member of MAB. He could come in. Oh, spots a Mocky as well. Information gathered. Yes, sir. Is he going to take the shot? That is something he has to contemplate right now, but he's down to his last meds and might have to secure that 1 kill.
Yeah, he will have to at least walk away with something. He goes in for Calamity instead. Flicks it over onto Iftar, but it will be the member of MAB, Maki, that managed to save it all throughout. Imagine if it got all 3 though. That could be the play that they've needed.
Clutch of the century, I would call that one. Again, by Lex, the guy who crashed his car into water and stood there for the longest time in America. Meanwhile, GEEK fam now officially bowed out. HomeBois looking like this might be the turnover they needed. 4 kills, still 3 members can go in for the revive. And they are finding themselves in good position. Meanwhile, can't say the same for Bosskurr right now under fire against the Wonder Kid himself. It's Look from Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, it's make it or break right now. Sam9 tries to even make a move, but the engines barely got started. Harm somehow does survive. He does drop a couple of nades back in towards Team Hawk's territory. Forces Camper to hide out for the temporary moment. Now another nade being cooked up though. They will toss even more up into the windows, to the walls. It goes. HomeBois now coming in with a 5 frag of their own. And now, with those coin flip attempts, they are doing it. MAB also secures 5 more, and they're finding ways to take down Sam9. Putrar's already out, supplementing the attack against Team Hawk. 1 grenade lobbed right in. They try to peek out, but can MAB do it? He turns his back. They don't know where he's at, though.
He could just sneak one and get the kill, confirming he has to. Right now, MAB also losing 2 members already, but they got the 7 kills in the bag. HomeBois just looking absolutely phenomenal. Rail gets a nade kill onto 4th row, but Sam9, Parang, hey, he couldn't get the sneaky play off here, so he will bow out for the time being. Meanwhile, Rail has got eyes on the members of HYVE. Tosses a nade, but will it connect onto both of them? He will confirm 1, and another one will die out to the blue.
Yeah, they have to basically give out their position, but 7th placement, respectable for HYVE International. Meanwhile, Bosskurr running their way around. They're just swerving through the northern side of the map, and they will basically find members of Yoodo Alliance right in front of them. Inside the smoke is going to be 1, will be claimed by Apoy instead. And Leo hoping that this one will save their current situation. But being able to toss it directly over onto Ima. Now another one next though. Not being able to actually get much out of it, but Tom, he's looking under the grasses here for these snakes. Couldn't land the shots as well. And it's basically helter-skelter overall. Leo, DP28 into the window, only doing chip damage.
He's got an idea though. HomeBois know the positioning of Yoodo Alliance. If they keep shooting this way, maybe the likes of, Dingoz Esports gets taken out from Team Hawk, who has got the compound but not the circle, and they might have to leave it sooner than later here. But Team Hawk, they are on a roll. It's been a while since we've seen them perform this hopeful, but now Yoodo Alliance getting shot down by HomeBois. Bosskurr now has the free reign within the circles.
One chicken dinner to change the situation again, to race up against MUGEN, HYVE, and everybody else. It's the bonus points that they need to seek by the very end of the Sunday round. And you don't want to be at the bottom of the barrel because that rewards no points at all. Pro trying to pull it right back. Circle is over on the northern side. There are only 3 more teams left. Pro gets a lot of attention being drawn towards him. Now he's stuck by the corner of the stone. Ah boy, I've already landed some of all these shots. 4 members all well in line. Bosskurr is doing it though, making it hard for our Team Hawk as well as HomeBois.
Well, HomeBois still in the lead here. 8 kills despite only having 2 members. Do they need even more? It seems like HomeBois repositioned himself, but Iron Pro gets punished in the process here. Bosskurr, our boy Riz saw the car moving in, so they have a rough idea, and that would probably be HomeBois already taken out. It is a good effort though, 8 elimination, 3rd place, but meanwhile Team Hawk now under gunfire, and Bosskurr, they show up big time, the big bosses, the CEOs of Erangel, the first Erangel of week number 2, day number 5.
The bosses here have been giving orders and they will receive their first ever chicken dinner. Wait, was it the first? Actually, no, I lost track. At least for today, here in the very first match of Erangel overall. But that was also great performance from all the other teams, but they definitely have stepped up to the plate where we saw they were also playing around that middle ground for the longest of time. They were initially over on the south side of that lumber yard, and there wasn't any cover for them to play. I was just surprised to see all 4 members stay intact because no other team could have actually lasted that long with every member still being left around.
I think it's the hardest circle. It's a hard circle to play, right? And for Bosskurr to still clutch things out for themselves, it's a lot of telling here. Thankfully, though, some of the HomeBois actually deflected the threat that was coming out from Yoodo Alliance? Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, the former Farang team. Olayo was there. That could have been a threat for Bosskurr. They couldn't handle it, and because of the likes of HomeBois taking out those 2 who were suppressing Bosskurr at that current state, that allowed them to do so much in this map.
Yeah, when we see big teams like Senpai also struggling to make all the sort of rotation into the circle, while this part right here was basically that golden pot which HomeBois have been able to bait teams to rush right at him, and to our surprise, not only did they turtle, they basically come in with the reversal and counter up the attack, while 4 rivals come in driving and gunning at the same time. We have Team Hawk, who has made it to the top 3 by just hiding themselves in that same shack that they've been using to make it into the final battle.
Yeah, but it's also a big step up from HomeBois here. They got so much kill. I believe that was 8 and the 3rd place here. So they were previously down in the 20th spot. This could very well put them maybe close enough to the 16th position here. Just enough to garner some points towards the end of the day, or maybe even higher to make it into Livik if they can keep up the sort of performance they did in this one match.
And that's a fair point. I think we haven't highlighted enough that top 12 teams will get to play that bonus round inside Livik. So Bosskurr, they will basically spend very little time by the blue. The longest one have been at least soaking some damage with Dingoz with 36 seconds. And we see them traveling from quite far away. But here are our match rankings with Bosskurr having 22 points added up. Meanwhile, HomeBois, this is their best run for the week, 18 points. Is it sufficient though?
We'll have to see when that one flashes out, because last I remember they were only on the 40-ish mark here. But Bosskurr, this time around the chicken dinner they had, it looks more convincing than the ones they did in Sanhok, in which they just turtled the way through and GEEK fam just jumped straight down. So this time around, firepower going on their side, and they've proven it time and time again that this team actually can shoot, and they shoot well, and this is hopefully one of many more chicken dinners for them to take home. But let's take a look across the board here. Crit VIP, it gets only 1 point down at bottom. They were the first one out.
Yeah, and speaking of Crit VIP, this is a player that used to play with some of these members as well back in the days of EVO's VIP, and it's going to be THQ Michael there that has done tremendous amount of damage. Well, you see battles were erratic, it happens all over the place, but somehow, even when you turtled in, the problem with turtling into any sort of compound is that you only have a few windows to work with. I think the chunk of the damage that they were dealing was against some players out of MAB, some players out of 7-9 as well. So he have backed himself a total MVP points of 3.2.
Yeah, unfortunately for all the Giants who people are expecting to just go ham today, turkey ham today, well, they did not really show up, right? GEEK Fam was out, Sam9 was out, and this was like the best chance for GEEK Fam to actually exacerbate the lead. But right now, with the amount of minute points that they were able to garner, it doesn't seem like the lead is big enough for them to feel safe, because now more maps onwards, Genexus is coming in.
Yeah, and Team Secret is in the really shaky ground because there's Team Hawk as well as Bosskurr to basically trade positions with them. And unless if they get a chicken dinner, then they'll be ranked against DD and the rest of them. So on the second page here is where we see more of those sort of movements. HomeBois pushing MUGEN down. I think that is one news that will at least relieve them only slightly, because on 19, that's only 1 point.
Yeah, they have to, well, keep up this sort of performance, right? Third place, 8 kills, if they can do that. So for the rest of the day today, for sure they'll make it into the top 12.
Let's take a look again on how this nightmare of a circle began, right?
Yeah.
So we were on all sorts of stuff while we started off talking about spiders, webs, and all kinds of powers and responsibilities. So they come in from the north end point, and this was a specific spot.
The Lumber Hills, right?
Yeah, the Lumber Hills, where they just hung out for the longest of time on a 2-2 split, and somehow this position actually paid off. But then again, to my surprise is that how did they avoid it for Rivals and also Dingoz that was also fighting on that lower side of the compound?
You're right. I mean, from prison and stuff, I
That
guess
is something I want to see.
we'll find out here how they rotated. They moved, the circle actually closed upon them, so they had the center side here, and Four Rivals can come in without ever having to go against Bosskurr.
So they basically trade positions, which Team Hawk eventually compromised the southern side of those compounds. So the northern side is where HomeBois were actually holding out. So we see a 5-way warfare. Rarely said by us, by the way. 5-way.
5-way.
So it definitely is a little bit fatal as we see.
Fatal 5-way warfare. I get that.
Yeah, so MAB, sure, they had those sort of numbers and they did trade really well. But Team Hawk with that sort of split, I think that the natural covers that they get, or should I say man-made covers, definitely give them a lot more room, where HomeBois, they were on the other side. Well, they're not really having the best time ever when they were facing off against Damn Rude, but eventually they drove into the middle of it all, which is basically smack over maybe 50 meters, where Bosskurr is currently placed over on the south side. So that's where things started to get better and better. And Real being the last man out there, we thought he's going to pull off another solo clutch, but in the white map, highly unlikely on flat grounds.
Yeah, but this was the very crucial moment for Team Bosskurr, right? Look at that, they're pincered. Although they do have the circle, it's the fact that HomeBois got straight fire against Yoodo Alliance here. That's what gave Bosskurr the confidence to play a little bit more on that bottom of the hill here. Although they just stayed their ground, Team Hawk moves and pushed against them. It was Iron Pro from the far side, which they also addressed and immediately just stormed front against Team Hawk, who happens to just crash into their lane.
And that's all that we do have for the recap of that previous match. And that was actually quite enjoyable because we see so many of all these different teams other than the top dogs to finally claim all these points out there. So makes things harder for Genexus. Same could be said about GEEK Fam. Wasn't really the best showing, but they still added some points. So Genexus now needs to catch up more than 30 over points. But before we get into all these nitty-gritty details, let's, of course, take a couple of minutes break, and we'll be right back after this for more chicken dinners, as we still have 4 more maps to go.
See you in 5.
Guerilla. Adakah hari ini jadi sampai? Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan.
Who
will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham, dekat SEM9 tu jangan selesa sangat kat SEM9 dengan Ham Kalau kau tusun nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini, ni tiba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni. Okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah ayah berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akar tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula. Nama saya kan Kid. Kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga. The King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan D-Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL, kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku jentik konsol kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok gol kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10.
Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dulu lah. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku IJ aku ikut aku.
Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang tak?
Binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni?
Apa tu bodoh? Masuk benda. I behind you. You go first. Okay.
Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Bodoh. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan. Terus snack. Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas tu. Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas.
Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na.
HYVE.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, HYVE, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At HYVE, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit GEEK Fam. Baka yung team secret pala kanina. Pero right now, HYVE goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko. Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK Fam. HYVE managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the quest to work this out. It's Kido managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you'll receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
you've changed. Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We are fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak, and when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app.
Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today.
Welcome back once again to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH, and you are basically here with us, Keith, as well as Contra, as we're going to be moving into our third match of our final run of Week 2 on this Sunday night. Thank you for joining us. Keith, I need to hear your thoughts. Like, man, who's going to be at number 1? Is it still going to be GEEK Fam by the end of the day?
Well, I have to say, both these teams just end up underwhelming right now. GEEK Fam and Genexus. Sure, you could say that Genexus didn't really play the second game of the day, but GEEK Fam wasn't great in trying to get that lead, to increase that lead, which means it's an easier point for Genexus now.
Yeah, that's a really good point because they did manage to bridge the gap. It still remains to be neutral. But the moment when GEEK Fam does not play, that's where I think Genexus will take every single opportunity out there to close it out. Now, let's also talk about the charts here as we look at the damage output of these players. We start off here, we did have Heiko taking the MVP. Usually the MVP is the guy with the highest damage. Yes.
We've made peace with that. The guys with the most influence.
He looks like Harm for a moment with better hair.
Yeah, it is 7-9 Harm right on the board there. Not Lord Harm, though. They missed out his title. Oh, someone's getting fired.
I'm also not forgetting Fredo getting number 2 on the charts for both damage as well as the frags. Iron Pro is actually the one with the most kills. 5 elimination points secured by the HomeBois player that you have scrutinized quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm saying they stepped up in this one match, but still, the scrutiny was well-deserved, I would say, this entire week. But we will move on from bad performances because it's a new map here. Not really new map, it's an old map, but a new round we're going to play. So every round's a redemption round, including HomeBois, who will not be playing this time around. So Erangel, Group A will be sitting out. It's B, C, D, E. So right now, Genexus will have the chance to, gap close under the like of GEEK, especially after that poor performance from GEEK Fam in the first Erangel.
Well, overall, I guess members of GEEK Fam just have to maintain those marks. And if you count it, like, every round you get an average of 5 to 10, that should easily maintain it for GEEK Fam members out there. Meanwhile, Genexus has to work really hard, where you can't assume that GEEK Fam will drop out all too early. So let's go to the predictions real quick. So this time, well, actually not predictions yet. We're going for Blackpink collaboration. We have the virtual concert happening tonight, or it might have actually passed. I'm not too sure.
I think it's passed. I think it's the 1st of August, my good friend.
I want you guys to stay with us.
Tonight. It's tonight.
It is tonight. Don't lie to me. I'm a blinker. Remember that. Remember, you still need those concert tickets though. So you could basically get your pass to see your favorite idols, and you could also get some of all these cool looking outfits out there so you can look as great as the Blackpink members.
But you know what's the bigger sell here? The fact that tonight we will find out what the world record challenge is. So stick out around for that. But also this one, big things up for grab. Malik and Shark, the two main characters in KL Gangsters. If you're a Malaysian, you know the reference right here. It's from a local film, and you now have a voice pack in which they can finally yell into your ears whenever you feel like spamming it. And so go get one for yourself. This is an exclusive one and a very special one since it's all dear to home.
I'll stay away from John Battalion, by the way.
That's
because they've been blocking it for quite some time every time they flash up. Anyways, Rabu Padu is where you can basically get 3 chicken dinners with your friends out there, and you'll be awarded with the Lilac Attack suit. I finally got it right. Finally got it right.
Chicken tokens. Just log in every Wednesday and, well, claim it for yourself. Lilac Attack, as Contra mentioned. But if you want another grind for another set of suit here, Royal Pass M13 already out in the market. Get yourself, unlock that Royal Pass, start grinding the game, and get yourself the Mecha Sanctum set that is embellished with gold.
Well, I was just zooming into his fingers, right? Like, wow, it seems like he has like some sort of
knuckle busters.
Yeah, and he also does have bandages for extra grip, meaning to say, you should chop her.
You will do it better.
That too.
That's in the bag. That's in the bag sometime soon. But first, you know what's in the bag is the winner chicken dinner prediction, in which we have casted just before this one. And, well, you went Geek fam. I went Genexus. I think Geek has been having a rough start right now. Genexus has got 5 games lead to the Geek fam 4. And so we'll see who's going to actually end up ahead.
I'm sorry, but tides may actually change from here on. Like, everyone's riding on the Genexus train, but realistically, like, I gave you the math. Like, you don't really have to try too hard as Geek fam as compared to Genexus here. And most likely than not, this score will eventually be settled by the end of Livik, because there's no way that they're not making off of that top 12, right? So, well, they are definitely here to play it all the way throughout. So that's also down to stamina of play. But basically, with the discussion between these two teams, it's always about firepower, I would say. So far, I think like matches where we saw Bosskurr as well as Loyu. Yeah. They were hampered inside of Sanok, and we saw the results. They will still have Lung out there to eventually be fighting for that healing game as well, but
to be
not
fair,
really the position that he should be in.
To be fair, SMG had flank side and they had the hills. It was a tough nut to crack through, right? And it is Sanok. We know how tough it is to play that map. But on history alone, just to counter again what you said, Geek fam doesn't need to work that hard. The difference are not that much. Remember, it's just 1 chicken dinner and 15 kills to close in that gap with Geek fam.
Yeah.
And they have 1 game ahead of Geek fam.
It's interesting to see that the pattern of the way that they close out games is usually 14 kills and above. And let's see which one of these teams will be able to do it, as this is going to be the final round inside of the map of Erangel here in the PMPL MYSGPH.
Yeah, Geek fam, they tried it once and then failed. Now they have the chance to try it again and maybe pull it back to where they were before as the Kings of Erangel in their heyday, which really just happened this week, not too far ago. But this time around, we have the flight path, Primorsk, Severny, cutting across.
I know there's a trend going on. Today's flight is very off-center, right?
And it's always on the west side, too.
Huh. Something to ponder about. The West Side team. That's also Geek fam. The Nexus, though. Where did they plant themselves again inside of
Yasnaya?
It's not Pollyanna, so East versus West.
Oh.
Feels like something that we see a lot in rap battles. Somebody can actually make a rap battle and then basically banner inside the chat. Can you guys do that? Find something that rhymes and basically try to take each other out.
You gotta be Harry Mack to do that. But again, it all goes down to where the circle draws, because remember, previous game, although flight path was west side, circle came in on south. And so they still have to anticipate a curveball that might potentially strike upon D when it does happen. Right now, no showing just as of yet. DBD already have a head start in the loot game, dropping in pretty early, and look, well, the circle does favor the likes of Genexus over in Yasnaya.
West side it is, then more shots coming in the way of HYVE International, getting the vehicle snatched away. I think blanks can make do without for the moment. But then again, this open field is going to be pretty hard to basically navigate without vehicles. And Darude is not too far off from where Dingoz is currently at. And interesting enough, you take a look at positioning, Geek fam as well as Dingoz, first and third respectively, though there is significant difference in when it comes down to the point gap. But all in all, one thing's for sure, these two teams respect each other that much in the early game that they don't really pick on each other that much as we want to possibly see it, though.
I mean, they're saving it for the last few moments, right? It's called savor the moment, save the best for last. You don't really want to bow out too soon, because in the end of the day, in any given team fight, there's an off chance that you might be the one who lose out as well. So I guess because each other, they studied the drop spots kind of understood who are potential threats towards their own personal rotation and play accordingly. Maybe even avoid some of these teams which are smart. You probably don't want to come in contact with Genexus, especially with the run they had yesterday.
That's true. The Genexus have potentially the best record of their week overall, and some even say the entirety of week 1 and 2 combined in a single day of achievements. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, multiple top-end finishes. Couldn't say the same about Sem9. Some good games, some bad games that comes along. A team plagued with inconsistency now. Though, I mean, that's the reality of things, but we know this team to be a high-caliber unit. Lots of smoke secured by depth, but what he needs, he doesn't get.
Oh,
Bags,
more smoke.
Helmets. Vests. That actually adds up to usually more stash if you do have even the vest on. So let's see what really happens from here on. The Nexus over on the Asnaya Pollyanna. Now, sometimes I wonder what these names actually mean. I know that is in a certain type of language. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say the word right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I thought it was just like another, they derived it from Polynesia or something.
Polynesia of all places? No, it's over on the northeast side of the world map, I would say.
The northeast side. Very specific. And if you trail northeast, you find yourself back in the spot where you followed. So because the world's round. So if you keep going northeast,
wait, you keep going northeast,
you're gonna find yourself back in square one.
You might end up southwest on Brazil.
Yeah, and if you keep going straight, you still end up back there. It's a circle. So you're not narrowing it down. That's the point.
Has somebody ever traveled the world but in a vertical manner? Like North Pole to South Pole? I wonder how that ride's gonna feel.
Unbearable, at the very least.
You see water all the way for hours and
no, it's
oh,
not
look,
that.
Ice.
It's not
Aurora.
that. Because you get North and the South Pole are like two of the worst places to be, right? It's just cold and nothing to look at.
Speaking of Aurora, we have Mr. Andrew Chan, the operation manager of Crit VIP.
Oh, I thought it was country manager.
Country manager. Oh, sorry, I forgot. This guy's a big man now.
Yeah,
right?
He's a big boy.
So if he's watching the stream, where's my jersey, boy? By the way, plug in for them. You guys can also cop your favorite team's jersey. Go ahead, visit their Facebook pages or something like that. And likelihood of you finding a link to purchase this jersey to support them definitely goes a long way. So yeah, there's a bunch of them out there. Whatever you will support GEEK Fab, Genexus, Dingoz, RSG, list goes on. And well, and maybe now on their way might just actually bump into Farang Guerilla. Oh, they actually do.
Straight out with the gun, though. They are greeting each other with bullets to fly right across the map. They are playing from two opposite ends, but both on the same elevation of hills. But Farang Guerilla do have a couple of rocks to play behind from. MAB just finding themselves in actually a widely dangerous, a more dangerous position, seeing as though they've got nothing but trees to play with.
Is that going to be a little bit of dance that they're going to come up with, though?
A dance?
Yeah.
Why would they have a dance?
Why they would dance?
They're brothers? No, they're not.
Sorry, I'm being very stereotypical, though. Anyways, you don't get the point. You don't get the point
I don't
at
get
all.
the point.
It's okay.
I missed that one. That was on me. I'm uncultured. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay. We see Musin Nagan on Razor. We haven't seen him on snipers for quite a while, but he used to be very lethal, especially when passing that M249 or AEWM. And I haven't seen a single AEWM wielded by any of these players thus far. Honestly, I'm just waiting for that day, whether it's this week or the next. For this week, it's only going to be like, what, 4 maps to play out, including this one? Because teams, they have heavily favored MG3. You saw how much damage that weapon does. I think AUG as well as Groza come second. Which one would you prefer, actually?
I like the Groza because the sound it makes. It sounds like the fire rate.
I like AUG, but Gyoza makes me hungry. And Groza reminds me of that.
Oh, yeah. The dumplings. A fancy way of saying dumplings.
Yes. Japanese way of saying dumplings.
Why you gotta be all
so uncultured?
So fancy? Everyone knows dumplings. Let's say dumplings.
There's so many types of dumplings in the world. Do you know that? There's
wait,
what? There's like Korean dumplings. There's Chinese dumplings. There's so many other dumplings out there. But these teams hope not to be turned into dumplings, though. Like, yeah, you get wrapped around and you get cooked in hot soup.
I just had dinner, but now I'm hungry again because soup dumplings, they're something.
Chicken dumplings is still chicken dinner. Food for thought. Food for thought.
Yeah, I wanted to disagree, but you're right. But at the same time, I could argue that
That's a very light dinner.
our quantity-wise, it's not the same thing.
What
you
if
would
you
be
have
proud.
30 dumplings?
That's like consolation prize.
Okay.
Oh, look at Genexus. They left Yasnaya. I think because the way of the circle was before, they went straight for center, and now they have to go back. They have to hope that no other team's occupying it. I mean, they aren't, but they don't know that.
Not a clue at all, I guess. Meanwhile, it's not Pollyanna. Is where Genexus home ground is at. So this is the time we see Genexus probably pulling their grand scheme of things. So I wonder what the grand plan is all about, though. Now that they're going back into the city, we expect many of the teams to also move in at least on the far west end side of the... It's not building. Oh, and AWM, and it goes over to Kim. I'm happy now. Ooh. And Kim, probably the best guy to wield this weapon. I remember the days where he was in other teams overall. TRX Elementus, he popped off, and his title of role for the team was support. He was top 2 fragger of his team, and probably on that season alone, the top fragger.
I mean, if you're getting a sniper, then you should be in a support position here because you're going in from the front.
I feel like somebody has to support the sniper guy.
Really? Sniper's safe. He's in position you can't get.
That's what you think?
You can't get the sniper man to go push on forward.
Unless you have another sniper on the other side.
How often do you see someone get an AWM here?
This is one out of...
This is the first time this week.
I want to say 1 out of 20. The odds are so low.
Exactly. So I'm worrying about the other team having an AWM themselves. Their chances are nil.
Well, I think Luke kind of wish he got one. That's what he was known for. In Malay, they call him the king of Suntik. Well, the king of jabs. Is that the way to put it? Can't call him the king of vaccines.
Yeah, I guess shots, vaccine shots.
King of shots. Okay,
makes sense, right?
Better.
Yeah. King of shots.
Shots come in a variety of forms. Like, I mean, every single weaponry here has shots. Eye shots have shots.
But that's why he's the king of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Fair argument to me.
So he's brother of Luke, brother Luke. But does that mean that Leia is the sister?
Wait, are you being serious?
What?
Are they siblings?
I
can't be, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I messed up my Star Wars.
No, wait. Luke and Adik Luke. Oh, wait, I hear it now. I hear it now. Yeah, I guess that's why you said siblings.
Hopefully nobody comes in and say, I am your father. Okay, enough Star Wars for now. We got GEEK Fam up those hills, now challenging SMG. SMG got the chicken dinner today. GEEK Fam yet to get one, but they won't fly bullets to the head. Bro, great shots coming from Drax on that UMP, but he's also getting battered bruised. Oh, trying to do a 360 spin. But it still will be snipes that come from the jump shot.
Micah has to support. This is too risky for GEEK Fam already. They already have one member down, and now that's two. They might confirm that kill. Oh, Damroot comes in with a great support. He couldn't even confirm the kills on GEEK Fam, so a good start. Actually, they got one.
Oh
So
my.
already crippled from the get-go.
And that's High, the top Terminator of the league thus far. Here comes Jet
Oh,
with a drop
no.
shot. Well, actually not a drop shot. I thought he was going to claim lives, but he's just going to be able to save one member. Then goes to Micah here. He needs the firepower. Same goes to Pamburu. Going to be attacking towards Razor, and it doesn't seem like they have any advantage at all. April does get clipped.
Genexus.
But from where?
From
Luyu.
Genexus, far out. Yes, Naya. Well, it's not like they didn't see this one coming. They know that was their hometown at Genexus, but this battle still draws on. SMG versus GEEK Fam. Already, GEEK Fam trying to trade it. They do get 2 members of SMG.
1v1.
Yeah, Shinzi has got to pull this one for the team. It's not Hin, it's Shinzi. Actually, it's a 2v1. GEEK Fam still has 2 members. They got the pickup, but now it's a 1v1. But Shinzi lower in HP, but maybe he can clutch things out. We've seen Real do this one before. Micah OP, crucial right now. Oh, nearly. He whiffed a little bit there, and that could be his window for SMG, but SMG is the one who falls.
The left swing has got it in the back for GEEK Fam. Micah saving the day. And it seems like they always take turns to do so. Calamity will face the wrath of Sem9, and I thought that they'll rain Calamity upon Sem9 instead, but it will walk away with every member unscathed. There's a little bit of tickle going on there. For Rivals, they took the bunker into the middle of the fields, and well, for Rivals, I understand that they get a perfect 360 view, but that also means that the enemies could see them. So, Foki, he's going to need a little bit of pickup.
Yeah, but look at Genexus though. That's they have the entire Yasnaya locked down for themselves. They're spread it wide open, and it's Kiddo looking like they might fall down, and they will, but it is actually Kuza also gets Shigan down at the same time. DBD looking to claim the killers, going out at them on their tail.
For Rivals, though they are in between these smokes, it's not really the best position for them to challenge the final member of Crit VIP, as they still have Xiaoboy as well as Lung, who is also tagging on to them. So at least 4 Rivals get some pickoffs against Crit VIP. And seems like the struggle will continue on. HYVE International launching the attack against Ate. And they are finally booked by the corners of the wall. But can these 2 members make the cut against Dingoz?
They will try. HYVE International, we've seen them pull off the greatest upset right now. They already got 1 member. That's Ate. Real and Ricky left to fight things out. Although Real has got a history of clutching right now. Vigor, 4th row actually, Vigor will get a kill onto Ate, as I mentioned. And now Ricky is left to play.
But they have to look out though. Vigor has got those vision, but he will set up a little bit more smoke. So they're already on their wheels trying to move out. This is time for them to actually go in for the spray, but instead they hop off the wheels just in the nick of time. And HYVE International very likely to close it out. They spot out Ricky just moving out of smoke. Very swift moves coming in from Vigor. And Real just hiding inside. 1 member left. Not much to fend for, but here goes Xiaoboy.
Genexus.
And C has lurked in.
Yeah, they try to take the compound that Genexus controls right now, and they're paying the price. They forgot security is pretty up the edge here, and talking about which, HYVE defended theirs as well. That is Dingoz out in 14th place.
No points to take, and that opens up room for RSG to chase. And there's also other teams out there vying for their spot as well. Circle goes further into the Yasnaya grounds as well, still covering the entire sector of the city. 4th row coming in from the northeastern side. Meanwhile, DBD, they took the north point. Same goes to GEEK Fam that only has about 3 members to play with. They lost HYVE from the get-go. And Farang Guerilla, they're about to also move right under the noses of Crit VIP. And Examzi, I believe, will be the final member that remains for the team. Meanwhile, Zake's coming in with a little bit of a widespread of shots. Just hitting the grass. Bright grass. I wonder how's the weather really like. I think teams are getting chills.
It's very confusing, right? If you take a look at the layout of Erangel, you think it's more tropical, but then you see like dried out grass up on a field, so you'd assume that it's blazing hot. But then take a look at Stalberg and Mashke. It looks like those hills, like Gunting Highlands, where it's just chilly on the top side. So.
I was talking to an American friend when I did visit Singapore recently, and like they couldn't really stand the heat here because, yes, he's from California, but we know that California is mostly sunny, right? But at least the weather won't have humid air, which makes things a little bit stickier. Over here, I think that maybe it's a little bit more of a Alabama weather. I don't even know how Alabama is like.
Same. I don't. Never been. Gotta get my visa if I've ever wanted to. But meanwhile, DBD up against HYVE takes out Edo 10. At the same time, Genexus again raking in the kills. Look at the kill feed right now. 4 kills on the GEEK fam, 2 onto Genexus. So it's these two who's racing head-to-head to be on top. But RSG getting punished right now. 2 members gunned down by Sam9, who already has 5 killing streak.
Struggling to even get into a better spot there. They were basically just moving in between the wheat fields. Genexus finds another member of RSG. Couldn't really get him out. Oh, interesting parking coming in, blocking the shots instead. A little bit of miscom, but at least they will set up a bunker. But here we go. Circle directly back into Genexus territory. It's not Pollyanna. Everybody book a room because we're going to have a cinematic display of skills coming out of all our teams that are still on board. 13 team remains. Mamparang finds Rex. So many RSG members bruised up and sent out to the lobby, only leaving one behind. So they have the same fate as some of these teams out there. It seems like VIP, they still have 2 remaining. I thought there was only 1 left.
Oh, Genexus versus GEEK right now. That battle is happening. Whoever who comes out on top has the chance to accumulate more points and maybe even run away with the flag with it.
It could be one of the most important fights that we're seeing for the entirety of the evening, or should we say the entire week itself. Because when you take out the opposers out there, GEEK fam wins, they take the big lead, and currently they're also extended that lead by having the +4 point. Hey Noob now taking 2 members out of Sam9.
Sam9 pushes in though, Manparang already within the vessel, and that is this virus. Trying to eat them from the inside, but Farang can't say the same for them. They try to push in through, but the antibodies, Genexus, will keep them at bay, and now they're dropping like flies. We'll have to find some other HUD to maybe camp for the time being, but BuBu gets taken out with a nade.
Oh, that's a really close blow right there, and members of Genexus starting to have their members getting tagged all over the corner. Doesn't seem like it's working in favor for them. Meanwhile, GEEK fam, if they do see them on the kill feed, they'll be smiling from one cheek to the other. See.
They have to go in for the revive, man. Genexus need all the members they can get if they really want to outlast the likes of the Geeks. But meanwhile, Bosskurr takes out Bosskurr, another member, on his knees. And just when it seemed very hopeful for Genexus, they're drifting further and further. Meanwhile, GEEK fam already 7 in the kill feed.
Genexus, they got distracted by so many teams moving into the city. They did claim at least 5 corners by taking down some members out there. But Boki still crawling. Doesn't seem like they could actually make their way in. Snipes just adding up to the pain. And Yoodo Alliance give a glimpse towards Genexus. That could have been another pointer for them to raise. 8 points now for GEEK fam. They're just farming against 4 rivals, literally by the farms.
I think BuBu is done for. They're leaving him to die. It's a bit too risky to leave and go in for the revive, I think. No, just as I say,
they
that
pick him up though. It's still very much playable, but then again, GEEK fam
has
know what
to push.
exactly to do. Like they can hold out first because they understand 4 rivals still have 1 member. You want to hit that double-digit mark by hitting a perfect 10er. I think 9 is already a good number. But after that, what do they do next? Because GEEK fam, like you said, need to move in.
Yeah, they have to push into circle, and I think that's where they're going to be vulnerable. Meanwhile, Genexus' role is they have to, counteract the number of eliminations that GEEK fam has already accumulated. So they need to get 9 kills of their own to call it 0 and start raking up more from then on to end it with a chicken dinner high enough total point accumulation to maybe challenge the likes of the Geeks. But Geek Fam,
passing by.
Yep, on cars, already making a move into circle now. Smack dab in the center. Neighboring, shoulder to shoulder against Geek, but first they have to deal with Axis.
They found Snipes right across. And this could basically spark that warfare between the top 2 teams. Axis, redONE, will have 1 member taken out by MUGEN himself. Meanwhile, MUGEN makes their way over an offside, having Ares run across the sole member. This ain't no Winter Soldier, but that will do. RepoBoy, frags after frags. Trying to flush out the rest of DBD, but it's going to be Health in there to need saving grace right now. RSG bows out 10th place. 7-9. Going in with a Jacob peak here against Geek Fam. It seems like everybody's stuck on those compounds. Then this is the first urban warfare that we finally get to see up over in the northern sector of the map. Luyu burns down 1 member of the Geek Fam. Will they make a push right here, right now?
I don't think they should go for it. I think they have to play for the bigger game. Think of the chicken dinner. Don't just deny Geek Fam from a chance to accumulate points, because right now they're still on a surplus.
Ooh,
if they were to go in right now and risk their position and get taken out, it would bite them back really hard. And so Genexus just play it safe. You're going to get more kills if you play this one right.
7 tempo straight right now. We have more players taken now. It's going to be Eno10 that spots out Ares, and things are going to get a lot more confusing. Shots going to be fired from every single floor that we see. Naya, you can see, overall, you have the rooftop to count as the 4th floor. That's going to be the highest point, which Xiaoboy is going to take it up a notch, going up to rooftops instead. And here comes Jimmy, popping the nade, exposing his position, forcing the rest of Yoodo Alliance to hold right back. But remember, RepoBoy, he can climb some angles in. Smoke being popped into the middle as he tries to reposition, and somehow he avoids all the nade, and he blows himself up. Overcooking the grenade, RepoBoy's in danger, and the Blue Zone's closing in.
Jimmy immediately booked his way out of there. Meanwhile, Sam9 has got Axis to deal with. Already on the inside of the compound, but they're playing around smokes. Axis have no visibility, so does Sam9. They're all stuck for the second here, but Rip got him onto harm. Unburned tries to go into the peak, but playing the corner with the blue there. 3-2v1 there, and there was no chance for Sam9 as members drop down one after another.
Axis look like a SWAT team. Every member jump out and just smack him out of the game. DBD, however, still has so many of their members left alive. We still have Genexus now. 4 members strong. DBD is out 5 streak. Make that 6 as well. Same goes to Axis redONE. It's going to be all close quarters from here on. Smoke's being popped right into the center, but Genexus is the one with the circle here. They can close out this game, but they're still Geek Fam on their way. Axis talking about a wall, but do they even know where they're at? They're starting to get blinded out. Magic's now spring towards the 6, and he won't be able to help by the rest of the teammate. That nade clips. NC loses 1, and that belongs to Genexus alone.
Genexus now finds themselves in a perfect position to actually close in the gap. 6 kills, 9 on the Geek Fam. Geek Fam still playing the game. HYVE International finds their way into the top 5. So, Micah OP taken out. This could be one crutch to play around with. Only 2 members left for Geek Fam. They're surrounded left, right, and center. You've got HYVE International. Snipes is going in for the save, but will it be enough? Will the timing be enough for Geek Fam to come in with the pickup? Because Axis, they're playing and lurking by the corner.
Look how smart Genexus is playing. They're just basically climbing upwards. They still have Bibil on the lower ground in case there's any form of infiltration coming in the way. Luyu on the other position as well. Everybody has each other back being covered up. But over here, Axis about to launch attack against Geek Fam. They're sharing the shacks. They think, no, doesn't seem like they do. Geek Fam, they get flushed down. Only 1 member left. Dell trying to heal up. Damroot trying not to even move a muscle. Xiaoboy being startled by all that sort of noise. He's about to strike as well. Damroot and the rest of Geek Fam, they got 9 points inside the city of Yasnaya, where it's all total chaos! Total chaos! Eno10!
Yeah, that's a 10-pointer grenade right there. Takes out the majority of the member of Axis, but Damru comes in trying to clean to bring more points, and that's 10 elimination points onto GEEK Fam, which means 10 points away from Genexus. Genexus needs to farm up the rest. They have to play greedy right now. Long makes the advancement forward. They know HYVE International right in front of them. They hear the footsteps within the compound.
HYVE International powers into, and they know and have compromised the location of Axis Red 1. They know that they're slowly moving in, but they're slowly giving way. But no matter what, Axis, they have to find different ways to get through. They do get the knock. Banks lands another one. Genexus just waiting, playing for time. Genexus here just waiting for the rest to settle the scores as they are waiting for that chicken dinner to fall upon their knees. And there goes Baker being spotted out, but damage not enough from Luyu. And here comes Riff. Final member. He's not even attempting to save Kachang Susu for now. Pew Pew now popping a grenade. He's gonna find it though. Can he do it? He's just by the corner of the door. More damage being chipped right through. Now here comes Pew Pew. Captain of the team puts it through. Jump shot from Long. We'll get it though. But HYVE International down with one. The rest of the Genexus here to claim that chicken dinner. And there we go. Baker forgets 4 members of Genexus, and they will find them all. Pew Pew seals the deal. Here comes the dinner.
Genexus, they got it in the bag. However, I have to give it onto the side of GEEK Fam here. They did accumulate enough points to kind of negate the lead here. I think if it was 10 kills for Genexus, 10 kills for GEEK Fam previously, so I think maybe Genexus come out with a surplus in eliminations for about 4 to 5. So with a chicken dinner, it wouldn't be enough to overtake GEEK Fam. So impressive stuff coming out from GEEK Fam, bombing as much as they did to keep Genexus trailing in second place.
Okay, I wonder about this. There's also another possibility for Genexus. What if by the end of the day, they tie the score with GEEK Fam? Who has more chicken dinners? I think it's Genexus.
It's
but
Genexus.
Is it still possible? Because you mentioned 9 points, and that was like still a top 5 finish for GEEK Fam.
Yeah, GEEK Fam got 10 because Damru came in and started taking the spoils of HYVE International Edo 10's grenade. So he shot and confirmed some of those kills. So they have the 10 eliminations. I think Genexus got 14. Right?
14.
So that means that cancels each other out. You only have 4 kills on plus each chicken dinner. So 5, 19 points. You needed 30 to close in the gap.
There's still about 3 more rounds to go.
Yeah, they're 1 match away from actually catching up, and provided they pull this sort of stuff again. And GEEK Fam has to keep expanding that lead with the eliminations. That's their entire goal today.
And I think that Genexus overall understands the ratio that they need to consistently get those numbers, which is why on that top 3 moment, they all storm into the building because they can't afford to lose more points. Not because sure, you get the chicken dinner, it's fine, but you need those kill numbers to add it all up. So hence why they were willing to risk it, though it was also calculated risk overall.
Yeah, I mean, they played it smart. Like, they had many chances to push onto GEEK Fam, but they realized that playing the game the right way, instead of trying to stop GEEK Fam in their reign, it's just far too risky, right? There were so many teams in this area itself. They just had to play their own ground, and luck of the circle did close upon them, so they were in no position to be hasty about it. It took a smart fight, and it paid off big time.
Yeah, and it's impressive of GEEK Fam to actually gain most of their numbers on the south side. By taking out 4 rivals, they've already gotten themselves those 9 points in. And I think things kind of remain to be stagnant, but it was basically Axis Red 1 that dragged them out, or else it might have actually been GEEK Fam versus Genexus.
And that sort of trade will always favor GEEK Fam, just because if any member of Genexus feeds the points onto GEEK Fam, that's more points to create a lead against Genexus. And so it's going to be a tough chase from now on, but you can see that the difference now is probably 15 points apart, and that is very doable for the likes of Genexus.
I think we really have to focus on these scores. Like you said, at least now 9 points to separate GEEK Fam as well as Genexus only on this match itself, but they score almost to a close 30, though that wasn't enough. But what's also impressive is that HYVE International this is basically one of the biggest rounds out there. So they tied with GEEK Fam in 19, 18 for Axis redONE on 4th place.
Yeah, but 7 eliminations on the name of HYVE. This is something we haven't seen for a long time. Even though they got that chicken dinner the other day, I don't believe it was 7 eliminations. This time around, they're getting it. Top 2 finish. The consistency is coming in. And who's going to go up? Who's going to make it in the top 12? That's also a run for Livik.
And here we go. The first MVP title for HomeBois, I do believe, for this week itself, where he has actually done 1,200 damage. Wait a minute. 1,200 and he got 3. Some of them must be stolen away by GEEK Fam.
Or it could be his teammates who just came in with a couple of taps and take them out. But hey, most of the damage dealt is by the small boy himself, HomeBois. And let's take a look at the weekly rankings right now. Genexus 5 chicken dinner. So if it does go down to a tie, Genexus comes out on top indefinitely. But look at the lead. Oh, 5, 6, 12. It's about 30-ish. So it was status quo. No one went up, no one went down. It's pretty much still 30 as it was before.
Man, these lobbies are so sweaty. But overall, Sem9 now moves into first place. But what we really want to focus on, HYVE have made a breakthrough now in the top 15 as they managed to just cut above Farang by only 1 point. So 3 more rounds. Still a lot to do, so...
2 more, actually, that 1 round, only for the top 12.
Oh, right, because each team... Wait a minute. Top 12, so how much points does it take for HYVE to get to top 12? Honestly, not that much.
Dude, it's 1 point!
Not much! Oh, goodness gracious.
The chase is on. The chase is on right now for the second drafter. Like I mentioned, because it's so capitalized by the top 2 players as GEEK Fam and Genexus, everyone is just a few games away, or 1 game away apart from each other. A few kills away, actually.
I feel like that Livik MAB edition is so brutal.
Yeah.
Like, it's just unfair. Like, it's like the scheme where the rich gets richer and the poor remains to be poor.
That's just basically capitalism.
we just talked about it for the show. Anyways, not gonna deep dive into that, but oh, that game, something else.
There's so many narratives, man. The race between GEEK Fam and Genexus, the race for the top 12, and well, a bunch more that I would guess we could finally see, especially with the PMGC points also on the table, and this week going to an end today. I'm excited for more games to play.
Yeah, overall, like, they can smell chicken dinner, but I can somehow smell coffee. I don't know where it's coming from. But anyways...
I don't smell it.
Well, you gotta check your nose then.
No, I think you might have a stroke or something because... Okay, you don't know? One of the symptoms is you smell like iron burning.
I'm not too sure. I'll be concerned about that later on because we're drifting far apart from what we need to say. So, there's so much that we have to unpack here on this Sunday run because on the top 2, we know who are there already. And yet again, as much as GEEK Fam is on top, PMGC points, the Genexus, still leading though, only very marginal points as well. So I think maybe the Genexus goal, if they don't get the maximum, remember that bonus points, basically if you're on number 1 is 20, number 2 is like what? 19.
Yeah.
1 point difference. Does it actually matter?
Pretty much, yeah, when you put it that way, like what is this whole chase all about anyways? It's just 1 point difference. But without further ado, we have an interview on the line here, so stick around and find out who it is at the end of the line.
All right, let us welcome Dingoz Esports on top of this interview. And of course, it's great to see you. So, how's everything going for Dingoz Esports? How's the boy feeling at the very final day here on Sunday, week 2?
So far my team did well. So just now we try to make it the best we can make for season for PNGC point lah.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that's
sorry.
so important for the team overall. But then again, like, are you satisfied with the performance of the boys overall in this week too? Because we see GEEK Fam, Genexus, they're also racing for the number 1, number 2, and Dingoz has been around top 3. So it's still going to add up a lot when it comes down to the every week. So when it comes down to this, which one is more important? Getting PMGC points or actually the league itself?
Actually, our main target is a PNGC point. For sure, if you can get the best or the top of PNGC point, for sure we win the league. You will got the number 1 champ for the PMPL season 6, right? So I just hope my team still can consistent and they can play normally without facing any issue. Then their emotional is okay. Hope our viewers and our supporter keep supporting us.
I've got a question. So Dingoz Esports for week number 2, they started up a little slower than usual. What was going on behind on the back end?
So far on the week first, we also facing a problem the first 2 days. So for this week, we try to minimize all the mistakes and we try all the best to get the best result. And my team is doing well. Also, yesterday, our player Ate, he got high fever and today he will come back. Yeah, so today he will back already. So to be after last match, we will do the best and we hope end of this week, we still get number 1 for PMGC point.
All right, awesome. And of course, we hope that Ate recovers.
Get well soon, yeah.
Very quickly, as we also do have 2 days of break afterwards. So at least by week 3, he should be back in form. And anything you want to say to, either fans out there, cheering for Dingoz Esports, because you guys have made it to C before. I believe that you guys can do it again.
So only simple lah. I hope all the fans and haters keep supporting us.
Haters
too. Awesome. So, of course, we definitely thank you very much for joining us for this interview. So, do you have any team chant for Dingoz Esports?
A team chant, a cheer maybe.
A cheer.
Team chant. I just want to say, Dingoz PMGC.
Dingoz PMGC, let's go! All right, thank you so much, Shafiq. And of course,
All right, bye.
We'll see you guys chase those points, so keep it up. Woo! I love that he's so fixated on one goal and one goal only.
PMGC. That should be everyone's gameplay right now.
Express tickets. Who doesn't love it?
Yeah, like if you ask me if I was running a team, are you trying to be a champion in GC or are you going to PMGC? I'll go like PMGC, man. Any given day, it's going to be PMGC. That has always been the end goal, right? Why do we have 2 seasons in a year? That is to earn the points to eventually go into PMGC anyway. So, I mean, But to get there is not an easy thing to do, and that's why if you perform and you win a league, that means you're on the right track.
Yeah, and it's basically them with a mentality built different. Like, you guys are fighting for 150K. Man, I'm fighting for at least a minimum of 2 million. 2 million, 3 million. I don't know what the prize pool is for this, but let's look at the prize that Genexus has gotten here inside Yasnaya.
Yeah, they did start off in Yasnaya. The circle did favor them for the most part, but they did stray away from Yasnaya. They're trying to cop a spot by the center because it's such a rare thing that circle now goes to Yasnaya.
They're like,
we haven't seen that one for a long time.
Yeah, this is the center again.
Let's get back there.
Fall back.
Yeah, but you have to give credits on how Genexus really held their ground here because that's the second part of the equation, right? You see the amount of teams saturating into Yasnaya Poliana. At one point, there were at least 5 teams within the same compound. Like, they move to one side, GEEK Fam shoots them down. They move to another side, Axis shoots them down. But they had to play this one like super meticulously, not to give any sort of entry or opportunity for teams to capitalize.
Yeah, and I think they are the only team that have defended their town successfully well.
Yeah.
Like, we see Senline trying to do it. They came close to a top 3, and I think Genexus, well, to be fair, there's not too many urban warfare, but look at the alignment. I love this bird's eye view. GEEK fam over the bottom left of our screen. Genexus in the middle. Then you have Axis. 3 farming squad into the open field.
Yeah.
And boy, he does it hurt.
Yeah, I think right here, Genexus just played it super safe, right? And very tactical too. I remember BuBu getting shot down by snipes. It was a long time before they decided to actually go in and actually pick him up, because they're calculating, right? The risk reward for that single member, will it pay off, will it not? I'm glad they did whatever they did. Eventually Circle closes on them even more, and this is where GEEK fam will now have to make the push. They're finding themselves as the ones in a vulnerable position pushing from the outside, and that's where gunfire comes in from all angles. Genexus suppressing them there, and then Axis just crawled their way from the B line and started pushing and flushing GEEK fam out.
Man, this fight itself was so interesting. We saw HYVE going on a 2-2 split, right? And it all erupted when Axis basically read out the rest of GEEK fam with that huge nade, and guess what? HYVE got the biggest nade out of all. 3 members knocked down from Axis.
And that was pretty hard to watch, because then Damroot just came in and cleaned a couple of members. Eventually it went down into this. They're pressured. Genexus has got all eyes on the exit points, so it was pretty much the fate was sealed for the longest of time already.
And this game was so important not only for Genexus, but it was also for HYVE International, because now the fighting chance to make it to the top 12 and then get extra bonus points. These guys are warriors.
Yeah.
Man, a little bit of throwback to the old team song.
1 more point and they make it onto the top 12 position, but
One,
will
but you
all
get
the other
15.
Yeah, while the other players out there increase the standards of the leads, I guess we'll find out in the next game. But for now, a quick break from both of us. It's Contra and Keith, 2022 PMPL MYSGPH fall, and all thanks to Realme as the official smartphone partner with the brand new GT Neo 3. If you haven't checked that one out, it's got dual chipset, which means higher processing power, which brings you power efficiency, immersive experience, and a seamless gameplay.
That's right. And with that being said, I guess we'll be getting ourselves some really cool stuff, and you can also get a lot of free data from Yoodo to play PUBG Mobile when you download their app through this QR code right on your screen.
Yeah, and once again, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH fall. Go follow PUBG Mobile on their TikTok platform. It is PUBG Mobile MY Official for Malaysia, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile Official PH. So, if you've all done that, done and dusted, send them your way, send them some love, and send us some love as well, because we're going to get into a quick break before we get into more games left to play for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH fall. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Bye-bye.
Proses.
Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player?
Musim bunga 2022 takut kepada.
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami. Kepulangan Sang Raja untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
Be the one. Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10. Brother, is this real or fake? Apa ni? Kau dulu. Kau dulu lah. Kau dulu lah. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku aja, aku ikut aku. Apa ni? Dia macam binatang tak? Binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni?
Apa tu bodoh? Masuk benda. I behind you. You go first. Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni. Pan.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas kot.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke? Ada ni glove. Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut. Can we redo? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this? Nenas. Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Neo Speed Awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
And here we go into our match of Miramar. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. You're with me here, Contra, and this is Keith, and we are ready for more action. We just got a glimpse of a chicken dinner that befalls the hands of Team Genexus, and well, it's all written in stone now, so they're trying to inch closer, but even GEEK Fam was trying to deny those points from falling in their hands, but then again, they got in like, what, 9 takedowns? So you did the math. How much of a difference was it?
They're back at 30 points difference, which means GEEK Fam, in all their efforts, they've negated any sort of advancement coming in from Genexus, because GEEK Fam got 11 kills, but what I didn't factor in was the placement point that they also got, and so now, before this, they were 30 points different. Now they're also 30 points different. And a little bit some, I guess. But we'll see. Genexus still have more maps to play today comparatively to GEEK Fam. And that one time, Geek Fam is not playing, that could be their chance.
Yeah, they're just waiting for that moment to strike once again. And it's impressive to also see that Luyu just needs 6 more points to match up to the damage numbers of Xiao Boy. And Luyu was the one that came up with big 5-pointers out there. Same could be said about Snipes. And here we have HYVE International making it to the top 3, bigger with 5.
Yeah, it feels like we've never seen this one before, where actually HYVE takes on the most eliminations in a single match. This team finally just stepped up despite, you know, a 157 MS, they said. Well, it seems like they now have adapted to a certain delay here. Pre-firing should be the name of the game. Now, Miramar is up next, the first Miramar map of the day. Team ABDE will be playing Group C. Out for now, that is Yoodo Alliance, RSG, who unfortunately has found themselves slowing down lately. Tabah NSEA and Crit VIP.
And we still have all these other teams out there who's basically racing. I'm talking about the ones on the second half as well, because making the top cut of the top 12 will send them into Livik to play for more points. Meanwhile, we look back at the teams to focus. This is the top 4 teams. Dingoz have maintained that #1 spot as the Kings of Miramars have been able to back that chicken dinner against Team Secret yesterday to close that final chapter, and now unfolds a brand new one. So Dingoz, they start off today on the top 2 in South Sanok. Could they actually pull up against Sem9, NC, or even Geek Fam? And surprisingly enough, Genexus is not under the radar when it comes down to Miramar matchups.
They came in close.
4,
they came in close. Still, I think there were a lot of notable top 5 finishes from Genexus, but not lately. But I guess before we get into more games and theories, let's take a look at what's on for the store, or what's entailed for you for PUBG Mobile here, and that is this brand new Bramble Overlord set. Bramble, I'm guessing, referring to the thorn vines that circles this guy, which is pretty much kinky like that way. So go get yourself your very own thorny whip, and well, have fun in the game with this brand new aesthetics.
Is it because that guy on the back got tied up with vines? That's why you think it's a little bit of that? But anyways, this is the PMPL and PMCT on-ground watch party that you could basically join with the rest of the crowd, and you could feel the livelihood of a LAN event once again. This weekend we are on Paradigm Mall, and next week we are going to Ipoh Parade in Perak. So, Ipoh people Mali, Ipoh Mali, let's go.
I don't even know that reference. I'm from Sabah, which is
a local song
happening 2 weeks after. It's the 13-14 August Surya Sabah for the PMPL and PMCT watch party event. So make sure you get yourself an access, because I'm from Sabah and I can tell you this much. We don't really have events there. We don't really have esporting events, so this should
You must go. You got nothing else to do.
No, it's not that. It's like, oh, we have an esports event. We've never really have one. Might as well experience it while it's nearby, right?
All right. So, yeah. I know all about Sabah. I was wanting to ask you this question, though. This is my prediction for this upcoming match. I believe that it ain't going to be either of the 2 top dogs that get the chicken dinner, and you also choose somebody different. I voted for Team Secret because, well, why not? I think On The Go kind of convinced me that, hey, we saw them doing well in Miramar. I think they can challenge.
Yeah, I'm going 4 rivals just because track record, Miramar, one of those Miramar maps would go the way of 4 rivals. And I've got a good feeling it might just be this one.
Yeah.
Simple justification.
So that it boils down to those final few games for the Nexus or even Geek Fam to settle those scores. So that, man, what a race it has been. If you calculate it, remember it was like more than 100-point difference for anyone to chase up against Geek Fam, and now the only challenger remains.
Yeah, Genexus, and it's only 30 points.
And to me, I'm on the HYVE train as well.
Oh, yeah, making it in the top 12.
There's no such thing as a HYVE train. I'm a HYVE train for HYVE International. But then again, like...
There's the international HYVE train. We'll call it that. Man. But yeah, only 1 point separating them from the top 12 right now. But pretty much everyone in the second board are 1 point apart. I remember seeing it. It was 110. That's the number to beat.
I still feel like that is a better narrative overall. Like, like we bring it back to the point where the bonus points was just 1 point of difference between 1 and 2. But who knows, right? Like by the time it closes up by the very final week, that 1 point would have mattered. Direct access and PMGC points.
The only thing that would have made that 1 point more significant is if this was the last game of the day, but this event is in fact the first Miramar map that we will be playing before we get into the last Miramar and find out who the top 12s are.
The long night for them, and now they are going to be staring into the sun.
Ooh.
This time around, we're going to flip the direction of the flight. Instead of having it slant from north all the way to southwest, it's going to be all the corners of Puerto Paraiso, cuts through Los Leones, Pecado, Palo Grande, Monte Nivo, as well as El Pozo. Let's see who's going to be dropping into Trailer Park or Ruins, judging you. Okay.
Four rivals, look at them. There was no way they're going to make it to Cruise the Veil. They jumped up pretty early.
Does that also mean that they're going into Impala, or are they going into the ports instead? Because I see another team also floating around them.
Yeah, it's Mugen.
That's Mugen.
Yeah. They have to adapt. The Cruise the Veil is non-accessible. All these northern teams, MAB, four rivals, HYVE even is not going to get into Los yeah, that's for sure.
I think they're about to spoil your predictions from the get-go. Okay, if you have not voted for me.
Oh.
Mugen. Okay. I feel next week will be Mugen's week.
I feel this moment is going to be Mugen's moment. But then again, it's hard to say, oh, Northern Circle, man, today is full of curveballs. It just so happened to be the last day too. Anyways, back to my thought, I think it's going to be a Mugen's moment because we've seen time and time again where Mugen just crash onto teams. Even if they're like top tier teams, they seem to come out on top. And so I think four rivals, one of the stronger ones out there to contest them in close quarter combat. But we'll see if the Mugen train can run them over.
Well, HYVE train, Mugen train, whichever train that you're on, make sure you get to your destination. Not designation.
It's okay, I said auspicious, which was a good thing.
Yeah, and seems like Amir has been knocked out on it very early. And judging for the fact that they're using SMGs just shows how good these players are. Some damage towards Happy.
Happy though. Virgil might catch him. Oh, he was just not looking in the right direction.
And for now, they're just hunting by to some really odd areas to play. Virgil, if there's anyone to clutch it, it has to be him from Mugen. And he's also smack dab into the middle of it all.
Oh, they spot him out, but he gets the first shot on the members of four rivals. But man, that footwork. Now they come in with backup. Happy. It's a 2v1 situation. Kenny clutches one on Virgil.
Turn his back.
Yeah, on the verge of death here. We'll get punched off to death, unfortunately.
No Dante's Inferno. Well, how did I get there? Don't ask me.
I know. It's the brother of Dante. I got it. I got it. Cultured.
Okay. Thank goodness. But this doesn't seem like it was the best play station for both of these teams. Like, it's so far away from the North Point, and four rivals, I think they are about to make it quicker. Some damage done, but it doesn't negate them from all too much. Mr. Nasty.
Oh.
He's just running all the way to the back.
They know. They're on his tail right now. Nasty, surely he's seen this one coming as well. He's expecting it. But they need a backup because I think they're a bit spread out forward. But there we go. Gets the trade to frag in. April is looking to be the next target on the list. But blows up the car. That's one way to get to him.
Where's the backup? Yeah. Oh, here comes Amir. Okay. He needs to prime it right here, right now.
Yeah. Before they get the pickup.
He's taking too long, though.
Yeah, what is he doing? Why hesitate? Your friend's done for. What a wasted effort.
It's okay. Still a lot of damage being done, though. Smoke. Cover up fire. Mugen on the rise again. Baburu knows how to cover fire. He knows that there's a lurker somewhere inside the city. And yet again, four rivals finding it hard to push upwards, but MUGEN still gets pinned down. Good work by Pamburu. Just knowing to cover the backs.
Yeah, they just, well, another king of close quarters, right? The scary 4 rivals we know into the fire aggression. And if I did it with much ferocity, they spray down onto corpses. Oh.
Since when did 4 rivals give the same treatment as Team Hawk? Never really, though.
I think that is somewhat of a compliment, right? I think you might have triggered them because of how well you played it, that they had to work so hard for it.
Triggered. All right.
I wasn't being clever, but that worked into my advantage.
Yeah, meanwhile, we lost a nut. Leto comes in for in exchange for kacang susu. No nut milk. Almond milk. Soybean milk. We've discussed this before.
You might want to rephrase yourself. You just said nut milk, man. That's
November
definitely something else.
You know, I know.
I know. If you know, you know. Meanwhile, Sem9, they found themselves close many a times, at least earlier in the week, in terms of, playing in a Miramar map.
I didn't notice that if you were to drop or lose, your pet will just run right at it.
Well, you gotta find a way to feed the dog, right? It was the Shiba Inu too.
It looks like a cat.
No, it was the Shiba Inu one. I didn't notice the color anywhere.
It could be a tabby cat. They look exactly the same color.
They're not the same. It's got longer snout. Tabby cats are just smushed face.
So you're saying that cats can't have long nose, huh?
They don't! What cat has long nose?
I'll find one in the internet for you.
If you find one, you might as well be wary of one, because that might be a hybrid of something.
Yeah, Edo 10 with the golden grenade gets all the highlights of the final hour earlier back in that quick recap that you see on your screen. 10 total assists, 7 total rescues, and Edo 10. One of the finest of the Philippines. I could basically say, HYVE International is the finest of the Philippines. And if you were to compare previous season, of course, representative of the Philippines was HYVE Esports. HYVE pulling a better feat as compared to the predecessor. And imagine this trajectory, right? Like, if HYVE keeps on going at it, and the likelihood of them getting into the top 16 is looking really good. And I believe if they do make it into the top 16, they should be good for grand finals. Oh, Calamity raining on the parade of 4 rivals, 3 members down. Great setup through the highway.
Yeah, well, there goes my prediction. Well, maybe not this Miramar, maybe the next one they'll get.
Right. It always works. One way or the other. 4 rivals now will have Mr. Pamburu, who's gonna be on that buggy. But remember last season, he also got a chicken dinner by doing it all alone, but that was back in Erangel. That was also against HomeBois, fitting perfectly to my narrative. He was fighting Iron Pro for it.
Well, you're right. I can't believe I've forgotten about it.
It's okay.
That's why I have you here, man. That's why I have you.
Sounds romantic for a moment.
Meanwhile, Bosskurr, trying to break it away. You're not trying to make it weird. We've spent the whole week together. Don't have to pull that card out.
There's another week coming. Just
at least give me dinner
first. Just a foresight. Foresight to those who are enjoying this or just feeling cringed out about it. You got another week to bear before Sir Cloud as well as Chuchu comes back.
Do we have a week?
I think so.
Oh, 3 days, right?
3 days. Hey, we get to rest early.
And we get to watch the grand finals.
We get to watch it and not cast it. That's less money for us. Just kidding.
The viewership's going to be sad, though. They're not going to hear cringe jokes.
I mean, with us, it's even sadder.
Yeah, I'm here to cater to your depression, that's for sure.
Okay, here we go, though. We look at the average points out there. Team Secret happens to be on the 3rd spot. Genexus, like you said, not far behind. 9.2 ratio of points on top 5. For rivals on 6, which is why our predictions always don't run too far from these guys. MAB, however, 7th. And on number 8, DBD.
HYVE at 9, that's Surprising.
That's why I say this is basically their best ever map. Like, Erangel, there were a few rounds where they make it into the top 2 as well. But this is the place that they are most consistent. And for the fact that they have been dropping into La Cabrera and most often than not work their way from a really far distance, it looks pretty good. It reminds me of Axis redONE when they used to drop there.
Speaking of Axis, they're second
they used to
last.
fight each other. Or like, remember last season? There was a little KHI that loves La Cabrera. They fought to death. Now they got 4th row, which means that he gets to hang home 4 of these guys if they were to challenge.
In a row, too.
Hang in there for a second. It's getting grim.
Wait a minute. Okay, right now, Bumburu, sole survivor for 4 rivals, still carrying the banner on. Maybe we'll see him pull up a reel and maybe clutch things out towards the end, but that's a long stretch, seeing as though it is 10 minutes in. Oh, we got an early fight, actually. Forget to point that one out. That's a thing in Miramar.
Right. We got, like, I mean, actually, we started off with that early fight.
Early skirmish. So we didn't point that one out. Yeah.
They broke the curse. Meanwhile, Paburu's on Hot Wheels.
Quite literally. It's smoking.
Smoking Hot Wheels.
Burning rubber at this point.
But remember, one flip, a goner. Oh, he found himself a spot.
Hey.
Okay, he's going to go AFK.
And there he will. Sleeps for hibernation till next winter.
Here lies Pumper.
Every documentary ever. Meanwhile, Isaac.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, legend though.
This guy, it seems to be the ones who's always getting picked off first. Unfortunately, we know this. He can shoot very well since his heydays back in R2K. But people recognizing that, surely, and they're stopping him in the tracks almost every single time. It is Aizen to go on first before the rest of the team.
Yeah, overall, things are looking to be pretty clear, at least for Dingoz as well. Like, Aizen, sure, has brought up so much points back into the team. Same goes to Kid, who happens to be one of the top fraggers of Week 1, right, for Team Secret. Sure, it may have been a little bit of rocky ride for Team Secret overall here in Week 2, but they still managed to push through some of all these rounds, though not really hitting that chicken dinner. They came close yesterday once again, but so long as they can remain that consistency, they're good to go, because you can tell now currently in the top 8. So even with such a trajectory, it's going to be able to at least book themselves to grand finals, so long as they are the upper half of it. Now Dan getting shot by Drax. He's outside the blue zone though. But then again, the rest of SMG passes by and they still have to deal with the rest of Axis actually up front.
Oh, but look at that. I didn't think I would see this one coming. HYVE International making early rotations in to book a spot. Have they regained confidence and decide to take fights head on now?
I believe so. HYVE International definitely feeling it. You saw those nades earlier? Man, if that doesn't give you confidence, nothing else will.
Because it's looking like it right now. Look at that. Edo 10 already scouted the range onto this little compound, and the rest of them will follow, but they will find themselves sandwiched between numerous of team coming from the west side here.
It's interesting as well.
Oh, look at the split.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's surrounded.
What an attack. Immediately pinning that one.
Oh, that's insane. They're just spraying down. They've got the entirety of Axis surrounded here, and only one member left. It's Hainub who gets spots out.
Oh, big one.
Quick reaction.
And now it's only down to 2 members left for the side of SMG, so it's a little bit doable, but now with Hainub down 1 versus 2.
Oh, go pick up Jenny before he dies.
Jenny's bleeding out. Del, he's so late to the scene, but hey, he spots out Mile.
Mile will give the info.
But he knows. Drax holding on to the angles, though. Blue Zone's chipping in. I don't think these two teams are clear winners after all, because they still have to deal with the Blue Zone.
They do, but at least SMG has got vehicles to get out. We saw them drive on by, so surely they have a means to get out here. But Del is just playing for time right now, reducing any sort of chance that SMG... Ooh, actually, he might turn this one around. Del has got the high ground, and Shinzi is less than half HP, and he turns it. Axis comes out the bigger victor. will take some loots and maybe even their vehicle and get out of harm's way. And speaking of which, Harm takes down one member of HYVE. It's 4th row. And, well, they found themselves in sandwich with numerous teams, as we mentioned, and will pay the price.
And he's got full intel from that high ground out there. It seems like he have downloaded the software up in his brain out there. Well, Dell, you know the reference of all the computers. So
I was trying to figure out where does that apply. But I get it.
Now, lots of dirt in front of the hills. March spotted out with a red dot sight for Edo 10. Though he may not have get high elimination points throughout each round, but he at least deals at least 100. Heavy contributor to the success of HYVE International. Meanwhile, DBD lurking upon those hills, looking over the warehouses, as in the Patron. Oh, tags being fired on the other side instead. They see a moving vehicle, and I believe that they're about to try their luck though. But bad chance of it actually landing a shot perfectly through the driver's seat. Now, if only Crit VIP was here, then they would be the boss of this hill. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Crit, they like to play the turtle strat, and it's been working out for them tremendously. But hold that thought though, that's Genexus getting shot down by Team Secret. Did not connect though, but Genexus will find their way across the valley. It is Luyu in a speed buggy. Meanwhile, Team Hawk finds themselves face flat with a questionable exit here. Oh my god, they're finding themselves in the middle of nowhere. This is bad.
And they broke the vehicle, so this is high time that Team Secret basically finds their way through. Oh my goodness, the flank coming in from Luyu. Looking to be perfect. Though they are stuck, I believe they should have a little bit more utilities. Oh, another flip comes through. Bravo survives out of that. And I wonder how they're supposed to actually get through this. None of these guys are actually close to the circle. They have to drive further front. Look at the Turtle Smokes. Lone getting tagged. Same goes to Bu. Oh boy.
Oh, that's not smart play from Genexus right there. That's worth. That's the best use of a smoke grenade if I've ever seen one. Bu gets taken out though.
That feels like we're playing a game of Temple Run. Throwback. Or Crash Bandicoot. Like you're just running away from everything, right? Like boulders and at this time these are tiny little bullets flying up in the air.
Could have been worse for Genexus. They lost Bu, but that was a good smoke play. Meanwhile, DBD, Farang Guerilla going at it each other. Stone is right there being pinned down. I guess he's going to be quite the statue for right now.
Six pushing in.
Ooh, paid the price for it.
Stone on the lookout though. They see another car flipping over. Stone gets another one. Echo pinned down. This guy is a monster. Now it's only down to Jimmy OP.
Yeah, they keep walking in one after another.
Stone again!
Oh, great nade! Actually turning the tides here. Stone up against the world. Or Jimmy Eats World. That is the name of the band, but can they clutch things out? The members are here. Surely, with all his allies around, Jimmy stands no chance. Actually will die out to the blue eventually, especially with the Molotovs to burn him off. Oh, gets the medkit.
Still alive.
They're trading hits.
Jimmy! Oh my word! He took out Stone instead, but both of them gone out.
Wait, DB, yeah. No.
They killed each other.
Oh my god, what?
It's an ace, but it's a martyrdom that happened. That was rare?
That's rare. That is confusing
I'm
at best.
Baffled.
Oh, Genexus now against Bosskurr. So that's also a fight to look at. GEEK fam still well within it. Axis again, another bed run here in Miramar. But as Dingoz now shooting down on the Team Secret eye shots. And he is also sent off to the lobby.
Kiddo just having that perfect rock to hide behind. Everybody trying to get a little bit of treatment of sort, but then again it will be pushed up over to the hill. HYVE International has got a target on the back though. GEEK fam tries to push upwards. At the same time, it's Bosskurr, Semline. They're in a really tough place to be, but let's see if they can defend this one because they are going to be in a really good position if they can at least pull down two teams and make a run for that chicken dinner.
Running chicken, headless.
Those are
we'll
people on
try.
the south.
Yeah. Headless running chicken and not the most pleasant of sight. I've seen one before. Got a little bit traumatic about that, but Team Secret, they might be sent into a trauma of their own with the gun sprays going at them. It's Dingoz preventing them from making a rotation, and it's the little kid who gets knocked out. Zane, his vehicle isn't too healthy as well. Will look to crash.
Oh, wow. I believe that Zane blew himself up instead. So that actually gets claimed by Luyu that saw all the casualties. Like, yep, he's just going to be a vulture, but oh my goodness, that drive making me feel like I want to just throw up. But he still stays alive. What a rocky ride that was, but Fredo hiding behind the pipes. GEEK fam tossing a big nade. Fredo survives.
Low HP, Fredo. That was a thrill of the hunt right there. He likes playing dangerous, and now he's up against the entirety of GEEK. How's that one for foreplay? He tosses a nade on forward. MYSGPH spots him down. Ooh, actually goes in with the trade. Fredo, he's low though. Two members, HYVE's on his knees. Sam9 coming in from the back end. And now GEEK fam might just put themselves in an unfavorable situation. And remember, they have 0 kills and Genexus still have 3 members to bring in the lead. As I say that, Luyu gets taken out.
And they needed those points against GEEK fam. GEEK fam still having members struggling to find their way through. And it's a battle of the king of the hill yet again, this time inside of Miramar. And Bosskurr still having Ima hiding inside of water treatment. They still have to make a run for the live Iron Pro running on the far side, but behind them, trailing behind them is going to be a few members of Dingoz. But they're going in for resuscitation plays. Cam getting tagged out. Quarter of HP left. Kiddo doing a lot of damage. Just not hitting the mark. Luyu. Or is that low? Trying to get out of that alive. But I don't think they can survive even.
Both of them, man.
Out of
it's like GEEK fam and Genexus, they're always playing with heartstrings here. Genexus officially out. They did get 2 eliminations though. And GEEK fam, but GEEK fam got 0. However, they do have a cushion of about 30 points, so huge win for GEEK.
I guess it's just 1 point difference because positioning, right? Or did GEEK fam crash out earlier? I need to actually look back at the screen.
Genexus was out early.
Okay,
early first.
And here comes HomeBois though, into the smokes. It's going to be Dingoz pushing right through. As they tear through their opponent, it's going to be Iron Pro. Just look through the bush. Didn't even get spotted out, but up over the back. Surprise, surprise. And maybe Malu up Bosskurr. There's nothing to be ashamed of getting hit from the back.
Well, that's everything to be ashamed of. You should have watched your flank, they say. It's one of the rules of engagement in which they neglected.
The camera just pans like, hi.
Right? It was point blank too. Meanwhile, Bosskurr now up against Team HYVE. Team HYVE tries to push them uphill here. Gets the trade onto Ima though, but a nade from the far side. They got that. Team HYVE eliminated 6th place, 1 kill. Bosskurr can go in with the reset, and now it's looking Sam9, Dingoz, and Bosskurr. HYVE still alive. MAB still in the game.
HYVE International so far having their lone survivor here, making the top cut of top 5. Oh, perfect spray coming out of Iftar right there. All the way from right to left. Now, Ricky might have been spotted out by Zigzag as well over the lower end of the hill. The rest of MAB Esports tried to hum them out. It's only going to be Ricky left. No chance of reviving, and more shots coming in the back. Bosskurr shuts him down.
Dingoz eliminated at 5th place. Still top 5 position. Pretty consistent coming in this time round. Top 4 for HYVE. 3 pointers. They should be able to make it into the top 12. But we'll see how that one turns out later on. Sam9 now 7 kills. MAB as well. Big kills under these top 3 names. But it is King of the Hills for Sam9.
For the first time, we're getting 4 versus 4 versus 4 inside Miramar. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a collapse, and it crashed and burned they go.
Ooh, 9 kills though, MAB. Can't be mad about that. And they still have members all alive and healthy. Just need a little bit of heals onto Iftar and call it a day. They can still be in this game to fight. It all goes down to the next shift of the circle.
Feels like they're in the middle of nowhere of Bermuda Triangle here. They're taking formation though. Every team's taking one corner for themselves. M9 still have a little bit of high ground to work with. Meanwhile, Bosskurr needs to basically fight off against these Tigers here. There's 2 Tigers up those hills, and this boss here Doesn't seem like they've been able to find one, but the Tigers are fighting each other. Calamity, one to be knocked out with a headshot coming out of that.
They have to look onto the right side. Sem9, there's another group, there's another team there. It's Bosskurr who might just come in from the back end, wants to push into circle. Oh my god, I don't think they know that. It's unsuspecting. Bosskurr, the thorn in the bush, the backstabbers.
Sem9.
They saw him.
Could actually do that to them though. They're so laser focused onto MAB. And it doesn't seem like any of these teams have been able to eliminate one another. Zigzag this time, getting pinned down. Putra trying to push forward. It's not going to be any easy task. Every member of Bosskurr being clumped up all together. And I think that somebody's about to run out of bullets. You hear all those sprays. It's already a late game. Nothing much for them to look out from. And Seed trying to reload every step of the way. Every 5 bullets he takes.
Oh, he spots the rotation now. Bosskurr making an aggressive maneuver, just running straight in. They're the real gorillas at this point.
They have to circle, and they're guarding it very well. But then again, Bosskurr, they're straying far away from it.
Yeah,
instead.
They're playing on the outside. Is Sem9 who's got the foot into the door here. MAB will be stopping their advancement in, so Bosskurr in a tight situation, but Sem9 might be able to neutralize the threat that is MAB, and that could open a means for Bosskurr to try and make it for the push, but it seems like they will stick their ground and challenge the likes of Sem9. Gets retaliated, traded in the process. Not actually traded, they're winning these trades. Sem9 showing again their prowess.
Sem9 tries to take the title of Kings of Miramar back from Dingoz. Instead, MAB, they finally strike. This time, it's going to be Bosskurr here on the sharp end of the stake. Big launch attack from both sides of the corner. Now, only one member left. So looking around, Sem9 understands that they need to run right into the circle, and this is where MAB has a 2-2 split. They cannot expose themselves all far too long. The hits are popping out though. Concentrate back at harm. Seed has to quickly snap those crosshairs straight into the high grounds. Adibs only got one so far, but
they have
now this 4v4 extends.
MAB, they still have loads of nades to play around with. 4 on Calamity. They have 1 more on Iftar. They should be able to utilize this. I think Sem9 don't even have utilities left to play. And so they're just going to play as disciplined as they could in terms of the peak. But right now, they're all clumped up together. One great toss could probably end them all here. Sem9, what will they do? They have a bunch of smokes.
Circle went back to Sem9 though.
Oh,
this is not looking good for MAB Esports. But then again, you saw they have about what 16 kills already. They still have so many of these smokes. Actually, only 1 left. But they are finding angles. Wow! Swiftly as he goes.
That was a good flank side entry there by Deb. Now crippling the member of MAB, but they're going in for the pickup. So. Great effort, but alas, now they have eyes on Dep. They know where Dep's positions are. Could even just smoke him out with the nades, but they have to heal up. There we go. Immediately pulling the pin. He's got a rough idea. Tosses into Dep's location, but not far enough, it seems. Does not reach the mark.
And look at how Sem9 plays this defensive position. Doesn't allow them to move inwards. 2 members down from MAB. Make that 3, and it's a take a dinner in the bag.
Oh, Sem9, the boys are back after having that match denied from them in day number 1. Here they are claiming again. This time round, officially, it's theirs. It's a chicken dinner over in Miramar.
I almost did a cool. But then again, it's Sem9 here finally getting that bite where it took them quite a while because we started off on such a good streak on the earlier part of the week. And then here on the weekend, finally closing it off on the first Miramar match in match 4.
Amazing stuff. Sem9 played absolutely perfect this game. They were just racking everyone in their path here. And, well, this new star-studded lineup, it's looking like they might just make history for Malaysia once again.
Overall, I just love the addition of Adams into the team. It feels like he has been gelling perfectly alongside with the top fraggers of the team. And, you know, all these young prodigies out there is about to be the next superstars that I think that they've already proven. That's about enough here on week 2, and they can only get better from here on.
Yeah, and maybe they did a perfect run as well, around more than 12 12 eliminations, right? Because MAB was just going ham and berserk here. SMG and Axis, this was a very good clutch coming up from Dell. Unfortunately, it wasn't like the last circle, otherwise that would have been a highlight, just like real.
Yeah, the only problem for them was they were lagging behind on the blue zone, like a BSOD, and Genexus, I think like it was still a really strong run from them, despite having their vehicle being blown up much early on by Team Secret. They managed to get a couple of refracts, and Team Secret went up to challenge GEEK, and Genexus took too long to even cut right through, make it a little bit tough nut for them to crack, and Bosskurr somehow picks the final member of Genexus, which we didn't even see that one coming.
Yeah, because he was looking the other way, so I guess you could say he didn't see that one coming too. But this was it. Sam9 played it perfectly. 7 kills all across the board at this point, but it was MAB with already the 12. So who ends up with the most of kills? I guess that's a bit negated here, but maybe, just maybe, they both have got pretty much equivalent of points.
Yeah, overall, MAB, Sam9 as well as Bosskurr, the bullets overload, you could hear it all across each corner of the map, right? Like, we were just waiting for somebody to drop, but all three sides basically shelled in until Bosskurr contact Team against, and then they tap out, and then that leaves only the 2 Tigers here to play, and then MAB Esports, I think the moment they fall was basically when that circle eventually moves back in favor of Sam9. Like, I think that's the first time I would call it pure luck.
Yeah. I mean,
if it's in the middle, then well, everyone will be damned.
Well, that was like part of the game, right? You're gonna have that. That's where you say, you thank God that the circle closed your way. And like, as I mentioned, pretty much equivalent of points, 26 to 25 of MAB. Bosskurr definitely had it the roughest, although I think they were a bit torn apart there because they didn't know how to push into circle. They tried to go on the side of MAB, get shot down, and then they decided to instead push behind Sam9. Had everyone pushed from the back end of Sam9, maybe they could have won that one because MAB could have came in as a third party, but should have, would have, could have, and they had to operate with the info they have at hand. But here it is, MVP, it's Sam9 Harm.
It's Harm here that has been able to at least pull a lot of all these strings back to the team, where we saw him basically finding out the entire location of the rest of the Bosskurr that was pushing forward, and then most often than not, you see Sam9, they were basically closing into close proximity, so he doesn't get the longest of eliminations out there, but this is going to be important. HYVE International, within the span of 1 week, they were at the bottom. Now they are in directly into the middle. MAB as well as HYVE both shoot up. Sam9 as well now cutting into third, pushing Dingoz downwards.
Yeah, but the bigger win here is HYVE International, top 12.
Tied with Secret.
If they maintain this position at number 12, they might just play Livik, and it's probably going to be their first Livik of the entire tournament.
I couldn't believe my eyes, actually. Like, Team Secret, they should have one more game to play. We have to double check this one because it's going to be Group A, C, D, as well as E. Meaning to say we won't have GEEK for this final round.
Oh, this is where Genexus has to come in and make the difference. It's only 20 points. 20 plus points. 25.
Is it far too late, though?
It's not.
Okay,
25 points is doable.
But Livik is so rowdy. Like,
well, we're
any team could bow out early.
We have one Miramar map still.
True enough. And 20 points, that's one chicken dinner away.
Well, I would say 25 just to be safe, right? Because it's more of 22 points to overtake GEEK, and well, it's doable, I think, for the side of Genexus. But this last game, or the last playable game for 16 teams, has to be their game.
And of course, we're gonna take a quick recap on this matchup before we go in to get ourselves ready for another round inside of Miramar. So, Sam9, always in the power grid hill, will cut through the in-betweens of El Pozo as well as Hacienda de Patron. And once they see that the circle will close deeper into water treatments, you can see that they were sweeping by the edges. And I believe that over here, they have been able to actually find a couple of picks.
Yeah, banking center, right? They're taking a book a lot out from like the likes of Genexus, how they got the chicken dinner in their first chicken dinner of the day here. And yeah, it's right here. They find themselves by the close enough into circle to be able to come on in. Yeah, but Sam9 took a lot of the fights, which was paramount, I feel, and actually winning those fights is what got them the high ground eventually.
Yeah, everybody was fighting for those kills, and MAB definitely were the clear winners of where they need to be. They correctly predicted the final circle, while everybody that runs upwards eventually will be sent back to the lobby. But we have a bird's eye view here where we have Dingoz that were taking certain trades against, I believe, Team Secret, and there was also Team Hawk that was involved. Genexus, they also have a few members of Team Hawk that took them down, but Genexus' focus was the guys on the hill because that's GEEK fam, and that's also Sam9.
Yeah, and then eventually it was Asfar who's looking at Loyu for the longest of time, eventually spray him upon his exit here. But this is where things got very rough for the likes of Bosskurr. They were playing from the low ground and they were banking that the circle closes onto the side of Sam9 and both Bosskurr, but it did not. Instead, moves on to Sam9, maybe even inching towards MAB as well. And so they were split in that decision to push on which side they were going to go gain entry from. This was it, right? Like, you're playing there. Do you wait for Sam9 to move on forward? Because they have ideas, they have info on where Sam9 was. But instead, they chose to play the risky route and go in from the southern side.
Yeah,
where MAB had eyes on them.
Yeah,
look at that open lane.
When they go down, it basically allows both of these Tigers to basically take jabs time after time. Then it went down to this 4v4. Took a little while before they finally crack it out. When this, if you look at the minimap, circle favors onto Sam9. So there's slight elevation that was involved. If it was flat grounds, maybe MAB would have actually taken it. But it goes to show that all the pro players here have a deep understanding on what the prime positions are, especially in the final circle. Like, you want to put yourself into places where it sets you up for success, and Sam9 has done it this time in a clean fashion at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, if they had more utilities to play around with, maybe MAB could have taken that fight, but it is what it is. We can't change the past, only look forward to the future here. So we're going to get into a quick break before we move into the last Miramar map of the day, finding out who's the top 12 to move on onto Livik later on. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall Contra Keith. We're going to take a quick break before we get into more action. Bye-bye.
natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na, nag-push na. HYVE. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, HYVE, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At HYVE, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit, GEEK fam. Baka yung team secret pala kanina. Pero right now, HYVE goes for the spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko. Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK fam. HYVE managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. To work this out. It's Kido. Managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban. It's Kido.
Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
And we're about to close it off in a really dramatic fashion here. And this is going to be the final map of Miramar. Only the top 12 teams will make it to the final run of the final map, Livik. So, I don't know. I think we should reverse our predictions on who actually gets through instead. But we're still predicting on this chicken dinner, though. So, of course, we get to that later on. Once again, it's Contra and Keith, and we are here to see who will be the one on top of the table. And this is Spurs down to this map. And guess what? No GEEK fan playing this group.
Yep, this is paramount for the likes of Genexus. Not only it is the last map of the day for some of these teams, right? So quote-unquote last, but also that one map where GEEK fam isn't playing, in which they cannot create that dampener or cushion for the advancement of GEEK fam, I mean Genexus themselves. So before we get into more of these narratives, let's take a look at the elimination and damage standings right here. Sam9 with 11 kills, 2,536. So boy, did they really work hard for it. And same can be said with MAB Esports coming in with a 13 kill, 2,204. Meanwhile, close enough to that will be Team Bosskurr at 8 kills and 1,274 damage, and 4 rivals who, despite getting shot out real early, they managed to secure themselves 6 kills. So that's still ice, I guess.
Yeah, they were basically hitting on to members of MUGEN early on, and look at that. 2 members of Sam9 are on that board. It's going to be Lord Harm as well as Adibs here, 878 as well as 720. And we got Iftar2K joining in on the board from MAB Esports.
Yeah, that fasting definitely paid off here in dividends. Results feeling much better in the morning, it seems. And, well, hopefully MAB can keep up this performance, because this is it's scary if they can reach this sort of performance.
So
right?
when he goes shooting, does he have the tagline like, "I'm fast as fly, boy"? Does it work like that? I'm not too sure, but here we are. Group A, C, D, as well as E will play. So this time, like I said beforehand, Dingoz Esports will join alongside with GEEK fam as well as MAB Esports. Team SMG will also take a break. These 4 teams are currently not playing. Everyone else on the screen will do. So Crit VIP comes back in alongside with NC as well as RSG, and not forgetting Yoodo Alliance. So do you think these 4 teams will actually make things different? Because some of these guys are actually somewhere in the middle.
Yep.
Like we're talking about Yoodo Alliance.
I would say for those guys, they're done for, right? Like you cannot possibly accumulate enough points to be at number 1. nor are you gonna lose
You
out
gotta
on
stay
points.
for the extra bonus points for Livik though.
Yeah, no, but they're all in that, right? You're
Yeah,
talking about Yoodo Alliance, RSC, Tabah NSEA. They're middle of the pack. There's no way they're gonna drop down
All right.
forward.
No arguments here.
But I would say that is detrimental for Group B, but I'll tell you why later on. Because right now, Bramble Overlord set that is up on display right now, looking pretty fine, looking hot, all red and pink.
That's right.
It's a
and
manly color, definitely.
honestly, I'm not too sure it's actually... Oh, the feathers. It's pink. We were talking about it being a manly color. Yeah.
Yeah, I've changed my stance.
And definitely with this skin, you will have a lot of flair with Bramble Overlord, so make sure you get it. This is part of Chapter 3, protecting the... I couldn't end my sentence.
It's
Don't
okay.
worry.
Let me continue my train of thoughts. Why I say so, it's because Group B is the most detrimental because they're no longer playing, and Team SMG might not just make it on the top 12 anymore. Confirmed, because they're out. They're out. They're not playing this match. They're down there. So,
yeah, it's hurt.
Who do we think is going to get the chicken for this time around, though?
I'm saying Yoodo Alliance.
The middle of the pack, Crit
So
VIP?
you're saying that Crit VIP will save themselves in this final game?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Respect that. And I'm thinking that Yoodo Alliance will be able to do that too.
Wait, okay.
But,
before that, refresh my memory.
But then again, I kind of hate to make this prediction because HYVE is at 12 already. I hope to see HYVE do well.
They have a game to play.
Push other people down.
Yeah, exactly. So they have a game to play. But Crit was, I think, first draft, right? The last bottom in first draft?
Feels like they were in 13, the last I checked.
Oh.
1 point above, 1 point above them is actually HYVE International.
Then HYVE has got something to worry about. Actually, no. HYVE is on a roll.
Crit. HYVE is on a roll.
Crit should be worried right now.
Crit is worried. I'm telling you that.
You might sit out from the entire Livik map if that was the case. So I guess it all goes down to the wire to a lot of these teams.
Yeah. Okay, I have a genuine question that I might want to ask you. Yeah. So since there's 12 teams, do we still follow the format system? Meaning to say, even if you drop out at 12, you still get 1 point.
Good point.
Right?
That is a very good point. Hey,
because like imagine you make your way into the top 12 and then you're the first one to go out, which sucks, right? Like you fought so hard for this,
but you got 1 point.
So it's all about limbs halfways. Anyways, it's time for us to prepare ourselves because 1 minute, this is the decider match. Who gets to get bonus points for the end of the week?
Well, not really. They still have Livik to play
a week.
Yeah.
I mean, to boost those points in Livik.
Because after this match, whoever's down in the bottom 4 position, doesn't matter, right? What bonus points were you going to get anyway if you ended up in the bottom 4? But also, besides the bonus point, Genexus have a clear-cut window. They know what to do, and they have to do it so perfectly. They need that chicken dinner on top of like maybe 10 frags just to be safe. I mean, they're already safe. GEEK Fam's not accumulating. No, they still have Livik.
They still have Livik for sure, so that could still be the decider match out there. So it's all about crispy, clean plays here. So let's behold what we have here in the desert dunes of Miramar. Final Miramar of the night.
Nail biter indeed. But I guess it goes down to some of the factors where people have no control in the game of PUBG Mobile, where with the flight path cut through El Pozo, through Chumacera, all the way down to the no man's land by the shore. And the next question will be, where would the circle close into?
Overall, we've seen so many of all these instances where it has been favoring the northern side so much. And if that happens, HYVE International as well as Crit fight for their lives to stay put. And I think like out of the teams that are hungrier to ensure that they get the maximum points, we could obviously tell it was HYVE International, easily the most improved team of the week. Why we're not putting the top down? Because they've been performing consistently, maintaining those points at a high level, sure. But we have hardly seen teams like, say, HomeBois to start out rough and get out of it. So HYVE, possibly the only team to do so this week.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't see MUGEN again in a Livik round, I guess. But Genexus, this one is set up for them right now. Circle drift down south. Genexus got the drop they wanted. It, in fact, was the first few members who already arrived on the ground, and all 4 of them has got vehicles to play around with. So
interesting.
Everything is aligned for them. The stars are aligned for them. They cannot mess this one up.
Yeah, but now have to deal with the wrath of the sun, though. Scorching heat and plenty of things to worry about. So speaking of scorching heat, I think it's about to burn out some of these engines out there. But just gotta wait.
Actually, it might even burn some of these players. I think they're having heat stroke right now. Someone just got called into the ER.
Man. Oh, I don't know who that is.
Well, figuratively though, because
we asked Dr. Choo-Choo maybe.
Here we are back onto the
Dr. Choo-Choo, if you're there. I don't know. How do you cure heat stroke?
Suffer in silence until the sounds of your scream stops.
Okay, the reason why you guys are seeing us here, we're making up reasons because we have a remake of the lobby.
Don't say that. You know what the community is going to do? They're going to start throwing hips and memes.
At least it wasn't after somebody gets a chicken dinner.
True, it's 3 minutes in, guys. It's part of the rule. Part of the rules.
Yep. And even the first one actually is also part of the rules. Just to inform all of you guys out there. So we want to ensure that every player gets a fair trade when it comes down to the final map of Miramar. And we do apologize for a little bit of unforeseen circumstances. Tech issues do happen from time to time. But we don't basically tread on it because we're about to at least get something different. But you were just on the point where
Genexus had the stars aligned for them, yeah.
Where did they drop exactly again?
They're at the Monte Nuevo crossroad.
Monte Nuevo of all places?
Yeah, and that was the flight path. And they got a circle right next to it. Ooh, feels bad.
Feels bad indeed.
But hey, this one's definitely in the rules. And it was about to hit snooze there when he came out with his PR stunt. People know, people understand, okay? As much as they want to throw on heaps, surely we know the community is just out there to have a little bit of fun, right? You would just want to hop on.
If I were to pop something on my playlist right now, if I could blast it out loud for everybody to listen and say, long, long night.
Oh, that? I thought it was going to be Ready for Love or something.
Yeah, Ready for Love. Out now on YouTube. And of course, you should check that one out. And I know Blackpink lovers out there, you really want to watch this, especially if you play PUBG Mobile. This is the best of both worlds. And we never thought that we'll see the day. Music video with PUBG Mobile, Blackpink. But they've been working together for quite some time now, if you guys know this. If you guys are OG players to the game. You probably collected a lot of good stuff, and remember, there's always going to be a lot more exciting things that happen. So make sure you guys thank PUBG Mobile altogether, and also thank Tencent Games and everybody involved.
Out now on all digital platforms. Blackpink, Ready for Love. Go check that one out. Tell me how it goes, because if I'm being honest, I watched it.
Do you remember the chorus?
No, I watched it halfway through. I stopped it. I'm just. So look at me.
Look at me. Look at you.
Well, that was not it. I see. I don't get any of that reference because I'm a metal kid, right? So not my thing, but I don't deny that they make good music, good work. Otherwise,
I'm a man of all genres. I accept everything.
Well, if you're a man of all genres, then you have no spine. You gotta stand up for one.
Well, rock is still where I'm at, but I still love everything else. Except for, let me think.
That's like everyone saying, you're beautiful in all shapes. Okay, let's not get there. Oh
but
my God.
that's true too. You guys are beautiful in all shapes.
Sure. Right now he's in a position in which gunpoint. He's being held hostage from social gunpoints. He has to say the nice thing.
No. That's you. That's you.
No, I don't care.
You took a stance.
They can shoot
Left wing, right wing, side wing, up wing.
This is
chicken wings.
This is
only chicken wings.
A very interesting conversation, but we'll stay out of it.
Yeah.
We respect your views and of the world, as different as we may be. That's what makes us humans. We're tolerant of each other.
Me not liking his mustache.
If we're not tolerant of each other, then we'd be PUBG Mobile in real life, right? We drop onto the same compound and, well, fight to the death. Who's gonna get it?
Well, fight to the chicken dinner, I'd rather call it, instead of death.
I'm pretty sure they disappear and turn
Because
into smoke.
legends never die.
Oh, you set yourself up right there. That was clever. I get it. I get it.
That's right. So while we are basically ready for love, we were trying to find, of course, your favorite song out there, out typing. Go ahead, drop it down below. It could be the latest single, so make sure you listen to it right now while you're waiting for your game. Pop it on another device. You don't have to miss the stream at all.
Yeah. Also, if you've got any cringe-worthy jokes you want me to read out on air here on live, then why not as well drop it down in the comments as well, because we're trying to make things interactive here, although we may not be able to see your comments in real time, but we'll read it and get to it on the on Livik. I'll read your most cringiest of comments on Livik. Just drop it down in below and make sure you use the hashtag #BeTheOne.
Eve is lying. I'm just kidding. But then again, like usually there's like a 15 minutes delay for fair play for everyone. So
hey, they don't have to know that. It ruins the experience. They thought it's happening all live.
It happens to everybody. So it's okay. Now we don't have to wait that long because we got 30 seconds into the map. So we're going to see a little bit of a difference when it comes down to the circle that does appear in the mid-map. But here we are. Take a prediction. You can basically, I don't know, take a marker pen and circle your screen.
You know what would feel really bad right now if this flight path goes on and then it was like on the opposite side. Playing on the north eastern side of the map, and then the circle just, I don't know, went somewhere else.
Miramar 5.2 action.
5.2? Why 5.2? Oh.
Take 2.
Oh, okay. You got me confused a little bit there. But we are now across the dunes here. Predictions. Still pretty much Monte Nuevo accessible. So in the end of the day, Star's still setting up a line here. But we have to see where the circle closes. Maybe it just might favor them even the harder, as it might just shift onto the side of El Pozo. We've only seen that sort of play come out once.
Remember how the first 2 flights went?
2 flights? No.
For today. Same angle.
Oh yeah, we have that.
Does that mean another Leonis drop? But nobody gets access to Puerto Paraiso, so it's kind of fair if it does happen. Over on the north side, if it happens again, I think like many of the teams have already adapted. It doesn't really matter by now when it comes down to rotation up to the north. But what will be a curveball like you have been waiting for? Valdemar lost, he goes to Minadasur. Hey, what if that happens on this final game of Miramar?
Then I would say, forget about who's getting the #1 spot, who's going to win this. Like, I don't even care if that's the case. I want to see who can play in Minas del Sur. That would be bigger of a treat. Oh, look! Stars align for Genexus. Smack dab in the center now. Well,
Montenegro,
yeah.
They don't seem like they need to leave even.
But that might even be a bad thing as well, because they're so early in the circle. And, well, the Crossroads of Montenegro isn't exactly loot heavy.
That's true. And looks like Crit VIP on this run. Take a look at where they're currently at on the table. I don't seem like I can see their name on the right. Or
yeah, it's 14th place. It's in black.
14.
Well, whatever.
Okay, usually it's kind of magenta. Oh, first blood. This is one of the earliest first bloods that we see.
It's up
2 minutes mark.
It's up against MUGEN too. Remember how Team Huck and MUGEN go at each other, and they started celebrating by spraying onto the crate?
Though?
Well, it's a 1v1 trade, so I guess, Boyka's in too.
But there's also Kin that was brought in by Crit VIP to turn the tides around. So we focus back onto what we see. 14, 13, basically 1 point apart. Axis, Red One, 12th place. And HYVE, after that round, well, technically you took a couple of teams out there because Group B wasn't playing. So
actually, the moment you confirm 4 teams down below, right? Oh no, you need top 12. So how many teams would have to be dampened down below?
That begs the question.
8, right? You need 8 teams down below.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have MUGEN, we have HomeBois. I think they're a bit too far to contest now. You have Team SMG. Oh, that's only 3. So 3 from here will have to shift down below.
And there can only be a few of them left. Zuli, with the replay of the first blood, doesn't seem like he needs to mask his footsteps to get by. And that was how he got the first point.
Team Hawk also risking their chances in playing in the top 12 Livik here. So they're also in contention to falling down below. But I think if anyone could do it, it's Team Hawk. They're bringing in the veterans right now, and we've seen how they can even go up toe-to-toe against the like of GEEK Fam. Surely they should be able to turn the tides, and I think the number to beat for Genexus is 278, right?
278.
And then they'll take on the flag and run for it, but then they have Livik again to, you know, try and hold their position if they can break it in the first place.
I feel like they can only add as much as they can. Anywhere close to number 30 is very hard to achieve in Miramar. Statistically, the Genexus, top 5 of the radar in Miramar matches overall, has an average point of 12, I must say. Because if they want anything more, then they need to double or triple the effort. Well, triple is a little bit hard. That's talking about like 36 kills. That will be quite the record to set if any teams will ever pull that off.
What was the record so far? Was it 31?
31 kills, you mean?
Yeah. Was it? No. Wait, can it? You can't go that high, no?
You can kind of go that high. I believe Bigatron has.
Oh yeah, I mean those are
pulled
aliens,
it off,
bro. They're where I'm talking about human beings, right?
Well, what part of the alien is with GEEK Fam?
And they didn't hit that high. I think the record was set at 31.
Actually, how have we not pulled this story out before that the Geeks have started so hard that they discovered aliens in space? And they finally sent the signals in, and it was like, that's how Yuhan was brought upon.
That's true.
Cool story, bro.
That's a great almost like E.T. phone home. But I think, if I recall, the record was 31 eliminations in that one round. And it was GEEK Fam. It was a GEEK Fam. Then I'm doubting myself again. There's no way. What? Really?
21, I will believe you.
21. Okay, let's go with 21. But would it be a record, though?
It definitely will be, at least for the season.
What would the total points be if they had 21 kills?
21, then you add another 15 to it, so that's 36.
Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's 21. Yeah, you're right. Because I remember the overall was around a 30-ish plus total points. Yeah, that's it.
Basically, if you've managed to take out 30 players out of the lobby,
you're a god.
But that's 45 points. And you're all set. You can miss one round. Usually the case, but not when GEEK Fam's around.
Yep. And now Genexus, straight as an arrow right now. You can go in, hit the target, hit the mark.
And hit the car on the wall.
Okay.
I almost got drifted into a song. Let the bodies hit the floor. I guess that's when they flip the vehicle.
Which happens a lot in Miramar. Maybe because of the gradient or the bumpy roads that they have to factor in. Time and time again. People dropping, exiting the vehicle before it was even ready.
Maybe if we do sing that song, they would start flipping.
Then let's not. We've seen a lot of that yesterday. Let's not do that. Let's not get them flipping off. Too many flipped off. GEEK Fam lost that fight against SMG because of a flip off.
Now, quick question here. When in Miramar, would you rather grab a glass of drink or would you rather get a plate of chicken dinner?
Drink. Grab a first glass of drink. Dude, scientifically, I don't know if the literature has changed, but...
Literature? Which?
Yeah. On the studies of like human beings and their essential needs, you can go 2 weeks without food, but only 4 days without water. Or liquids or some shape or form.
You'll be starved out.
But you'll survive because you got fat. But your body's 70% water, and if you don't take that one in...
So you're calling me fat right now?
No, I'm saying everyone has got a layer of fat.
I think I might...
It's the reserve. It's the reserve.
I might be able to last 3 weeks then.
Well, that's really pushing it, huh? Hibernation. Ooh.
Well, sleep is always good, but not for Mugen right now. Can't afford to crawl too long. While the rest of Mugen busy firing back. The rest of DVD, they're also chasing right in. But I don't think that they'll drive downhill just to secure it, but I stand corrected. Yan doing everything they can to extend this because they're about to fight off against 4 rivals for the top 5 position. So that will put them at least 1 point closer to chase.
Yeah. And that 1 point is crucial, right? That makes it 150, and they're only 1 point apart.
150 back into the prize pool of $150,000, but oh boy. Ooh. Circle pulls directly into the center of Monte Nuevo, another township that is going to be a really tough battle for every team to fight out with. But the past season, we've seen the circle a whole lot. It can still drift up to El Pozo or the thereabouts. So, HomeBois taking a really slow approach. Rex found the coveted MG3 machine gun.
But look at Genexus, they haven't left that Monte Nuevo crossroads. Do they even have supplies? Well, we'll find out here in this engagement. Seems like fire has been shot. They do get it onto Luyu though. So that's one of the artilleries down for the count. We know he's a good shot. Xiaoboy, don't go in pushing. Your members just trying to go up and maybe go in for the revive. If you overextend yourself, you have to be careful. Let those right there. They have eyes on this position.
He's putting out smokes at least.
Rith is throwing the nade, and that's perfect. Takes him down. Xiaoboy just overextended himself. As I mentioned, Genexus, I don't think they wanted to push while their friend was going in with the revive, but the rotations will come in. This is make or break for Genexus. They don't want to lose too many members so early in the start. Yeah, spotted out Dell. His monitor with the frame rates might have spotted out any single movement here.
Here comes Rip though, going with another engagement, goes into the lower ground, finds another member of Genexus. Now people tries to trade right back. They know it's a lost cause. They have to find a way to retreat. They've already lost Luyu. About to lose Xiaoboy, but he gets safe instead. They can try to draw back, but that is a buggy. There's only 2 sits to this. Either they have to fight their way out, but with them being outnumbered, it's very unlikely. Xiaoboy gets caught out again.
This is not going well for Genexus. This is the one shot to even gain the closure onto GEEK fam and maybe even overtake them over in Livik. But right now, looking slim to none. They're about to die out onto Axis. Axis still has all 4 members.
Meanwhile, whoa, big nade crashing right in. It's going to be Nasty coming in with a threat. Long still fights for his life.
Oh, they got 2. It's a 2v2 now.
And they need the help of Bibi, but nowhere to be seen for now.
Bosskurr.
Haynook still pushing in. Yep. 2 members seeking out, and he's going for a reload. Doesn't seem like he can do much. Bibi off the scene with a bike. Can he go in Evil Knievel? And he does do some damage. He is down on the ground as well. 1v3.
Wait, did they get a pickup?
They get a knocked up.
They didn't get the pickup, right? So 1v2. Surely don't give him the chance to breathe here. Genexus, you got a pressure on. And it is 16th place. The race is over. They will not catch up to GEEK fam, not at least in this map where GEEK fam isn't playing. That kind of kept the status quo there, but luckily they do have Livik. Maybe hope on that one instead, but with a 20 lead already with GEEK fam, Livik would just... It's easy going in, just getting a couple of frags to negate.
Fans of Genexus stunned right there. I believe that Genexus themselves are baffled with them crashing out. And honestly, they did not have to move out of Monte Nuevo. They could stay put, and there's still many of these territories that they could slowly find out. But then again, with this current circumstances here, Team Secret takes over that current position. So perhaps they still fight it out there. HYVE International arrived towards the southern side of El Pozo. just by the corner of the circle. 4 Rivals arriving behind them. They've already have a little bit of setup going on. 4 Rivals might actually be clipped. Meanwhile, RG taking the battle against Bosskurr right there and then. The race of the top might actually be over. But the race to top 12 is yet to be. Team Hawk, they get stunted. That also means that there is a chance that Farang Crit VIP can push through.
Oh, that's looking rough. That's looking very rough. So down at the bottom, MUGEN, HomeBois, Team SMG, potentially Team Hawk.
And also, do keep in mind, you add those 4 teams in, HYVE International may not be exactly a 10th because we got GEEK Fam and another few names on board. Yep. So same goes to Team Secret. Ties up the point with HYVE International right now. Meanwhile, Axis redONE, after taking out Genexus, they climb above these 2 teams. And the Axis Leto getting tagged. It's blanks. The target that they need to acquire.
They only HYVE. They need 8 teams below them. Right now we've counted 4. And HYVE might just even increases their lead here if they get a couple of kills in. Maybe they can push their way upwards, and that would alleviate some of the pressure for the Livik map. But surely with the momentum they have today, they might want to play it. Tabah NSEA now. Frankie coming in. Sam9 gets taken out. 2 members. It looks like the Giants are all falling like flies in this one map alone. NSEA again from the high ground. It is Magic's pulling his tricks up his sleeves and making it work.
Overall, Magic's only going with some tags out there. Surely for Genexus, honestly, it's not really about just securing that #1 spot. It's about that PMGC points. Now, inches away for GEEK Fam to chase back into the #1 spot. So that means that we'll have to carry on the week 3 in terms of how they will basically settle the scores. And that's where we'll be seeing who will get that slot to the Global Championship. Livik being bombarded by HomeBois, and they're just basically revving the engines up the hill. Pro hoping to push upwards, but look at where the circle is. Pulls back into Montenevo.
This is going to be NC's game, it seems. They've already spread out, and they've got the high ground. We've seen how Magix is taking out members of Sam9 and doing more damage at it. HomeBois now trying to push high grounds against Yoodo Alliance, I think.
Overall, we do have some battles going on. DBD, as well as Yoodo Alliance here, having a little bit of scuffle. There's also a team in between. HomeBois just finding it well, as they have been able to deplete some of these players out there. Meanwhile, redONE as well as the rest of HomeBois just next to each other. Eventually, we'll be able to actually secure the pointers in. HomeBois, too little, too late. So they're here to play spoilers against everybody else. And Yoodo Alliance only left with 1 healthy member.
Yeah, that's the best play for HomeBois right now. BD upset. They've got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to gain either. They're not making it onto Livik, period. And so, well, they are the spoils. And you know what they say about the team that's got nothing to lose? Nice nade coming out from HYVE.
HYVE versus 4 Rivals, and they're actually winning it out. Close quarter here, dropping 1 more grenade. Blanks makes a run for his life, goes in for a reload coming in. He goes in for a jump shot. Oh my goodness, where did this one come from?
From the far side, I think it was Bamburu, but we'll get the refrag though. Now Appy is going in with the smokes, maybe go in for the revive, but same will be said with HYVE as he picks up their members, Blanks. And now it is looking rough for the likes of 4 Rivals. Twice in a row now that they get knocked out quite soon.
Indeed, and DBD here to basically third party into the action yet again. Though they did knock from board, they haven't been managed to find him overall. Now they do. DBD. If they do spot the back though, the rest of 4 Rivals are just hiding behind the shack, now moving right in. Appy trying to find a happy ever after in this current sticky situation here. 4 getting tagged. 1 member out of the side of HYVE. Drop shot, but he does not survive. Appy with 1 last tick of health. Now suddenly tides have turned. It's only down to Edo10.
I guess this is where you say experience made the difference here. HYVE crumbling just cannot close the job, and they got a little bit too sloppy and desperate. Went on pushing, got punished. Oh, the headshot too. Stop beating him. He's already dead. That was too much to take.
I feel lost. Two teams that we were putting our hopes on have vanished in the middle of the desert. Same goes to Kim right now. Instant pickoff coming out of Riv. Man, these guys coming with long-range shots here is being very lethal. Now, two teams in between. I believe there's a member of Farang who's still out there on the outskirts, but that's actually RSG lurking in between. Or could it be? This is looking to be a little bit awkward over on the corners of the map. Meanwhile, speaking on the other corner, it's going to be Rush getting the hot down advantage, spraying onto everybody inside of the city. This on by the outskirts. Leto gets blown up inside the vehicle. Axis as well. Having Leto just being shredded by RSG Luke. And he was the one hiding the whole time. Now starting to make a sprint inward. Same goes to Riff.
Crit VIP, they need about 10 points in total. So they don't need the 10 frags. They might even get 5 and, you know, make up the rest with placement. But if they want to play in Livik, that is the requirements that they need to make it up there. Meanwhile, Farang being locking horns right now with some of the opponents playing by their side. And Team Secret finds them way into the circle. Center side might even look to qualify themselves further into the Livik match.
So long as they make it into the top 8, the chances of them just even adding 1-2 points should be sufficient for them to actually get that pass.
But Axis now finds them way on top. And I think they were having quite the bad run in Miramar previously. This could be redemption for them.
It could have been. Overall, majority of these teams are scattered all across the map. The circle will pull them directly into the center of this valley. DBD, after settling the scores with some of these other teams out there, hasn't been able to catch the final 2 members of Yoodo. 4 rivals out there, but they do have Echo taken out. Voki still lands that strike. Now draws the attention over onto the far ridges. Appy just playing for survival, calling Voki to back off.
Meanwhile, Axis Haynoob, his position there, he could just run in and maybe get the rest of Farang Guerilla from the flank side. And DBD pins her down. Zeke's under gunfire. Voki coming in with the OP skills here. We'll take him down. I think he got hit by the blue here. Now Axis Haynoob right next to him. Shoulder to shoulder, they're trying to peek things up, but it's a 3v1 and Axis will bow out that one. One member left, it's Riff. But how can he play this as a sole survivor?
It's going to be harder for Riff though. Tugging him out of the corners of the wall. Stone could just easily toss one up. Speaking of tossing one, it forces Riff to run outwards. Easy picking, perfect setup coming in from Farang Guerilla. And now Mugen is on the spot. They did get themselves for elimination. And Axis Esports Club, 5 frags. Now, they will be just above HYVE International. Team Secret relying on positioning points this time around. Meanwhile, into the smoke, still trying to seek out the rest of 4 rival members out there. Look at the circle, going further and further into the open. It's going to be a slight slope heading downwards. All these utilities have to be brought forward. Crit VIP, they survive. With all 4 members, they can eventually overtake. Stone finds Zigzag.
Bosskurr now out at 9th, 0 in eliminations. Farang Guerilla, they find themselves here weathering the storm against Axis, and they've done so successfully. Now Adibs coming in, but it's Crit VIP who is just in the circle, actually, not even on the outskirts. They're just camping there right behind vehicles, but they got spot out. Pressure is on them right now. Gunpoint. They're taking a heap amount of damage, but I'm not sure how well they can play right in the open.
Farang, though, they've been basically gating every other players from moving out. About Gemini about to meet up with Flax OP inside of the compounds that they've been hiding at. Team Secret now being ambushed by the rest of HomeBois. They want to play spoilers, and this might just be their golden moment, but they're delivering some kills over to Team Secret as well. So HomeBois, they're going to out for the hunt, goes in for a 360 spin. Team 10 gets it, but then again, they will also crash out.
Yeah, so they're... Ooh, hold that thought though, because RSG now against Crit VIP. Crit will have to find shelter somewhere or find a way to win this engagement because RSG already has covers, but they don't have the numbers. Only Rex left standing. And despite HomeBois' best effort to actually spoil the game for Team Secret, they ended up feeding 4 members of the Team Secret. Now they are right in 9th place for this top 16 teams in this map. We'll see where they fare out easily, but for sure, they've made it into the top 12, I think. 5 eliminations for Crit. This is all they needed.
And this is the high point that they're looking for, but then again, they still need to overtake Team Hagenal. Sure, they have some positioning points on board, but is it going to be enough? You really want to secure more because Team Secret is still alive, and they are the biggest challengers to Crit VIP at the moment. They managed to recover, and they have hit, taking 1 member down from the side of Zen9. Adam's on the ground, trying to secure the kill. Isaac still has the blue zone, closing behind him. He will take that buggy to basically sprint off, and that's where now these teams will make it to the top 5 with Zen9 crashing out at 5th.
Crit VIP looking super healthy, already got 5 kills. They just need the additional more for the buffer right now. Kid spraying into the dark, not hitting into anyone because nobody's there, but Crit VIP, despite all odds, no shelter to play with. They know where RSG is. Rex shot at them, and so they're not going to let that little shed run free. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they're making a push on forward.
Team Secret spreading all apart though.
Yeah, they have to. They have to increase their chances, right? They have the numbers advantage, take over the entire circle here. It's the top 3 position. They've been denied the chicken once. They cannot let Crit deny them again.
One more toss inwards. Rex doesn't seem like his health bars was clipped up. Just hiding by the corners here. Hard to actually push right in. And they heard all the rushes. MG3 gets 1 member down. Comes with a jump shot. Make that 2. Rex can clutch it all out. 2 more members left for Crit VIP. He messed with the wrong guy, but this will be one more shot. This time, it's Izane rushing inwards. Team Secret, they try to trade right in. 1 member left, and that's going to be Crit VIP. 2 versus 1.
2 versus 1, still very doable, especially if you look for a sharp shot like Razor here. Team Secret, they're not stupid enough to go in for the revive. Razor is Crit's best hope, but the circle is closing against him, and Team Secret has the advantage. He's burning in the blue right now. He does have some
denying the point.
He has to use it.
He's denying the point. He's burning his teammate alive, and he's not giving it away. They will give Team Secret what they deserve, a chicken dinner by the end of our Miramar round as they save themselves from gutter.
Team Secret clutched it when it matters the most, making their way into the top 12, and this will be them going in for a lifeline here in Livik. Another chance for them to collect more points. The same can't be said for the bottom 8, unfortunately.
We still got 1 more map to go, and Team Secret booked themselves that spot. Man, that's a little bit iffy, I would say, this final match. Kind of got some of these fans with their body hair raising up. So even at times we were still processing how did some of these fights went wrong for the teams that need those points the most.
I think maybe a bit too excited, over-aggressive.
The nerves?
No, I think they outplayed their hands, right? Because Genexus knew this was the time to farm, and maybe that got into their head a little bit, so they just went out going ham. But they were losing the trades.
I felt like that fight itself, we have to break down much later when the highlights come. So we start off here when DBD basically gets a little pickup. Here we have it. And this itself is the biggest loss.
It was iffy. Timings were off, right? You had 1 member already knocked. You're going in for the revive. Cowboy knew that. He was still trying to push the issue. He was trying to toss in more nades. Surely he eventually back off but then they just came in from the other side and, well, attacked. And that gave, when they knocked him out, there was a chance for Rift to even go in from the flank side, and then only the backup came in. So it felt a bit iffy.
Yeah, and overall, remember this, Genexus still will be playing on that Livik round. So still another chance to at least close gaps. But then again, number one is nothing but a dream for now.
Yeah.
Unless
Livik
20 kills? Chicken dinner and
Chicken dinner.
provided if GEEK Fam goes out first.
Then you only need 20 points, right? No, okay, let's be safe, 25 points.
Yeah, but overall it's kind of like a bonus map because, let's be honest here, sure, players might have trained there before. Do they actually know the ins and outs of Livik?
That's where things get interesting, and I guess that's where we'll see second hand now after last week's performance. So, for one thing's for sure, the race with Genexus and GEEK Fam is not over and dusted just yet. They still have one more map to play, that is Livik. If they can come in with the high frag number, I'd even say 10 kills with 15 placement points, that should be enough. But again, what you said is true, provided GEEK Fam don't accumulate.
Oh, this is where we'll have to look at all these sort of potentials when it comes down to that map. I wonder if we actually get map stats for Livik overall, but we have Team Secret as well as Crit VIP. RSG had Rex stealing all the limelight because he basically did a 1 versus 4, but the fourth member was a Team Secret member. So it wasn't a complete ace, couldn't take out Razor, and Razor decides, you know what? Let's not give points to some of these guys. It's like they settled for second.
Yeah, but Team Secret clutching it when it matters the most. Remember, they were risking not playing Livik, but here they are coming in 9 eliminations and 24 total points. It feels like I can dare say that they're just saving strats right now because we know this is Team Secret style, right? During the league, they give you mediocre performance, then comes the country final, that's where they really pop off.
I feel it's not their intentions overall, but if they do start on a good note, sure, like they try to ride on that high note. Because you got PMGC points for 5-4.
Oh, that's true. That's true as well. Because it always seems that when it comes down to the game that matters the most, they always come in with a number.
Yeah, it's also quite insane. This game had 3 teams tied up, 4 rivals, RSG, and I believe one of them might be Farang. I have to check again. But 6 elimination, Kid continues to add those numbers to the streak to try to fight the Terminators from GEEK Fam.
Yeah, I mean, Kid, the moment he went in, I gotta be honest, I doubted him for a bit, right? Because he was a new one in the block, but he's really pulling his weight since last season. Team Secret now rise up to 10th, and they were risking playing Livik. That's what I mean. And now Crit VIP on the precipice. HYVE goes down at 16. Oh, it feels so really close.
Bad. Axis got a lot of frags, that's why they maintained their spot, but maintaining is not enough. Farang might have actually tried to move up, and MAB just lost by 3 points. These teams definitely felt the hurt. And for the top 12, congratulations. They will move on to our next round in Livik. So therefore, we look at the points again. Overall, Genexus remain unchanged. So remember the numbers. We're going to move into the next map and see if Genexus goes gun blazing. Because who knows? Maybe one more chicken dinner for Genexus.
Yeah, they need that 30 pointers. They need that 30 total points or 25 and above, but you want to be safe. Go for the 30 total points here. Can they do it in Livik? Livik is a 12-team map, which means it is a smaller map. Which means a lot of close quarter.
It's like Sanok 2.0.
It's a lot of close quarter combat, I believe. But we'll worry about that one later on. Let's worry about how Team Secret got their chicken dinner and 9 elimination.
Yeah, they start off in Hacienda del Patron and they move into the grounds of Power Grid. And with this bird's eye view, they can easily seek out, okay, which one is a danger zone and where could we easily go to without taking too much risk. So they cut by the corners of the traffic and then ended up by the north point of Monte Nevo. So from that point onwards, they can get access to the hills. They can also eventually get access to the open grounds, which we saw early on. They were also playing by the shed, where later RSG took over. So by the time that they leave into the open grounds, they basically march into the smoke, causing a trail. But that's me putting the fast forward button. but majority of the teams were actually fighting from both north as well as south, and I think like that's where there's a lot of troubles for all the teams out there. DBD, they managed to last quite long in this.
Yeah, this was the point. Honestly, I thought Tabah NSEA was going to win this circle because look at that. They have the circle, they have the high ground, they were shooting down the likes of Sam9. Sam9 dropped like 3 players trying to push in. So it looked like Tabah NSEA was going to have the better half of it, but obviously Team Secret coming in with some sharp shots here. Izane taking members from afar. They even spotted Crit VIP from the distance, which was impressive. And they will pin them down right behind cars here, as you can see. Eventually, this was the layout towards the final few. And damn, man, look at Farang.
RSG is the only mat led directly in the center by the shack that he was hiding in, and makes it into top 3. So well done by RSG Rex. If only he secured all those takedowns, RSG might have actually propelled themselves further up the list, but I'm not too sure if those few pointers can actually add up to much.
Yeah, Farang was just unfortunate. They were right smack dab in the open. There was no way they were getting passed by. Team Secret just sprayed and pray, obviously in the right direction. And this went detrimental. This was a loss for Crit VIP. They went and pushed, but I don't think they have much utilities to play around with. They failed this fight, I would say so myself. 2 members getting knocked down by a single Rax via the window, and it was in the end Izane who goes in, sprays him from the back end, sprays Rax, and then Rax eventually fall down to the Molotov that was already thrown in the inside.
I guess like Crit just didn't suspect that they have one of the most lethal weapons in the game. The MG3 is busted, like absolutely busted. Literally, I mean, back in the days when I was staying with Cellboy for a little bit, he just says that, man, this weapon just feels like there's no recall at all. And, you know, we're gonna have a little bit of recall because that was one long drawn-out fight. So we'll take a little bit of short break. When we come back, it's time we go for our bonus round in Livik. So see you then.
My name is Nat from GEEK.
Hai, nama saya Drake. Saya daripada tim SMG. Hai, saya Rip dari Exus Red One.
Hai, saya Guza. Saya dari Quick Baby. Saya Bosskurr daripada tim DBD.
Hello guys, saya Ricky daripada Dingoz Esports.
Hai, saya Bravo daripada tim Farang Guerilla. Hello guys, I'm Bill from Genexus.
Hello guys, saya Ayam Pro dari HomeBois.
Hello everyone, I'm Bigger from HYVE International.
Hai, saya Iftar dari tim MAB Esports.
Hi, my name is Iris and I'm from Team MUGEN.
Hi guys, my name is Reza from Team RSG.
Saya Zubi daripada tim MAB.
Hi, I'm Deb from Sam9.
Hai, saya Frankie daripada Tabah NSEA.
Hai, nama saya Aboy dari tim Bosskurr.
Hello, I'm Kate from Team Secret. Hai, saya Olio daripada Yoodo Alliance.
Hello guys, nama saya Pemburu. Saya daripada Team Forever.
Kami bara untuk mendapatkan champion pada season kali ini.
For this season, kita orang akan rampas balik piala kita orang dekat Forever.
This season, I'm confident that Sam9 will break the curse and play in PMPLC.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan pegang title champion kita orang.
Untuk musim ini, saya akan bawa balik piala untuk tim Farang Guerilla. So our target for next season is to become the champion and to qualify to PMPC.
For this upcoming tournament, I'm expecting that my team will perform much better than the last PH representative last season.
Untuk season ni, tim MAB akan cuba rebut piala untuk bawa ke Gaming House. For this upcoming PMPL MY Force Speed, we're gonna bring back our champion trophy back to the Gaming House.
We will try to be the first SG team to make it to the C stage.
Untuk 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, DBD akan dapatkan piala itu bawa balik.
For 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, you will try to get belt trophy back in season 3 grand finals.
Kami akan cuba untuk membawa balik piala itu ke Gaming House kita orang.
Untuk season kali ini, kami nak menang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan target PMJC sebab kita orang dah yakin dengan line up kita orang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang cuba dapatkan trofi untuk HomeBois.
Untuk PMPL season kali ini, kita orang akan cuba bawa trofi dalam rumah MAB Esports.
Kami harapkan untuk membawa balik piala PMPL kali ini ke Negeri Sembilan. PMPL kali ini kami akan bawa balik trofi untuk tim Bosskurr.
Kali ini korang jangan lupa tengok kita orang merampas takta atau trofi daripada Forever.
Long live Alliance.
still moving under gunfire.
Secret fighting. Dibambil Team A. We are the boss. Your game, your play.
Semnan on fire.
GG, Aussie. Mugen langgar. MAB, bring it on.
HomeBois family.
Genexus, all the way up. Rise with us.
Once a geek, always a fam.
Dingoz, create to conquer.
Exist Red One, kita ganas. Play with pride.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
To all of the HYVE International fans, thank you for the non-stop support and we will do our best to be at least make the Filipinos proud.
Jangan lupa saksikan 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Keep supporting us. We'll see you guys at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Untuk fans, thank you sebab support kita orang. And jangan lupa support kita orang dekat 2022 MYSGPH Fall. Alright, bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na. Yuhai. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit GEEK Fam. Baka yung secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun sinasabi ko. Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK Fam. UI managed to pin down Imsomnus. Imsomnus is now out of the question to work this out. It's Kido. Managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
Tak ya, men!
Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10. Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dulu lah. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku aja aku ikut aku. Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang.
Sebenarnya bodoh apa benda yang ni?
Apa tu bodoh? Masuk balik. I behind you. You go first. Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Bodoh. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack. Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas kot. Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove.
Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air. Lah. Tajam gila. Takut. Can we redo? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this? Nenas. Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
Hey, you've changed. Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We are fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak. And when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app.
Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today. Yoodo.
And finally, here we are in the very final map, the uncharted territories of Livik. And you are currently watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. Yes, it's going late into the night, but Keith as well as Contract here will accompany you throughout your Sunday till your Monday blues hit. Hopefully not.
And
So
I'm
blue.
super excited for it because, hey, it's our first Livik map to cast, of course.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for that one, right? Like because it's played on a competitive level, not really just like a show match where celebrities are on. And so with Livik coming in, it's going to be a new change of pace. But first, let's take a look at some of the numbers pulled in the previous match.
All right, and seems like there's a whole lot of towers going on because everyone knows it's the last hurrah, and they just got to show their worth to make it into Livik. And Team Secret has done it. Same goes to Crit VIP, just making the cut into the top 12 and beyond. So with that being said, we're going to be also looking at the teams and players who have done the most damage.
Yep, Kid coming in second place here, 690 damage, but it is Appy who reigns supreme at 706. Rift, though, I think he's got one of the more crucial shots in. He's the one who won that fight against Genexus, and henceforth, although 643, those 643 is worth a whole lot.
And here we have the brand new map Livik. You guys can try it out for yourself. If you have not dropped into this map, the top 12 teams on the weekly rankings compete in one additional map, like we said, as the last match of each Sunday. And the points earned from Livik matches will be counted in. So the points actually is going to be different.
Yeah.
So even though, so my question has been answered right now. First place, 10 points. Second, 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 for 8. Everyone else
0.
after 8, nada. Nothing at all.
That means that the Genexus have to work extra harder for it. Now they need 10 kills to hit 20, but he needs 25. Is that even still doable?
With 12 teams, that also means that there's only 44 other players than your own squad. So
that's rough.
Go figure, man. Like
44 players, you need 10. That's a whole lot of the chunk.
Yeah, and here are the names. GEEK Fam, Genexus, in order of their position. Zen9 on third, Dingoz. VIP making it to the top 12. Congratulations to them.
Yeah,
but now the hurdle continues. So I feel this is going to be happening. Elimination points, utmost importance. Doesn't matter how you go out there to secure him, you just have to make it work. So, talent prediction. I forgot what did I predicted.
On Livik, we're all playing Genexus right now. Come on. We want to see it happen. We want to see that gap being closed, and this is their last chance to do so. Right.
But also remember, chicken dinner is not 15 right now. It's only going to be 10 points.
So
meaning to say
30 to be safe. So I'd say they need 30 to be safe.
Okay, meaning to say, okay, one possibility, GEEK fam, shut down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
When 18 frags.
Okay.
18 frags to close around to secure a 28, and then there might just be a pass.
Yeah.
If they get an 18 pointer.
Then they will be, if they get 18 pointer, plus the chicken, that brings them to 28. That might be tying them, but with the chicken dinners that they have accumulated, might put Genexus on top.
Yes.
Whoo, man, that win condition is literally slim.
We are bagging on, okay, me, Keith,
needle in a haystack.
Our prediction on a 0.1%er, but Genexus, they have done the unthinkable before. Question is, where is Genexus landing?
Based on similar drop spots, I would say I don't know. I think somewhere around Gronhus. I think it's Scandinavian. We've had a discussion around it.
I want to see who
German.
goes to Iceborg.
Iceborg. What about Mietstein? No, that's where Team Huck lies.
Welcome to hell. Helle.
Helle.
Ask who?
Ask you? Ask me. No, so just for context for people, we're not butchering it. We're excited. Okay, we've never got to get. This is our first time casting competitive Livik, and so we gotta get used to the name, like Fischerhus.
Livestock.
There's Logistics Center. That's easy to pronounce.
I like how there is like a waterfall and then there's a dry dock.
So if you noticed, everything in that small peninsula is all English, and then whatever's on the outskirts is all Scandinavian.
And we'll continue our broadcast in English, of course. Final map, here we go. And let's see who takes the final plate. Sure, PMPL MYSGPH.
Oh my god.
Flight path
so
comes
excited.
in northwest to be specific, heading to Bosskurr. So does that mean that it's going to be hard for them to reach towards the south side? Remember, the reason why we have 12 teams is because this is a 2x2 map. You can see that they could stretch all the way there. Power plan is going to be focused by RSG, but Bosskurr looking around pretty closely. Meanwhile, our eyes are set onto Genexus.
Oh, they took Wittstein.
Yeah, that's going to be the prime spot directly in the center, unchallenged by everybody else. But they have to make haste because the more teams drop out, the lesser points they get.
GEEK fam now taking the slot off the blue tag, so that's going to be a bit throwing a curveball in terms of it. And Crit VIP no longer yellow.
Here.
They're light blue, and wow, this is close quarter combat at best. I think this game is probably going to end in like 13 minutes at this rate if they're already facing each other. A warning shot by Kin, emptying a bunch of bullets from the barrel here, but nothing too detrimental just yet. However, he's got to be careful though, Kin, because Apel is on the inside.
You can see so many different weaponries inside this map itself. And we see Apel trying to go in for the shotgun and will be pinned down by the... Well, I tried to recall the weapon yet again. I believe it's a Hamas in hand. And that's going to be first blood secured by Crit VIP.
Crit, maybe this is their forte. Oh, what's going on? They're denying points?
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay. I think we've got message in our ears here that they might have had a mishap with the fire. Loyu is now in need of emergency assistance again. And so I guess we'll see.
That's okay. Let them play it out for a little bit until everybody goes in for that recall. And
just go ham at this point, right?
Yep.
Since that recall might be coming anytime soon. Oh, that's bar action right now. We're looking at Yoodo Alliance. Position don't matter, right? Voki sees everyone just running in, but they're dropping like flies. One nade could rule them all, and he has it. He's got a nade. Come on, Voki. Come on, this match ain't official. Go throw one in there.
Maybe it still is. No calls given just yet. Just waiting for the whistle to be blown. If there's actually a whistle, Voki LP does have a grenade though. And let's end the game here with a bang.
Oh!
And he tossed it to Bad Bad.
Yeah, he had one nade and just, that took out no one. So that will not end with a bang. But at least good heads up to the viewers. That match will happen again later on. We're just configuring some things out. Like Loyu accidentally burned himself. That's 3rd degree burn. So
3rd degree. So is that the only way to actually get a degree? Other than
well, it's a painful way to get it, but I can't say going through university is any easier.
Yeah, that takes
years.
At least 3-4 years.
Look at Sir Cloud. He's trying to get his PhD. He's still at it.
He's on like the 7th degree. Just kidding. Anyways, lame jokes from Contra. Okay, put it aside. Yes, I admit it. We're going nowhere with this. Going absolutely nowhere, but we're gonna go back into our Livik as you guys are also still waiting for the final chicken dinner to see who will make it to the top. But we've already calculated the odds, but I want to also see who actually makes improvements out of this Livik matchup, because some may actually stand still on the charts overall, and then when you look at possibly from, I would say 9th place all the way down to 12th, there is a little bit of fighting chance that they can actually make differences when it comes down to those points, and then bonus points will be awarded. So today, extra hard work for all the boys out there, and same goes to you, Keith. Man, that's why you go to the gym today, right? Like,
yeah, I was
getting
pumped
prepared.
I was pumped up for Livik. That's why I gotta actually pump in the gym, get my blood going, you know. And I heard you went to the gym too yesterday. How's the legs? Feeling pretty good?
Oh, those leg days?
Yeah.
Jumping on tires?
Oh, you jumped on tires?
Yeah, fixing my car.
I was wondering, when did a workout require you to jump on tires? Flipping tires, yes, but jumping on tires, you're doing something wrong. Sure.
Yeah, not gonna lie, when I was doing that, like, there was me figuring out whether I should turn it counterclockwise or clockwise to unscrew the bolts.
It's simple. Lefty loosey, righty tighty.
I've never heard that before.
That's the rule. Turn it right to tight, left to loose.
Okay, loose and tight, and what else is there?
I don't know, go crazy.
Unscrew and screw it again. That's how we change tires, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like I said, you gotta blow it as well. Yeah,
but
make sure it's inflated.
Is already blown.
No, you gotta make sure it's inflated.
Right.
So, yeah, you gotta blow the tires.
I don't want to blow any more tires, man. They're expensive to fix. And yeah, make sure you guys are safe on your journeys. And if you don't want to fix any cars, play PUBG Mobile. Full of free cars.
He probably took it from there. He blew one tire to see if the handling was any better. Like
I learned it from like Voki, like, oh, let's stabilize. No, it's not stable at all.
In fact, you can't even move. And dangerous. Don't. You've heard it from us. No, this is PSA.
Can you imagine, like, you usually, like, when, okay, just go into the technicalities of the car anatomy, right? So usually, like, with the engines and everything up in the front, not every car has the engine in the front. So when you pop the front tires, like, usually it's super heavy, so it's harder to move.
Yep.
But sometimes some of these vehicles here, man, they just keep moving.
What do you mean?
Okay, for buggy, we can understand the engines all the way back.
Yeah.
So, would you say the back tires are more important than the front?
I think you can still move even if the engine's up front, right? It's just that you'll be damaging your rims and probably not the most ideal position to drive in.
But you're probably not going to roll for more than 500 meters.
You can. You know, people deflate their tires on purpose, especially in off-road conditions.
I haven't seen it in real life, but you can demonstrate to me.
You know, it's literally, you get more contact, right? It's area contact, surface contact when you deflate it a little bit. Like, I don't know, 20% or something, because you get a little bit of a flat instead of a round, and that gives you more surface traction, And so in off-road conditions, that's what they actually do.
Wow. There you have it. Mr. Keith here with a whole lot of new knowledge for all of us. And this time, it's time to learn Livik all together on this final map in our second week of the Day 5 PMPL MYSGPH. This brand new season offering us so much.
Oh, a banner
and this
split.
is going to be that perfect split, honestly, as it splits it right in between the center. So we expect almost the same drop. The Genexus.
Wait, someone has to explain something here. How is it on Livik that on the northern side it's all ice and down on south it's a dormant volcano? Do they even go well together? Is that even a thing? Two different equators at
Treat
this
this
point.
as Game of Thrones. And literally what it is. Like, I think our narratives fit very well. Like, you think that one of these Lannisters could basically rule them all, and no, they don't. And you think that the other house would basically conquer. No, they don't. You think the dragons are going to breathe fire and just conquer the whole area. No, they don't.
I actually have yet to watch Game of Thrones, so I'll let you finish on that one.
Sorry.
But I do not know what...
I think you should watch it still. It's still a great show to pass time.
I know the White Walkers. So who are there in this map? Who's the White Walkers in this map?
White Walkers?
Ain't that a thing?
Geek fan. Do they have anything to lose? No.
That's true. That's true.
Oh?
Oh? Yeah.
Everything starts to turn white. Is that the sign of White Walkers? Yoodo just appeared.
Although...
Do they have blue eyes?
Genexus.
Uh-huh.
Could they be the White Walkers instead? Actually, I don't even know what the motive is behind Walkers. I try to relate, man. I can't. I haven't watched it just yet.
They can actually navigate that.
Yeah, interact via the map. Will they even reveal position? Imagine if it does. Like for a blimp second, you get one peek at every team's current position, and then it disappears.
Yeah. Or maybe you look into the next circle.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Uh-huh.
That makes so much sense.
There we go. Rapper Boy just at the Flying Fox. There's a zip line across. Meanwhile, Voki wants to be Jack Sparrow. Well, without the rum, of course.
They're playing in weird places, a shipyard here. It's all containers. Playing by the edge.
Chippy.
I guess when it's such a small map, you do want to play it on the edge because, everyone's just going to go bar, smack dab in the center. And, yeah, with less teams to worry about, I think it's more manageable to assume that they're all in front of you.
So for rivals, they have to chase against Tabah NSEA, and all they have to do is secure 3 points above them.
You get 1 point different, right?
Yeah, 1 point difference, but at 1 point could have mean a lot when it comes down to your final rankings into qualifying into the C finals. And on top of the C finals, the play-ins as well. Rebel Boy getting tagged. Zigzag. Aiming on the guy on the zip line. So I think he wants to go zigzag on that instead. He feels a little bit jealous that he's so far away. Couldn't get there. And therefore, he's trying to pick them off instead. Pick on someone your own size, Ranger says. Because he's about to actually steal this one away. Can he actually go for it, though?
Nah, he has no eyes on it.
Oh, he lost sight.
He was hiding behind a bush. So Ranger, he might be a great Ranger in finding the general vicinity, but he can't really pinpoint exactly, right? You're going on scent and trails here as a Ranger, so.
Yeah, like Rangers usually go on about, scavenge, hunt, do all the things that they want.
And transform into colorful costume.
That's if they have the power.
Well, are we
Speaking
old?
of which, it could be He-Man. I have the power. Oh, Monster Trucks.
Oh, let's go.
Boy.
Now
Bring
we're
it on.
talking. Now we are talking. Now this
This
is
is
the
a
Livik that I
unpopular
want.
tire, I feel.
Yeah, now this is the kind of tires you do deflate on intentionally here, but this is how you start off Livik. You gotta show off big time, and then what more better way to do it than with an obnoxious 4x4.
Luke is so sharp. I mean, like, he managed to at least get one tag in. Bombas in the hands of Razor. A good sort of sprays you could actually get out of it. I believe you could also adjust it into a burst fire mode. Meanwhile, Rex will go pretty close by. Of course, it's a double barrel shotgun coming out there for some of these players. While Kin tries to surf his way through, got the Scar L in hand. The thing about this map is that you can also find quite an amount of level 3 headgears. Therefore, I don't expect teams to be using too much of snipers going around the map.
Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, close quarters with Genexus. Well, they have pretty much a broken ruin or a shell of a former castle or gladiator, Colosseum, some sort of ish. They're not going to come in contact just yet. Everyone's just playing it a bit more passive, seeing as though it's a small circle. Don't want to go on too much of it. I wish they show us the view or player's perspective when they do check onto the map, just to see what actually do they derive from that interaction.
It's a secret. For now, at least.
Only Team Secret may access it.
That proves to be untrue. We do have some of these players moving around. And funny thing is that we expected this match to be very chaotic, but feels like it's kind of like a...
Yeah, they have eyes. Just sprint. Come on, Adi. It's not that far away. Look, now getting fire down, it seems, but they just cannot finish the job here, and that's going to buy him some time to be behind the shed. And with the cover fire up top, RSG, look, might just live to tell another day here as the Rax coming in clutch with the suppressive fire.
And Bosskurr, the only team that have lost out 2 members so early on. Doesn't seem like they have much to recover from. With 2 members, how much can you actually get inside of this matchup?
I'm already loving Livik. Look at that. They're going straight for the push. They don't even care about running away, man. It's onwards and upwards when it comes to Livik. They're not shy about finding a way out of there. They're just here to fight, it seems. RSG, Brian already prepping himself in place.
And they will eventually fall back. The rest of Yoodo Alliance understand that they have started a lion.
Oh, they're just running on foot. This is so risky. Like, you would have never seen this in any traditional maps. Only in a Livik do you do this. You're running by foot to pursuit onto a compound. How crazy is that?
It is very crazy after all. RSG continues on chasing and chasing.
Right?
And seems like they don't have vehicles. I think looks fine one with the rest of the team. Therefore, they will move into the trucks.
They can gatekeep, I think, RSG, but they don't have vehicles.
This Jeep does look a little bit flimsy, but it does look like it can do with multi-purpose usage to climb up those difficult terrains.
Oh, look at who smacked up at the center. Genexus, GEEK. These two, now just Genexus at the very least, but GEEK now has to push onto Genexus. The decider is going to go down to the wire of that engagement.
And you can already see the first blue zone has already been chipping some of their health packs here. April aiming to play the healing game, just scavenging for those packs. 2 packs in for Appy. I believe that it's going to be quite similar to Sanok in such an essence that you could possibly get all of these sort of loots. And oh boy, Rush comes in to try to clear out this entirety of the sector of the dome. With so many of all these walls to work with, but then again, 7-9. They have 2 members down. Boy finds one from Adik Luke. 1 member out of the side of Yoodo Alliance. Meanwhile, 7-9 still in trouble though.
Oh, they're crashing Genexus. They need to farm in the points, and we know the win condition here. They can't let all these spoils get away because every point matters. They need that 10 pointers, actually 18. That is the number, the golden number for it to be safe. And Sam9 looks like they might just be the next to feed onto the way of Genexus, as now they're going in from the flank side and the front side here. SM9's a bit spread too thin. They will get gunned down here. And Genexus takes another one up, putting more points across the board.
Suddenly, it's all possible. 3 points in. We mentioned about 18-pointer out there. But then again, it also means that they have to continue on the manhunt journey. One player left out of SM9. He's got 35 first aid kits. And you know we're about to get ready for something that is very, very similar to Sanhok.
So assuming each and every one of the teams here deploy one member to play the heal game, that leaves the lobby with how many players left? 44 minus 12.
Oh no, minus 11.
Oh.
Or should you say minus 10 because NC's already out the game. Okay, at least quick maths already being done. 10 players though. That means
no, you need 18.
Other.
You need 18, right? Like, okay, 18 out of 44 is already near half the entire lobby.
Means you need to kill the whole lobby. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah,
honestly.
Now it's feeling very, very slim.
We should have done the map before we start the game.
That's true. That's true. But we've gotten the hopes up. Now we just have to.
But then again, I don't think every single team will actually send players into the blue zone.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, right? Like, like assuming everyone does, that means the available player to be shot down is the probability of that happening.
Just taking a little bit of time to wonder, right?
Yeah.
How much more does it take? Even GEEK Fam hasn't struck a chord yet. GEEK Fam could easily make things harder for them.
Yeah, that's true.
And on top of that, the other teams that want to look for changes here in terms of position is RSG fighting against Dingoz. While we have RSG doing exactly just that, hitting onto Helton, and redONE is just stuck. Trying to get the revive off in time. GEEK Fam should have heard those gunshots, but here comes Rex, making it rain. 3 grenades. One player already taken out there. And with more and more players getting taken out, the Genexus will put them outside. We focus on this. And Rex have arrived at the scene. And Batman's actually playing this time around with Dingoz.
Oh.
Having this player waiting for his chance to prove himself again. Last time we saw him, he was basically having a little bit of a surprise in store.
He's right there.
Dingoz
Oh my god, he didn't get punished for looting right in front of the members of Team Secret.
Oh no.
Kid had eyes on him, but
he knows now.
He was behind the smoke, and now Dingoz looking like in a better position. Kid trying to hold things off on the rooftop in this small barn or shed. Yeah, he does. Great shot with the shotgun there. Secures the kill even. And now he has to play the jiggle playing. Oh, gets another one.
Oh my word.
This guy is clutching things out and actually sent them off into the lobby.
Kid, you cannot do this. Not to Dingoz. And now RSG just need 2 points. And I believe in the top 10, you still don't really get... Oh, wait.
Whoa.
What?
Wait,
is he playing Super Mario?
Well, he's going up.
And up again.
Oh, right now, though, DBD up against Team Secret. 2 members against the 4. HYVE gets shot down by Ranger.
Oh. Whiffs the shot this time around, and it's going to be Yen that will take 1 member out. That leaves only Zane still remaining, going for the spray down. Gets 1 member outside of DBD. Tree, as he's trying to switch it all the way up. And there goes Team Secret bowing out. 10th place finish, 3 elimination points.
Quick math right now. If the remaining players drops down to 22 and Genexus doesn't have the 18 kills in, that means they missed out a lot. I think it's kind of impossible already, right?
Yep, it's impossible. So it's okay. We carry on with a run here with GEEK Fam. Knocking down to Addict Luke. Sorry, not Addict Luke. Another Luke, to be specific. And that's going to be Ranger getting taken out there. RSG at least securing 4 points in. Still not chasing up to Dingoz. So honestly, not much have changed in terms of position.
Because in the end of the day, you'll see like if Genexus just fails to take over GEEK, then they're not going to take over the #1 spot. So everything will be in a status quo. Because there's no way that number 4, 5, and 6, with them being eliminated, they're not going to disturb the position that Sem9 currently sits in. And, well, 4Rivals still has a chance to make an upset.
But overall, remember this, GEEK fam is going to add more PMGC points to this. Dingoz to 4Rivals. Oh, Peaks coming out there. And DPD trying to go in for the big grab. Finds it underneath. How did he pop up?
That was I mean, it's a spread. It's a spread, right? It's a cluster. It's shotgun.
What?
It goes on the underneath, too.
Oh, blue zone. It's starting to be hurt right now.
The Nexus. Under gunfire, maybe.
And crit somewhere around as well.
He knows.
Boki, he's not pulling just yet. He's trying to spot his ex-teammate. Not too hard to see Small Boy, though.
But which one is Snowball? Small Boy. He wouldn't know.
Does he?
Unless they know a certain cosmetics and aesthetics.
All right, my dear friend. I think 8 teams are left. It's time to amp up the tempo right now. As we see Xiao Boy this time actually taking out Boki instead. He waited far too long, and the exchanges have happened, and this is where Olayo hugging by the corner of the blue zone as well. Doesn't seem like the teams are interested to run directly inwards, but then again, Snipes quickly snaps. M249 looking like he has no recall. Pew Pew finds another one. Secures Boki. GEEK fam on the crosshair of Razor as well. 5 elimination points coming in for Genexus, still chasing. Adds it to 6.
GEEK fam now tanking the blue. Seems like they'll find their way into the circle. I don't know when you want to amp things up here. It's still going as slow as I thought it would be. But meanwhile, Genexus now have full reign across, but they don't have the circle. Might have to look to push onto the likes of Crit VIP. And can they do so successfully? Because we've seen so many failed attempts. Actually, Crit VIP might be sandwiched between Genexus and GEEK fam.
Remember, 4Rivals is also playing for healing points out there, and there we have it. Damrud will go down as well, so only 1 member left for the side of GEEK fam. And there goes 4Rivals already down for the count. So I think that the blue zone does not apply. It does not allow you to heal all the way throughout. This is phase 6. It's starting to hurt. Xiao Boy gets another one pinned out. Genexus can actually get the chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner, but I don't think the eliminations is enough here, especially with GEEK fam coming in with 4 of their own. That means 7 minus the 4 numbers. They need a 28, and just probably not gonna happen. But a point is point, and we are also playing for accumulated points for the PMGC, and right now Genexus already beaten GEEK fam. Can look to increase that lead once more, but in the blue zone they will go. Members of Bosskurr, Sem9 tanking it, Crit VIP and Genexus the next to go head-to-head.
Sem9 playing healing, 33 packs actually doable, as Adips is proving us wrong, but now with the circle closing up to Genexus, it's bound to happen. I think they've found out that Adips is going to be around the corner. Luyu going out for the hunt. They know that there's not going to be anywhere around. Team Bosskurr having only 1 elimination point comes out at 4th place. Now it's between Crit VIP as well as Genexus here, fighting it out for the dinner.
Luyu on the flank side though, he's already positioned himself. Crit, yeah, oh my god, this is the worst possible position ever. You've got not just the high ground blocking your, it's a steep hill in front of your eyes. You have 0 visibility in the map, although you do have covers. But now, getting burnt down, Kin has to pop the medkit immediately. They're driving by. Genexus inching closer towards Crit VIP, who now has to push into circle. This looks like another one of those Sandhawk maps where it's impossible to go on high hills, but they will try. Luyu behind the tree lines. Kin going in with his ally, with the, gets shot down long though with the sharp eye. Taking them down, Bebang with the refrag there. But now, the numbers are going inside of Genexus. 3 members still up, 2 more left on VIP. Where might they be? Going in for the heal, and that is Crit VIP eliminated. And just like that, Sem9 Adips will make it onto 2nd place. and maybe even tank it even further, especially with 22 nades. Can he actually outlast the rest of Genexus if the circle closes?
They've already secured 10 points. That's 20 points to try to close up against GEEK Fam. Adibs, the only one remaining here, just tries to utilize that 19 pack. Actually, is it possible that they overheal? No, not at all. Genexus with a victory to close off week 2 in the final map of Livik. And this is the conclusion of week 2.
The full 20 points go to the side of Genexus. I think that's more painful, if anything. If only in the previous match they'd gotten like 8 kills. If they ran away with the 2 members and try and garner some points there, this would have been that one match that sealed the deal and bring them on top at number 1. But it seems unlikely now. But a victory is a victory nonetheless, and Genexus walks away with the final chicken dinner in Livik.
Well, my bad.
You're all right, my good sir. That's what happened when you choke on chicken. You know, you gotta make sure that the bones are finally deep out from the entire meal itself.
Well, I don't remember chewing on to anything that has bones on it. It was like a fish cake or something. But if we go back into the highlights here, we have a little bit of rowdy action after 9 minutes of play, and suddenly the rest of Genexus are just on hunting grounds everywhere they go. And we see Team Secret actually have some pop-off moments out there, especially with Kid bringing out those shotguns into play. Yuhai with the stellar spray, and Kid with that jump shot, just making it work out. And yet again, I think like the majority of the teams here may not have actually changed the position. Kid VIP, at least with that extra 10 points out there, maybe might have elevated themselves a little bit. But yet again, the Nexus out there hunting for that dinner. If only they managed to find another 8-bar to frag out.
Yeah. Wasted opportunity, but hey, you know what they say, you can only do better on the next week.
But it's really a tough feat though. Who could blame them? Like, I think that the Nexus have fought all the way to the very end, chasing up against GEEK Fam, and I think that's all that matters.
Well, not really. In the end of the day,
you become the people's champion.
It's what the results does matter. It takes precedent overall. But hey, again, like I said, do better. This is not the end of it. It's only the 2nd week of the country league. They still have another week to make up for it. And Genexus just has to come in more consistent this time around, although they're already super consistent as we speak.
That's true. And Sem9 finishing on 2nd there, we thought that he would maybe have lasted all the way throughout, or maybe go for a last stand, and maybe by the time it peaks, kiss one more to Genexus. Well, overall, Team Bosskurr so far have shown us that they are also capable of having a fighting chance hitting the grand finals of the PMPL. And of course, going into the top 4 here inside Livik only adds a few more pointers out there, but it will still remain, as I think we know, who's going to be on top.
Yeah, GEEK Fam does definitely come out as the ultimate winner here. Last week's #1 overall, this week's overall #1 as well. So Team Secret may have fell off a little bit, but they will still remain themselves within the top 12 position. So that's good going on for them. I think they're probably in 7th place or so. That's 14 points, very commendable. Sem9 also actually came out pretty big because they got #4 last week, and that is 17 points. This time they're at the 3rd spot, right? So that is an additional 18 points. And that sort of consistency is rewarded through and through. Genexus, unfortunately for them, they were number 9 last week, and this time around they're in 2nd. So a big step up, but you know, last week was a bit lower than they would have expected, I guess.
Exactly, and I think that this week definitely is full of surprises, though there were also heroic stories that have built, and there's also the fall of teams like HomeBois, which we hope in week 3, that's where they manage to find those sort of points to add all together and still make that cut. So make sure you guys are still going to be around, because eventually we'll be speaking to some of the players out there for an interview to close off the night, so you guys can take a guess who it is. Honestly, I don't even know myself.
Yeah, I guess it's always a surprise when we get these phoners, right? All we have is a picture on the screen and figure out later on when we actually see the person at the end. But you guys can take a wild guess. And, well, we'll just get into the match in just a bit, right? Like, just take a look at the rankings. So far, it is Genexus coming out with the 20 points, unfortunately. So close, yet so far, but still a good effort. Nonetheless, they have the most chicken dinner in this week, right? I believe that is 6 chicken dinners now to GEEK Fam's 3, 4? Somewhat like that.
Yeah, the streak is just absolutely unreal. The Genexus here, so long as they come in hot, just like how they did this week, just amp up a little bit more of what they need to and survive throughout to make a more consistent run, then they should be able to beat out GEEK Fam, because GEEK Fam honestly have gotten too much out of their day 1 as well as day 2, and then that's where we start to see the dip coming in. So Yen is our MVP of the match, doing 488 damage, but then again, we see 10 frags coming out of members of Genexus though. So let's see, as our weekly rankings have accumulated, here are our biggest winners of the week. GEEK Fam, 285 points, and my goodness, 9 points differential between Genexus as well as GEEK. But second place, nonetheless, congratulations to them for working so hard. 7-9 on third spot with 219 points in total.
Yeah, so congratulations to all these. That is across this screen here. No worries for them. Those who finish in the bottom 4, they don't have to beat themselves that hard, because know this, comes next week, all these weekly rankings will reset back to 0 and have a chance to yet again grind it out to give themselves a better position for the overall rankings, which I do wish to see later on, right? Now, like I said, some of the winners are the weekly winners. Let's take a look at the bonus ranking. GEEK right now taking home the 20. Genexus with 19. That's a huge step up from where they were previously at 9th place of bringing in only 12. Team Secret now at 10. Brings in an additional 11 on top of the 19 they had yesterday. So I think a lot of these marginal differences will start to close out upon each other, but I'm actually more curious to see who were there in the bottom 4 position last week with this week and see where they stand currently.
That's right. Overall, I guess that each team have been able to accumulate all these points. And now, based on the bonus rankings, GEEK Fam currently sitting at the top with 40 points. 7-9 on second place, and is Dingoz still maintaining now tied with 7-9. Yeah. And somebody's got to break the streak, meaning to say Genexus is actually at 3rd, but any given moment that could change. Team Secret still within grasp with 30 points, tied with Tabah NSEA, 27 for DBD, 23 for Bosskurr, and RSG at 9th place with 21, 20 for Team Hawk. Meanwhile, what's in store for us on the second pager?
Not good news, that's for sure, right? Assuming all these bottom 4 teams, Farang, HYVE International, HomeBois, and MUGEN, even if they end up number 1 next week, that adds into 29, 28 points, and that's barely even scratching the surface for the number 1 spot.
They need to make sure they're going to be within that top 8 ratio.
Yeah.
And on top of that, let's take a look again at our top 3 eliminators of the week, as we have already accumulated 78 kills, all secured by GEEK Fam's Yuhai. Definitely the top Terminator out there, alongside with Micah with 73 and 67. These guys, I don't know, man. Like, feels like they don't even need chicken dinners if they keep scoring these high numbers.
Yeah, but obviously there's some sort of pride in actually securing a chicken dinner. I don't know what is it about, but when it comes to PUBG Mobile, it feels like that way. You can come in with like high fragging power, but in the end of the day, if you got to that chicken dinner, somehow you steal the spotlight and the highlight. And so the GEEK Fam, I mean, all game aside, if you want that marketing value, then you might still want to get that chicken dinners anyway.
True enough. Overall, there's so many calculations out there. If you guys really want to ensure that you guys are on the ball, make sure you follow PUBG Mobile's esports pages out there. You got the ones in Malaysia, Philippines, as well as Singapore. On top of that, you can follow us on TikTok as well, as we have the Beta 1 TikTok challenge that you guys can have fun with. And on top of that, course, they are going to be labeled as PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.SG, and PUBG Mobile Official PH. That's for TikTok, by the way. And of course, Keith.
Yep.
What a week we had. I mean, just recapping, a lot of the games that we have were really on high tier quality.
Yeah, I mean, today, I guess the expectations was a little bit too high for some of these teams, right? Like, we thought it was going to be a race between GEEK Fam and Genexus, which for the most part still did, but I think both these teams, I would safely say, kind of underperformed a little bit. They had one good match.
Yeah, today...
Both of them, they had one good match, and it happened to the same match while they both were in, right?
It's just like running the marathon where, you know, like you've already used up every ounce of energy getting into the quarter of the run, and you're just basically at the final 300 meters, and everyone's cheering, go run, and you're already... These two are limping their way, or should I say, GEEK Fam, they were just barely at the finish line. They start to crawl, and like, GEEK Fam makes the final push and then start to trip right before that finish line. And then GEEK Fam just touches it.
That's how
dramatic it is.
That's a very elaborate analogy. I mean, sure, if it paints a better picture, that is what happened here, but more of like the two of them just didn't perform as great as they did yesterday. I thought it was going to be the kind of scenario today in which GEEK Fam does well, and then Genexus comes in with a good map of their own, and then they're always chasing heads and eventually breaking numbers. But if you take a look at it,
but then again,
the points accumulated by both
Genexus has gotten multiple chicken dinners, so you can't really say they didn't perform at the same time. Like
I'm not saying that. I'm saying today they didn't perform.
They still perform. But
one map. Yes, that's what I just said.
Final map 2.
Yeah, sure.
Start of the day, we have Genexus.
2 out of 6.
Which is not bad of a ratio.
Not half.
It's okay.
Well, be it as it may, it wasn't the story that was set up.
I don't think if I was in that map, I would get any points.
I mean, clearly, the both of us, we walk in, we get shot down before we could even play the game. Probably.
I think they just look at our ranks and then they just kick us out of that lobby.
We don't even belong there, bro.
Well, it is what it is, right? I mean, just the level of competition. Remember this, if you are supporting your favorite team and your favorite team may be either somewhere between, maybe not on the top 8, but somewhere over on the 13th all the way down to 20th. Remember that every week is a brand new week that they could actually work towards their new goals, and only you guys can lend them the support and cheer them on so that they are motivated to drive themselves forward every single step of the way. And I believe that there's so many fans of teams like Sem9, teams like Team Secret, and also so many more. And of course, on top of the table, GEEK Fam, every single season just kept on improving. Now with the addition of HYVE, first, it's just something else that they're doing here.
Yeah, like all expectations aside, all these teams play well. GEEK Fam, Genexus, insane. Like on the overall grand scheme of things, they were crazy, right? There are the two teams out there who actually break in the 200 mark. The rest of them around 190, so it's still something very respectable. Yeah, I think I've just managed my expectations poorly for this last day. That's all I'm saying.
And I believe that we're still going to be waiting for the interview to happen, so we'll definitely be checking in on that. So we just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Excited to see who might be at the end of the line. It's most probably going to be Genexus, but I can't say for sure. I just
Maybe
think
GEEK
so.
Fam?
Because we've had a couple of Genexus phone calls right now, and I think they might be fond of you, Contra.
They might be bored of us.
That's
what we mean.
That's true. That's true. That's also a good point.
Yeah, but honestly, like, we are starting to grow fond of all these players that really have shown us something special throughout this season. So far, I think like the final week, that's where everyone will just have to hit the gas, no brakes, moving onwards, and let's see who will eventually be the one that crash and burn, and who will be the one that makes it to the finish line. You got any more jokes around before you get to the interview?
I think the joke died when the game ended, bro. Like, don't lie.
There was no jokes after all. I mean,
because everything was status quo. Nothing changed. Nothing changed.
I guess certain positionings did slightly. Like, Team Secret did decently, quite a number of points right there. Crit VIP, they get second place, but honestly, those points, even if you put it up, they're still located at 12th. So, yeah. Team's got a point. Team's got a point.
But it's okay. I think I'm still happy how it turns out. I think, according to every other casters as well, like this week was the most intense. This the most eventful happening. Like let's recap it. GEEK fam just went absolutely ham. Got an average of 14 kills in every map, and that's like day 2, and that was 3 good games out of the 4 they played. Genexus came out as well, just showing off big time. I guess the same story can be said with Genexus. We've seen Real clutch out a 1v2 in the last chicken dinner.
And there's so many other things, and the one with Snipes
We've
as well.
seen HYVE International breaking into chicken dinner. But you know what? No, I don't want to drag this anymore further. We've got a very special guest of honor on the phoner right now. So into the interview we go.
And now let's welcome on board Team Genexus as we have Bubu and everyone else all together in one room. So Bubu, you guys have fought a lot of hard games. You guys got multiple chicken dinners and you guys push it all the way through. You guys managed to at least clinch chicken dinner by the end of Livik, and you guys are also pushing that PMGC points. But I want to gauge like how everyone is feeling in the room right now.
How's everyone? We are happy with a bit of a tinge of sadness because of what happened in the last Miramar map that we too soon. Given the circle favor us, actually it was a Monte circle. Yeah, but overall we are quite happy because PMGC point we managed to catch up, right?
Yeah. Overall, at least there's still a bright light at the end of the tunnel, and even in the final Livik match, you guys also chased in another 10 points in to close the gap as well. So
20 actually, because he had the chicken dinner, right?
Oh,
so,
right. That's 10 in the elimination.
Yeah, so congratulations. I think we just want to wish you that as well. Like at the end, now this is the end of the week, right? So congratulations on Genexus. You're still honoring your motto, and that is to go all the way up, like you mentioned, with the PMGC points. Now, next week, it's going to be a brand new week here. Is there any sort of expectations coming in for Genexus?
Next week, yes, we do have a goal, which is to, because right now our current season's league point is, I think it's about 70 points gap, if I'm not mistaken, 60 to 70. So our goal is to close the gap and if possible, get that top one, get champion for the league.
All right.
Yeah, that's the final week goal.
Yeah, and we also did get a glimpse of the table early on for only a slight moment. Like, it's also a very close measure of points. So the final few weeks here, this is where I think pressure is going to be on. But I know there's going to be about 2 days of break. How are you guys planning to utilize those breaks? Since that, are you guys going to still grind out like you mentioned the other day? Or you guys at least need, 1 day of break just to reset?
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be a off day for everyone because I do think that we need to recharge, a quick recharge, and then maybe Tuesday we can kind of like play classic or whatever again to warm up, this and that, and then get ready for Wednesday.
All right.
I can't do this, man. I can feel the sadness in your room. Can we have a cheer with Genexus just for the last time before we wrap up the entire week?
Well, instead of a cheer, maybe like, okay, I want to paint this picture because nobody else but you guys dare to go into chase GEEK fam when they saw that the numbers were more than 100 over points, and you guys were about 9 points or 10 points close to actually taking that #1 spot. I believe that the fans are still cheering for you. You guys are still in the hearts of everybody out there. Any words for the fans instead? Yeah.
Yeah, so as always, to all the fans watching this right now and all the audience as well, Hope you guys enjoy the show, and thank you all for your support. Whoever that's supporting Genexus right now, thank you guys for your unconditional love, and do continue to support us and watch us achieve that goal.
All right. We'll also be supporting you guys as well. And definitely, it's been a very, very long day, a very long week. But once again, take a good rest, and we'll see you guys next week. And the race will be on. Take care, Biu. All the way up. Thank you, Genexus. Why'd you stop the cheer, man? Did you not read the room? Everyone was said they needed a morale. I don't think they have that energy to pull it out. They don't have the energy. That's why they needed it, right? Yeah. Like, bro, I could feel the sadness. He said it was a tinge of sadness because they know. They know they were good enough to beat GFM. They know they had what it takes, but it was just too close for comfort. And so it is what it is. That is happened and etched into the past here. We will be looking forward to the future, looking for week number 3. On this entire broadcast. This is Contra. I'm Keith. We'll see you next week.